going to let you host. He doesn't get to.
Yes, finally, Johnny. As always, you're forced to follow along with me. Whatever I do, you have to be there with me.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, man. But hey, it's not been too bad so far. No blunders, no major blunders. So yeah, I'm not holding my breath for it. I think you got this.
Yeah, Johnny's my commentary safety net. It's just like, all right, Shogun, what you said was really stupid, but I'm gonna maneuver the conversation in a way that actually makes sense.
I think Johnny's okay with this. You guys, you take control, take the lead. I'll sit back and talk some Rocket League when I have to. I think that's the ideal situation. But that's exactly what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna talk some Rocket League today. We got 30 minutes before kickoff here. We're gonna go over everything that is European Regional number 3. We're gonna start with that format. It's Gibbs time, where he explains things to you. Go, Gobs.
Season X. That is what we're playing in right now. We're in Regional 3, the last regional of Split 1. And this one's very important because when we play 3 regionals, we then go to a major. And you can only get invited to the major based on your performances through the first 3 regionals. So a lot of people are playing for those spots to play for double the points when we go through that major. So it's going to be very important today. There's a lot of teams on the bubble there. Then we do it all again. Split 2, 3 regionals into a major. A lot of money on the line. And then again, split 3 regionals and a major. Points for every single tournament, and that all leads into a world championship where you'll be playing for $1 million there. And that is the main goal for all these teams. All the way down in May, that's where they want to be.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty straightforward. Seems pretty simple, but of course, each regional's got its format we got to talk about. And Swiss is a format that in previous seasons we'd never really seen before. So let's break down Swiss because that's what today is all about.
So I apologize for colorblind people, but 3 wins and you're in, and you join those little green squares at the top. That's where you want to be to make it to tomorrow. And if you get 3 losses, you're out. It's that simple. Now, your opponents will always be a random matchup to say where if you're 2-0, you'll get a random 2-0 matchup. There is some seeding involved, but don't worry about that. Then if you're 1-1, you'll get another team at 1-1. So you'll continue throughout the day. We've seen it before, though. You can't back in to tomorrow. You have to win that 3rd matchup. Even if you start 2-0, we see it every single week. We have teams that begin 2-0, they lose 3 straight, and they are out. So you have to win 3. That is the most important part of the Swiss.
This is a format that's great for some comebacks. You have a little bit more opportunity than a double elimination situation, but it's also, Shogun, something we say is like just a test of resilience and mental fortitude, because if you go down 2, you have to say, we got to forget about that because you can still make it in.
Yeah, I mean, each regional these teams are playing, if they want to go the entire way, more games than they were during whole seasons previously. So this is no longer a test of, okay, can you reach your peak for one time each week? It is how long can you sustain a certain level and maybe start peaking towards the end of the weekend. So it's definitely testing new things, this format is. And it's been interesting to see because there's been a lot of teams that under the old format used to flourish have now been tested about how they can respond when they take a loss, and the answers have been mixed so far.
Yeah, and it's a lot of Rocket League, which is great, and we got to continue that on because we've already had one day yesterday. Today is about Group B, which means if you know the alphabet really well, then Group A was yesterday. There was a letter before that. So let's take a look back and just recap what we saw yesterday. Here's the standings from yesterday. In my mind, Gibbs, this is a pretty straightforward thing. You got Bloks and BDS up at the top with the 3 O's.
Now I got to say, this hosting job is getting harder and harder. A and then B. This is tough right now. But for Group B, this is what you want to see from Group A. Like all the teams that were on the bubble, they're all out. Train Hard, Ricks, they're both gone. So is, I think it's TLR was also like a little bit in the run in there. Now, Name Seekers, they have 0 points, but they made it through. So if they make it to the bracket stage, they could surprise everyone and take one of those spots for the top 16 for that major. But besides that, the top half of this group is what we expected. Top Bloks and BDS 3DO, followed by like all the other pretty solid teams, except for Guild, which might not be a surprise that they go 3-2 once again, but we expect them to make it through as well.
Johnny, I think it was you yesterday that was saying hey, it'd be cool to see TLR in. Are you sad that they've missed out on this, or is it just like, wow, just been a bonus if they'd made it?
Well, TLR are, I don't think they're, realistically, I don't think they're going to be like too devastated because they very much were one of those bubble teams. So they have to just accept it. There's only room for so many bubble teams and they haven't made it in this time. But, I think that's a team with potential. I think there's a lot of teams with potential. This Swiss format's really highlighted just the depth of the EU region. We thought, well, surely essentially triple elimination, none of the really big teams are going to fail to make top 16, but that hasn't been the case. We've had quite a few slip-ups, even when you get this many chances.
Well, let's recap a couple here. We can't recap everything. We just talked about how much Rocket League there is. So we're going to pick a couple matches that you guys should go back and watch, or just watch these highlights as we talk about them. Johnny Boy, I'm going to get you to start us off here.
Well, it's got to be BDS versus Solary for me. Solary getting that one loss on the board. If you just take a look at the overall standings, makes sense given the season they've had so far. But when you find out that loss was against BDS and they took them all the way to Game 5, that really puts it in a different light. The team looked brilliant. This was some of the best that we've seen from them all season long. In terms of team play and just in terms of mechanical ability, the fact that they were able to keep up with BDS for as long as they did really does speak volumes about this team's potential.
And we also got to see the way that they would play after the fact as well, because I made the comparison yesterday of V1 looking very good against G2 and then not even making it to the next stage. But Solary, none of the issues. They took this loss on the chin and they came back to win their next two series, one with 3-0, one with 3-2. So for Solary, this was only positives from the day as a whole. You almost managed to take down the regional champs, and then you made everything look comfortable after that. I mean, as far as you're concerned, you're just seeing yourself that little bit behind them, and that's not a bad place to be.
Yeah, we were talking about Solar before. It was a fun series, and we're really impressed with this team. But there's more matches. We got to talk about those. Shogun, which one caught your eye?
I think there was only one that could catch our eye, Johnny, and that was one we casted: Guild against Top Bloks. For Top Bloks, the question has always been, can they maintain their spot at the top? Because when they originally got to the regional finals back in the first regional, we weren't sure if that was a one-off or if that's now their level. We didn't quite know what to make of Archie. But for the Top Bloks, they now have shown that they can consistently be at that level. As for Guild, this was it was a bit of a grounding performance of sorts. They have looked so good in the last few grids, and then they come in and they made it hard for themselves, I think is the best way to say it. Challenges on the outside every single time. Just, it has to improve in the next stage.
Man, Fireburner must have been rolling around in his grave because those 50-50s were just not going well at all for Guild throughout this. But the one positive for Guild, that they got pretty much smacked around in Game 3. They did fall 2 series in a row, but they did advance at 3-2. So that's a good sign, because we were worried, hey, maybe they tilt out at some point when they start losing again. But they lost 2 in a row, but they bounced back. So that's good for Guild at the end of the day. But Top Bloks, again, another 3-0 finish for them. They're looking great.
And Gibbs, I may as well keep you talking here and let you have a chance to pick out a match too.
Name Seekers, we got to talk about Taz. He gets kicked from the Monkeys for Arju, and he's like, sure, I could be a sub for the rest of the season, but no, I want to play. And he played. He got the Game 3 overtime winner versus Rix, where Rix, that's a tough test for them, because they came off a 2-1 series where they basically owned gold in Game 5 to lose it. And they just couldn't bounce back, and they lose 3 straight here. But for these guys, Cash and Blair as well, fantastic performance for the Name Seekers. They have no points because of all the roster moves that they've been doing, but I would not be surprised if they could make it all the way to that bracket stage.
Yeah, Name Seekers, I agree, are a very good team. They've got, lots of potential. I've been just waiting to see what great team Cash is gonna land on. It's also, fantastic to see Taz finding a squad that works for him as well. As for Rix, what a disappointment. They had, the crazy Dead Monster saving Polar's shot moment. They had, own goals, like lots of moments where they definitely shot themselves in the foot. For the team who have really been catching a lot of eyes recently, that's not something that the fans are going to want to remember anytime soon. But I'll give the fans something better to think about. Let's get to the positives. It's time for the top plays of the day. We saw, first of all, actually a brilliant double save from Just Us against Guild. Now, like Gibbs said, this was Guild rebounding from their initial 2 wins. Then they lost 2 times on the day. This was their 5th series, so the last chance to qualify. And in this game, actually, if this had been a goal, Guild would have progressed immediately. But Just Us, with a heroic double save, kept his team alive in the bracket, or alive in the Swiss format just for this last game. They were able to win this overtime, and that was all they were able to do. But, keep an eye out for these guys. It's another one of those mechanical teams who I think we're going to be seeing again and again. But, let's give the Ricks fans something positive to think about. How about this apparently Jack ramp up double touch? It's not often you see one of these. He just kicks off Exotic's car and then manages to pinch it into the goal as he lands on top of the goalkeeper. Totally caught the defense off guard from Solary, and what a series this was. This wasn't the most amazing ending, like Gibbs mentioned, for this team. Unfortunate own goal to lose in Game 5, but the fact that Ricks can go close with Solary, who went close with BDS, is, I think, still a good result overall. That the experience for this team just wasn't enough to bounce back from even their high highs like this double touch from Jack. You know, I don't think either of these plays can rival the top goal of the day, though. For me, it's the Solary passing play against BDS. Full team involvement, Exotic with the infield dribble towards Carrion. Then he clears the way with a demo, opening up the infield pass to Yukis, and he did not hold back with the shot. This just really, I think, illustrates the series quite well. So if you like the look of this goal, go back and watch this series later on. It was a great match, and this was a round 2 match, and usually round 2 matches are a bit quieter. This was action packed. There were team plays galore from Yukis, Carrion, and Exotic, and you know, it just really gives us a lot of hope for this team in the future. BDS still able to come out on top against all odds.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't even 1% a fan of Solary before yesterday, you have to at least be 1% fan of them now after yesterday. The performance was great. It's funny because when we were talking about passing plays and stuff to put on this list yesterday, there was other passing plays that I even had in mind that was any one of these could have been on there. It was just that team was looking good. They were connecting, they were syncing up, and I always love to see all 3 players get involved. So Solary, just a great day yesterday. It makes sense that they were number 1, but that was yesterday. Let's talk about today. Let's take a look at Group B. We're in stage 1. We're whittling 32 teams down to 16. Today is 16 down to 8 to fill in tomorrow's Swiss bracket. But Group B, this one is starting to look a little bit more stacked than yesterday, Gibbs.
This is spicy all the way through. Look all the way down to maybe, I don't know, top 12 teams could have a shot at making that major. Dignitas is one of those teams. In Regional 1, they look great. They haven't looked great since. So maybe they bounce back and come back to form. Then you got teams like Oxygen, who have the 4th seed because they're so good in the grid, but they haven't made a top 16 yet. So, like, on top of that, you have Team Liquid, you have Team Singularity, all these teams battling out. It's going to be a blast throughout today.
Shogun, what kind of hope do these teams have now, considering how stacked this is?
You would rather have got yesterday's bracket, wouldn't you? Especially, we were talking about yesterday, it was quite top heavy. Well, this one's so top heavy, it's managed to leak into like the middle of the pack as well. It is an absolute nightmare, and you can only deal with what you've got, to be honest, because this is, a bracket full of teams that we know are really solid in the form of Vitality and Giants, and then you've got the underachievers, the underperformers in the form of your Dignitases, your Team Liquids, your Oxygens, who have also sort of been, shoved in here as well. So if you're any team in here, you've got to be looking at this and just going, all right, guys, could you perform at your own level so that you could stop taking up the other seeds? That would have been a bit of an easier time for us, especially now that, you're going to take on these teams who are in there that little bit more desperate. There isn't another opportunity for these guys anymore, and there are teams that require those points.
Well, that's precisely it. Desperation is going to start to leak out in this gameplay because points are very important. Gibbs, it is coming down to the wire. All these teams are playing for points to get into that major for the fall split, and there aren't many spots left. Let's take a look at that leaderboard and just see where people kind of lay right now. But it is a small space to fit in here.
So these points are from the beginning of this weekend, but the only one that really matters from Group A, Train Hard. They didn't advance. They got 30 points. So they're sitting at 150. That's probably where that bubble lies. Then you got teams like Triple Trouble who are sitting at 130, need at least a couple wins. For teams like that, they need to make it to at least the top 16. You want plus 50 to give yourself a little bit of a bonus at like 180, then 170 for Lib as well. So those are what those teams are playing for. But then when you look down to the bottom half of the points, there's more teams. You got Team Singularity sitting there at 100, only 20 points off at the beginning, probably about 50 points off. And if you make it to top 16, that's plus 50. So that's exactly what Team Singularity needs. They need to make it to tomorrow. Then it gets a little bit harder. You got teams like Team Liquid and Oxygen who basically need like a 9th place finish to make sure they make it through. And that might not even do it based on how these bubble teams go. But the one benefit for all these teams in this group, because of Group B, is that they don't control their destiny necessarily because it's Swiss and you can't choose who you play. But since they're all in the same group, they're probably going to wind up playing one another at some point and maybe knock out a few of these teams.
Hey, you know what? You just talked about Oxygen and Team Liquid. We could have talked about all these teams here, but we're getting short on time. I want to get into the juicy stuff here. We got to talk about these 2 teams because they've had some difficulties. I'm going to start off with you, Johnny, here with Oxygen. I think that just makes sense right now. We got to talk. Do you think there's going to be problems here? I mean, their grid performances have been way better than the regional performances.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, Oxygen in the grid, that's why they've been playing very well. They're second over in the overall standings of Vitality. That's why they're so high seeded in this group, despite failing in both the regionals prior to this. However, they haven't been trending upwards or even flatlining in the grid. They're kind of on a slight downward slope there as well. So it's not looking good for Oxygen. They really need to step it up, and this is obviously the only day that matters now for them. All these great grid performances, they don't matter. You know, we've seen several times teams who have failed in the grid have gone on to do really well in the regionals and vice versa. Oxygen, they've looked a bit lost, and I think it's a struggle to play against teams that they're not familiar with. They don't adapt very quickly, and that is so important to this format. We're going to find out today if they can pull it out the bag.
I hate this team, Leaf. I hate Oxygen right now because when we talk about the grid, there's only been one team that has made top 8 in every single one. That's Oxygen. They've only lost to 2 teams in the grid overall, Vitality and Top Bloks. Every other team a winning record and a few tied. So Oxygen, on paper, they should easily make every top 16 and they should be fighting for every single bracket because they make every bracket in the grid. But for Farah and Chaussette, this has been a story for these 2 guys forever, where they disappoint. Now, it's hard to say this, that they're not clutch, because they obviously have 2 DreamHack wins. They've won a regional championship as well. But what did they do right after winning that regional championship, the #1 seed in Europe? Well, every single #1 seed from Europe has always made the grand finals for the World Championship. They didn't even make day 3. And that's a problem. Then we talk all the way back with PSG. Who gets reverse swept? PSG. That always happened to them. They have more reverse sweeps than anyone. So that's the problem. They're just not clutch normally. Once in a while, they'll pop off and win a major. And that's why I hate this team so much, because they should be up there every single time. But we've had 2 regionals and they can't even make top 16. What is going on? You have Astral, the European MVP. Many consider a top 3 player in the entire world. And they can't make top 16. What is happening with this squad? I don't know.
Hey, if you're joking, you look upset right now.
That was horrid to sit through. I'm not the players feel after that one. Like, this is the teams. This is Oxygen. This is Gibbs. That was it. Like, hey, so harsh.
So I base like all my stats on previous history, and Oxygen in the grid is like, yeah, don't worry, Gibbs, we'll be a top 8 team, and then they go and choke 2 regionals in a row. Like 1, okay, bad day. 2, come on, man, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned clutch, and if you need clutch, that's a good transition into TL because they have a Cooks here, and that guy is clutch, but at the same time, the team doesn't seem to be gelling so well. Like, what's going on with TL here? I mean, if I feel like they're one of those teams, Shogun, that we talk about being a potential top team in the world, but then they're always falling short of that.
I feel like whenever we discuss any of this, it's always the same thing. It's that they're playing well is fantastic, but their mentality, their ability to take those losses, I struggle to think of a team worse. They just really collapse. There's no reset for them after a loss. There's no, all right, that didn't go well. Cool, let's go again. That's always just, oh no. So every time we cast these sort of teams, especially Team Liquid, we look at them and say, all right, this team is either going 3-0 or they're going out. You know, when you're trying to put these things together, trying to put them as like a 3-1 or a 3-2, usually pretty difficult. So it's pretty simple. Like, learn to deal with losses. That's literally it for them.
Fair. Well, we're going to see if they can, because we got some of our results in Group B has been playing out as we've been talking for that round 1, as they get a couple results in to get the Swiss bracket all jumbled up here. Let's take a look here. Any standout results for you, Gibbs?
Oxygen. They go down 2-0 to keep calm and improve. And that sounds like that's exactly what Oxygen needs. And I guess what? They kept calm and they improved. They slapped them around in 2 of those last 3 games and got the win. So kudos to them. They're still 1-0. Besides that, I think Dignitas versus Triple Trouble was a huge series. Dignitas wins it in 5. And I know, Leaf, you're happy about that because you've been on the Dignitas train because as of late, they've looked better. And that is a great sign for them. They need these wins now.
Yeah, no, this is a great thing for Dig. I mean, Triple Trouble as well is one of those teams that we know that has that potential to do some work here. But for me, seeing Dig pop off, obviously, following them, it's been a little bit sad for Dig fans over the past little while. It's not the dynasty team that we had seasons and seasons ago. Dignitas, though, is looking like they're getting back to full form. Verge told us the other day he had an epiphany, one of those late night vision kind of things. Just that something spoke to him and he talked to the team, and last week they looked a lot more deadly. Sure, it wasn't perfect yet, but they were so happy with the new direction. So having that first win there is a really good first result for Dignitas. The question, is that going to be able to carry them on through here? It looked promising earlier this week, but we're gonna have to find out as those get in. But I want to move on and talk our predictions. This is always a fun segment here. So let's dive into these predictions. With a Swiss group, you can win in a few ways: 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. You got multiple chances to move on into that next stage. But I want the juicy ones. I want who's getting an early day, who's having a long day here. So let's talk about these. I'm going to start with Johnny, since Shogun decided to leave us here.
Smart during predictions.
Yeah, he left. He's like, I had a perfect day yesterday. I'm not going to jinx that today. So we'll start with Johnny here. Who's your 3-0s and who's your 3-2s?
Well, I decided to get in there fast today. I was the first to edit the document, and I stole 3-0 Vitality from Gibbs. So I'm feeling great about that one for obvious reasons. That doesn't need any explanation. But I'm also going 3-2 for Team Liquid. I think that they're going to get in. 3-2 on a normal group wouldn't be that impressive. People would be like, well, yeah, surely Team Liquid make it in 3-2. But this group's pretty stacked. So getting in any means possible, 3-2 is a win. And I think it's going to come off the back of Cuxer. 97. He's quarantined. He arrived in Amsterdam for the Team Liquid boot camp. They told him you got quarantined for 2 weeks. He said, 2 weeks? I can quarantine for longer if you want. A month, a year? Just lock me in that room with Rocket League and don't let anybody disturb me. He's having the time of his life right now.
Yeah, that's ideal for him. That's right. Yeah, what was that sigh there for a second, Gibbs?
I want Vitality, man. What's going on, Connie? Why are you in this document first? This is just rude. But you know what? There's another team that's an easy pick. Vodafone Giants, 3-0. Easily for them. They've looked so great. They made it to the grand finals of Regional 2. We won't talk about what happened in that grand finals, but Vodafone Giants, they look great. So I like them, 3-0. My 3-2. So I hate this team because I love them. Oxygen. Please make it to top.
We
15.
want to see them succeed.
Yes, I know. They are one of the best teams in Europe, at least when it's not a regional. I think they can do it, but I think it'll come down to the very end. And what a story would it be if it's Oxygen versus Team Liquid, like in that 2-2 round? That would be crazy. But for them, make it through to tomorrow, then worry about what you have to do tomorrow then. And I think Oxygen can just barely make it out. I'm nervous because I expect them to go 2-0 and drop 2 in a row and then fall down to that 3-2 spot.
Well, Shogun's out. He tried to get away from this, but I'm not gonna. He wrote down his predictions. He had a perfect prediction yesterday with his picks, and we're gonna see if he gets it today. He's picking 3-0 for Barca on the day. To me, that's a little bit out there. I don't know if you guys disagree on that one.
Sure.
That's a pretty out there pick. And then 3-2 for Fadeaway, which I can see being a lot more of a reasonable pick on that one. But they're out there. It's in the world, Shogun. You can't get away from it. And just to fill the space here, I'm going to throw mine out. You know what? I'm not going to pick 3-0, but I am going to say Dig has, I think, fixed it. I think it's going to be a struggle for the day. I think they make it 3-2. So I think Dig is going to push through. I think they're going to find themselves in a nice, comfortable spot. They've been happy with the results. I talked about what they've been doing, not in detail, but you're going to see it on the field because I really think that Dig is in a good spot to get through. So those are my predictions, but we got to talk about Kickoff. It's time to talk our first match here for round 1. We're only doing 1 round on broadcast here, and then we'll get back to doing 2 from each round afterwards. But for our first round, it's Vitality versus Liquid. What a juicy start here. Yeah, Johnny, that's right. That is a juicy start.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I need Vitality to win this to keep both my predictions alive, but at the same time, you don't really want to give Liquid a loss this early. But you know, I think they're going to be pretty okay with this. I chatted with Speed this week. He says Vitality is his favorite team to play, even though they're maybe the hardest team to play up there with BDS, and he just loves playing against Fairy Peak. I think that play style is just something that Speed and Team Liquid just enjoy to play against, rather than all these mechanical monkeys that are ball chasing all over the place.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an interesting match because for Liquid, I feel like in my eyes at least, Gibbs, they tend to play to the skill level of the teams they're playing, right? It's like they'll play worse and kind of crazy against those teams that do that, but against Vitality, they seem to go toe and toe.
So they've played them 4 times throughout the grid. Plus regionals every single time game 5. Now that's a good sign for Team Liquid. The problem is usually right after they play a Vitality team, they drop to a team that they're not supposed to. And that was the same thing throughout the offseason. Everyone was hyping this team up because they beat Vitality 3 times. But the problem was they never placed well in these tournaments because they would drop to other teams. So that's the main concern is that oh, Shogun, you're here. Wow, you made it back.
You tried to get away from that.
Oh, my light's just gone. Literally, my white light just went. I just thought I had another power cut. That was lovely. Turns out Britain not very good with heavy weather. Who would have ever thought?
Well, you're back now, and we're talking Vitality Liquid to get you all caught up. Gibbs is in the middle of a spiel. I wasn't listening to him, but you can continue.
It's fine. It's fine. Whenever Team Liquid plays Vitality, it is very close. Vitality always wins, at least throughout the season. 4 game 5s, 4 wins for Vitality. Even when KDOP own goals, it doesn't matter. They still find a way to win. The problem is Team Liquid, once they do lose a series, which I think they will, can they bounce back?
Well, it's time for our fan vote. We need you guys in chat to get those hashtags in there to start to predict how you think this series is going to go. It's not going to be an easy one. I think it should skew towards RV here, at least in my mind, but hashtag TL if you think they're going to take this one. Gibbs is right. They always go toe and toe here, but it's always that finish that they need. And Vitality is one of those top dogs of Europe. And while you guys are doing that, we're going to get some of our predictions in. We know what Johnny Boy is going to get here. So to get his predictions perfect, it has to be Vitality. So you just want to say it so they can throw it up on the graphic.
Vitality to win. 3-2.
There you go.
And we'll move down the line here. Shogun, you've been out for a bit here. Who you got on this one, Vitality or Liquid?
I predict that I will get into the lobby in time.
Good luck,
I've got Vitality as well here. It just historically they've won the last 4 times they've competed, so I'll go Vitality also 3-2. I know, how shocking.
Okay. Gibbs doing an okay. Does that mean you're gonna change it up or?
I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Now it's still Vitality, but I think it's gonna be a 3-0 because we need to make this whole day quick because powers might go out again for Shogun. So we want a 3-0 sweep, so we don't have to have anyone else casting with Johnny Boy.
He wants to go solo. Don't you think he wouldn't just like hear me go and just go, yes?
No backup caster, none. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping you didn't make it back in time. I was just gonna get to throw to Johnny and Johnny over there. It was
Johnny
show.
Mirrored his camera. That would have been really worth it.
But on the picks, this is, you know what? I kind of want to be that one that goes against the grain here. But you guys know I've been behind Liquid back when they were Mousesports 2. Anytime Cookser's playing, basically, I'm gonna choose them. You know what I'm doing? I'm Liquid. I might be wrong here. My heart says Vitality's gonna win, but I gotta go with Liquid. It's the hill I'm dying. I'm picking it. What?
So people say that I curse teams, but your 2 teams you pick all the time are Dignitas and Team Liquid, and that hasn't been going too well.
I'm just closing my eyes here, Leaf, and everything I hear, like, I'm just imagining Stumpy saying it, and it actually sounds near perfect. Rude. So, you know, that's up to you to decide if Stumpy comparisons are rude, Leaf. But apparently you don't like them.
Throwing shade. It was supposed to be subtle shade. Why'd you call it out here? No, I love Stumpy.
Stumpy's a large lad, okay? There's a lot of shade.
I don't know. We know they go game 5. Like Gibb just called it out. Their previous stat line, they always go. Even chat thinks it's going to be close here. Like it's not unreasonable, I think, for me to beat Team Liquid on this one. Do you really think, or like, is this for sure? Gibbs is like, it's all done. But do you think it's unreasonable, Shogun, for Liquid to take a victory here?
I mean, if you've managed to go to game 5 on your last 4. No, it's definitely not unreasonable to expect it. Heck, we've even seen from last week that they can play really, really well. It's just the case of we respect Vitality that much that if there is that sort of, you need that one game for a team to step up, I would go towards Vitality, and I'm sure most people would, but it is still a lot of respect. This is not where we think the issues for Liquid are. Those issues are elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. But it's not Sunday. So then if it was Sunday for sure, then I'd be like, yeah, Vitality.
I mean, but would you say Liquid? You haven't seen them there yet.
Well, it's fair.
So normally, like, I get, like, Oxygen, very disappointed in them. I'm disappointed in the entire country right now. France, what are you doing? 55% for Vitality. How is this even close? What is going on? Where are the votes coming out for France here? This is absurd. There's no way that Twitch chat has only a 10% difference between Vitality and Team Liquid. This is nuts.
They're trolling. They're bringing it back even closer. Look at them all spamming hashtag TL.
Yeah.
You know they don't believe that.
Yes, chat. Come
they're
on.
just memeing.
Get us back to 50. Get us to 50. Come on.
So you can't spell troll without TL. So maybe that's.
Oh, true.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
Yes, it's getting close. Hey, chat, we're waiting on lobby, so we have a few minutes here. Get it. Let's go. Let's go. We're getting to that.
Yeah, speed run on Twitch chat. This is what we always want.
Oh, wow. They've actually done it.
There it is.
I feel
Even
so
80%.
powerful.
Yeah.
I feel so powerful right now. This is the most power I've ever experienced in my life. Thank you, chat. This is brilliant. To get some real analysis out here, though, Johnny, what would Liquid have to do on the field here to take out Vitality? We know that they're always going toe and toe here. What is that final step for them to say we're taking the dub?
It's just got to click for them. Speed's got to put up a world record for saves per game, and Cuxier's got to pop off in offense. Fruity just does his thing. He's the consistent one. I'm not too worried about him. But yeah, it just all comes down to execution for Team Liquid. I think they've got the right gameplay. They just need to play well on the day.
Yeah, I feel like it's possible for Liquid to take this. Chat, I am so proud of you at this point. I gotta say, I am so proud of you.
Steamrolling. Absolutely steamrolling this fan vote. It's almost 60%,
so I fully agree, though. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, Speed is that player that you have to watch out for, because we always talk about he needs to be feeling good for the whole team to feel good. And so Speed in game 1 is the one I'm looking out for, because at times he can look like a top 10 player. And then there's other times when he's just maybe 3 or 4 whiffs in a row within 30 seconds. So those are the two speeds that we have, and that's what we have to deal with for Team Liquid. You just hope it's the better speed today.
Well, chat, now that you have done some absolute magic, bringing Vitality down to 38%, we do have the matchup ready. Get online and just share that energy with the hashtag RLCS X and at RL Esports so we can see it. But it's now time for our super juicy matchup in round 2. It's Vitality and Liquid. Take it away, boys.
So, Johnny, last time we got this, it pretty much turned into the Speed versus Alpha show. Much the same again, if we had the option, because that was pretty entertaining.
I think it very easily could happen again, but I'll be so impressed if Speed can just completely nullify Alpha solo plays as effectively as he did the last time we saw these two teams play in RLCS X. What an incredible performance that was. One of the best performances from a losing player that we've seen in quite a while. But like I already said, Vitality, despite going to the last match with Team Liquid every time they play them, they do always get the W. So expecting the same today. You'll notice Fruity got that Fruity LOL name. He's playing from his epic launcher today, where his name is not just Fruity, just in case anybody's wondering. You're going to probably see a few players running with slightly different names for that reason. With the launcher free-to-play came the epic launcher, so just more ways to connect to Rocket League, and I think some of them are just preferring to use that for competition at the moment.
Oh, we'll find out how that affects them in this game as heading into game number 1. Remember, winner of this goes to 2-0 on the day, and Johnny very much wanting the... So who had what here? Because I was gone for this bit. Who had the 3-0s? Who had the 3-2s? Can you remember any of them?
Yeah, I had Vitality 3-0, Team Liquid 3-2, and then Gibbs had the Giants 3-0. And I forget who his 3-2 was, but yeah, for this one, the only I'm the only one who really, cares about this from a prediction standpoint. I'm the only one involved in this one, but I need Vitality to win, or else I'm wrong on both. Well, actually, I wouldn't be technically wrong on Team Liquid yet, but it would look like I've got about to be. They're not doing too shabby early on. We actually saw a clean whiff from Alpha 54 already. So Vitality with some slight inconsistencies in their play. This is great for Team Liquid. The worst thing that could have happened to them is if they just come out in this game and, somebody own goals, somebody takes a really bad challenge, we see a double commit early on. There's something to really just throw them off their game. None of those things have happened. The rotation is, fully functional. Well, we are seeing Speed lead the offense here. That's not their game plan, really. He's going to try and play that third man role today. But sometimes it just happens. You just end up in offense, and if you get there, you got to make yourself effective. Speed almost knocked that one down. That's better from Alpha 54. Good speed on the transition.
And they're going to need more of that. It drops down dangerously. K-Dop looks like the challenge, but Speed did the smart thing. He took it to the side, meant that even if K-Dop did win the challenge, there's no way of really pressuring the net. We do have now a transition to the other side. Speed couldn't quite get that second touch. There is always that worry, though, when it comes to Team Liquid, that no matter how solid they're playing, at the most clutch moment, if it's 0 seconds, if it's overtime, the calamity is on the way. And I feel like it would take a couple of tournaments in a row of us not seeing Fruity with an amazing setup. And nobody on the pitch, not just his team, was expecting that one to come through.
That was insane. Fruity able to dunk into a double touch, and he almost scored it. It looked like a center ball position. He almost put that on target. Would have been a brilliant goal, probably in the top goals of the day. Right at the very start of the day, like the Solary passing play came from yesterday in round 2. Ball big chance for Vitality. What a demo. Alpha takes out Guxer and Fairy Peak with the open net.
Well, we wanted to see some passing plays. I think this one very much fits the bill. Guxer taking out mid-air as well. Vitality utilize all 3 members and just destroy the Team Liquid defense. What a goal to kick us off.
Yeah, what nonchalant pass from K-Dop, just driving by and the ball pops up off his car pretty perfectly for Fairy Peak to follow up. That dunk's on target, but Fairy's there. Yeah, big goal for Vitality, getting everybody involved in the offense. Nobody's got any doubt that they're going to perform, no matter how badly the series starts. Look at that, though. It's deja vu for Alpha. Speed in the way of one of his dribbling plays. We saw plenty of that last regional event. And, I'm still not tired of it. The ability for Speed to completely isolate Alpha and kind of man-mark him out of the game is impressive to watch.
Same thing if you're Vitality, and actually if you're on the other side, as Cooks is going to take a shot straight into the body of K-Dop's car. Now Speed looking for the backboard. Cooks here goes with it, but it's bounced off him like no one got contact. Cooks here keeps himself up. Might have been better off leaving it so Fruity could move in behind him. And somehow that has not gone in for Liquid. They're still under pressure, and that is going to be in. Cooks here 97 will tie us up at 1 apiece.
He's on the board. Thank goodness for TL that they were able to put that one in. It's the previous shot. I don't know how on earth the defense missed it. I don't know how the offense missed it. But Team Liquid didn't take too long to create an even better opportunity on net. You can always rely on them to have somebody attacking that near post area as early as possible. That is one of their strengths historically. Cuxer 97 very well known for that. He's got great timing for his arrival, meeting the center ball when it gets there. And he's been trying to play more aggressively, really just get into attack as much as possible. Just like NRG's Squishy recently, having to adapt to a much more aggressive role in the team. I think Cuxer will be trying to take a similar route with Team Liquid.
Yeah, Cuxer's always very much been the defensive midfielder of these teams that he's been on, holding the rotation, using that incredible in-game IQ that he has just to try and dictate the pace. Not anymore. Seems like Speed has now been tasked with that. Off the backboard, Fairy Peak's not going to get to it. Lays down the pass for Speed. That was well played on the rotation back. Just make sure you are cutting through. And we are seeing more teams and players doing that to try and take out either the infield pass itself or the player that it's meant for. So no one's going to be here for this one. And we have our first overtime.
We've had one weird play this game where the defense and the Liquid attack were not able to make contact with the ball that was bouncing in front of the net. Apart from that, it's been extremely evenly matched. Saw one Speed save on an Alpha dribble. We've seen Cuxer start to establish himself in the final third. He's such a difficult player to read when he's making these offensive touches. Pinch attempted, K-Dot missed Alpha by just a small margin there. A Fairy Peak as usual, that backbone for Vitality. He is making it very difficult for Team Liquid to find a way through this Vitality defense. He didn't get on the right side of that clear though, and he won't get the double touch either. And oh, Alpha had to get to that one. The double for speed was just barely not able to make contact.
Team Liquid are not messing around when it comes to trying to meet some of these players. Here's Cuxu with his attempt, bounces all the way out to Fruity, and it is in off the crossbar. That had to be perfect because the defender was oh so close.
Stunning by Team Liquid. Cuxer getting a favorable 50-50 after a pretty threatening shot. And Fruity over on that far side was so quickly able to get to the ball and smashes it in off the crossbar. This is the exact game plan that Team Liquid were looking for. They want to see Cuxer getting up front. They want Speed to be in defense, just holding everything together. And if they can execute like this, they're not just going to have a chance of winning this matchup. They might even be a real struggle for Vitality to deal with.
Yeah, certainly so. Team Liquid are hitting the ball so cleanly right now as well. There's no whiffed shots. There's no scuffs that are popping the ball up where you know for a fact a player like Alpha is going to want to go and take control of that as quickly as he possibly can. So for Team Liquid, just continue playing like that. You don't need to push the envelope too much further. As for Vitality, is this what they want right now? Is this the style of play they want, or do they need to adjust one or two things on their side of the ball?
Well, Vitality, just like a lot of other teams, when they play against Team Liquid, will probably just play a more reserved style and a more defensive game because Team Liquid have a knack for beating themselves and for making mistakes that just give their opponents goals for free. Now, we haven't seen any of that today. Team Liquid, they've kept a solid defense. Vitality had to connect a demo play with a beautiful 1-2 pass in order to get a goal in that last game. So if that's what Team Liquid are going to be able to produce in defense, Vitality will need to start pressing more aggressively. They're going to need to step up the aggression, and I don't know if that's going to be comfortable for them with Team Liquid's counter-attacking presence.
Game number 2. If Team Liquid can take this, they'll have 3 match points. Speed's going to take his time, but the pass is really far away from Fruity. Attempt number 2, much more successful, and Alpha called into action. Just see how quickly and well-timed Cuxer is moving in as well. The moment the pop-up is going, he's not even waiting for the ball to start coming back down. He is meeting it at the apex.
And that is something we're not used to seeing from Cuxer. K-Dot from point-blank range. Cuxer only able to deflect that into the top corner. Fairy Peak and K-Dot connecting once again. That's a really good catch by Fairy Peak on the wall. Perfect control by him. And Cuxer is always going to be second best from that position.
I always love these recoveries from these players that go for the setup, like we just saw from Fairy Peak. Not only has he got the setup, but as soon as he lands on the wall, he is aiming the follow-up recovery to the floor itself to be as close to the defender as possible. Make it nice and awkward.
Oh, wow.
Somehow unable to make contact. That should have been 2-0. Now, Speed's pass. I feel like that's an infield pass again from Speed, where he's not really looking what the options are. He's going to have to be worried about that in case he gets fully intercepted cleanly.
Yeah, the Vitality backboard has looked pretty open at times, and maybe, like you mentioned, the infield pass is not the correct option for TL. If Vitality are trying to intercept those and just vacating their backboard entirely again, you take a look at the position of the Vitality defense. Everybody's all the way down on the ground level, so it's harder to immediately get up for those. Oh, speaking of difficulty getting up for clears, Team Liquid missed another one, and Vitality had the easiest goal yet.
Yeah, Fruity just sort of hooks himself through the middle of the rotation into the net. Give himself no real range of motion. The moment you have to turn like that, you are stopping the car completely dead, and that means that your acceleration to the ball, no matter where it is going to be that much slower. And Vitality currently biting back after their Game 1 loss. Liquid not quite as fluid so far. They're trying to train together some passing plays. They've not worked out. What's really happened is that Vitality have managed to start using that intelligence that they've got to start intercepting, throwing forward their own offense. Alpha to the corner. Cooks there, tries to take it away, but now the infield dropped. Nobody around, and now a bit of a unfocused infield pass this time around from Renault Vitality, dropping it down to Cooks there. He's got speed to his left. He's gone to aim for him, who will take the net, but it's a whipped shot. And Fruity has to sky it just to buy his team time.
I love the placement from Speed there. He totally sold the Renault Vitality goalkeeper into thinking it was going to be a shot across the goal. And then the near post pass came in, but Cuxter misses. That's a big let off because the setup was ideal. The passing was on point from Cuxter and from Speed. Unfortunately, the finishing touch has evaded them.
Speed will be coming back in again. A frustrating game for them so far. They have not managed to get any of these plays to work. So this time decides to go a little bit more direct. See if Fairy Peak's got a mistake in him, and it's actually worked out so well.
Wow.
Cooksy changes it up, and it unlocks the door.
Beautiful from Team Liquid. They don't need to panic yet. They just got to keep doing what they're doing. They are creating more chances than Vitality. And look at that passing. Once again, Team Liquid utilizing the full width of the pitch to their advantage. And there's a long, long time left in this game for them to work with.
Good clear yet again. Fairy Peak's going to have to aerial up for this. It's a bit of boost wasted. That back left is still not around, so he's stuck with 11. Alpha booming clears. Fairy is going to take a player out. Didn't steal the 100 boost, though. I'm kind of surprised by that. Kid up instead. Also on 0. Cooks is not going to quite get it in time before Fairy can at least meet the ball. But I do love what I'm seeing now in terms of the way Team Liquid have adjusted their passing plays. They're not going to go across field anymore. Instead, they are just going to pass left to right, start stretching out that defense. It's going to drop down. Fairy Peak wants to bet as high as possible, but you're going to see Speed ready and waiting.
Team Liquid are remaining calm. That goal has given them hope, and now Fruity on a bit of a demo rampage. He's able to make contact with one, and a great rotation back out. Connects with the ball. Speed with a deflecting shot into the crossbar. Into the ceiling, rather. Vitality have handled it. But Team Liquid are coming at them again, and there's a lot of pace. There's a lot of meaning in these offensive plays. Vitality scrambling quite often to just keep up with them. You know, got to highlight once again, the Vitality backboard is wide open in a lot of these plays. Totally free. Any boomer to the back wall is going to be completely uncontested. Double commit for Vitality is wide open. Cuxter rotates out. He had no boost. He had to go all the way back to get some. Maybe an early breaker rotation there would have resulted in a goal.
Yeah, Cuxter was on nothing. Fruity was on nothing. It was just highly unfortunate for Team Liquid, but they've run out of time here off the backboard. And there's double commit. Cuxter scrambles to keep this play alive for his team, but he's also on nothing. He's going to have to go midfield to see if something will turn up for him. He's now caught into action. His speed on his right. He's going to go from anyway.
Pre-jump.
Pass backed over to Cuxter. It's too far ahead of him to keep this going. Speed tries to keep it away from the nearest defender. It's all up to Fruity, and there goes Fruity.
Yeah, that'll do it. Good bump from behind by Vitality to close out the game. Not a bad try there by Team Liquid at the end. Actually, a connecting pass on a pre-jumping speed. It's impressive, but it didn't lead to a goal. Unfortunately, Cuxter was a bit flat-tired as he waited for the return pass. But, I don't think that's a bad game for Team Liquid at all. They, maybe had a couple of awkward pieces of positioning in defense. Fruity, while he tried to defend against the second goal, was definitely facing the wrong direction. He either arrived in the goal too late or from the wrong angle. And the first goal as well, Vitality were just too quick to the punch. Cuxter unable to recover in time. But as we look at the game, all 5 minutes, and if you just ignore the goals, Team Liquid were outsourcing Vitality significantly in the chances department. They had so many opportunities on that, so many real opportunities to get the ball into offense. So what they're doing right now is working. Their gameplay, their game plan, it works against Vitality today. They just have to make the final touch. They have to get these shots on net. And I think also hit that backboard. Vitality's backboard has been wide open for so many of these offensive plays from Team Liquid.
I feel like, almost the way that this series has been going is also quite good for Vitality, though, as well, because the more offense you let Liquid have, they love to commit all 3 players to it. And their rotation back isn't phenomenal. We've already seen, like we saw for the last one, Fruity getting himself a little bit disjointed when he was on his way back. So if you're Vitality, if you can stave off that pressure, you are going to get gifted a golden opportunity after the fact.
That's why I think Speed is the golden third man for this team. His ability to read the read the offense of the other team as it comes forward is second to none. When he's the last man back in defense for Team Liquid, they look incredibly solid. He's always in the right place. He's always able to get goal side of the ball and put in at least an attempted save or block on a pass. But yeah, Kuxter and Fruity not quite on that same level. They're difficult to get the ball past, but certainly not as much as a speed or maybe a fairy peak. Other players are just so well known for playing that role to perfection. But where Fruity and Kuxter do come very much into their own is playing that double disruption role. They are so hard to stop offensively, so hard to read on Kuxter's end. And yeah, Fruity, just a brutal player with his off-the-ball plays. And that's a confident aerial by him. He's going to go for the net immediately. K-Dop's going to dive across and get the save. Once again, Team Liquid are creating realistic chances to score.
And Fruity does not do a middle ground, does he? He either hits it in the most perfect way possible or he doesn't hit it. There is no in-between with this lad. So it's going to go off the backboard. Fruity couldn't quite get it. And that is both fairy and speed missing. What? And for the second time, the ball is going to ping-pong around the net and somehow not go in.
Well, we're going to need to take a look back at that one. That was definitely not very clear from my perspective. Oh my goodness, how did that not go in? Fairy peak from point blank range, unable to make contact. It looked like for me that he rammed into the post or something.
So, oh, that's going to be into the midfield.
Oh, wow.
He's going to get it. So the last one to me looked like they came forward expecting the defense to make contact. They went for the block. Alpha. Oh, he baited Kuxter. He really wanted him to make contact. Follow up. Kuxter will keep it out. Somehow, it goes off the face of K-Dop. Vitality have had all the offense this last minute. They've got none of the goals. Alpha would like to try and engage Kuxter in the air dribble. He does get it free. And Speed will bail them out yet again.
Yeah, Speed really is just carrying the defense here. I think you're right. It must have been Speed and Fairy both trying to block each other. And since they're both going for blocking plays, they both whiff the ball, which is barely moving in the previous play. No other explanation makes sense to me. At least not gameplay and decision-making wise. But how have Team Liquid escaped this first few minutes without conceding? I honestly have no idea. This is one of the best starts Vitality, I think the best start by a mile Vitality have had in establishing that full-on pressure game that they are also so well known for. But Team Liquid have held it together just barely. Kuxter off his own bar. Speed is there for the knock-on. K-Dop has to track back quickly. He's almost out of boost. He does get the clear to the side, and now Vitality are in support.
And here we can see it now. Alpha is starting to get ticking with those air dribbles. He's beat Kuxter on one of them in the midfield. He just got one past Speed. If he is starting to nail these, then that is another feather in the cap of an offense that is looking so potent right now. K-Dop's not going to quite get the challenges after, but it is loose. Fairy Peak unable to read the challenge or read the wall. It's the first time we have seen them in offense and Speed harassing K-Dop. They almost got something for it. That's right back to Vitality on offense. That is a great challenge from K-Dop. In comes Fairy Peak. Not the greatest bounce ever, but they can still move Alpha in. Off the side, he'll look for the double tap. And they are very lucky to not see that one going in. As K-Dop's going to keep this going. We're not going to get a chance to breathe. And neither are Team Liquid.
Triple tap from K-Dop. One into the ceiling, one into the backboard, and one into the goal. And we're looking at Alpha 54 to just make something incredible happen. Get Vitality in the lead. He's so often the man to do that. But K-Dop, with a huge play, makes it all the way past the Team Liquid defense by himself. And I think a deserved lead for Vitality in Game 3.
Certainly is. It should be maybe even 2 or 3 at this point. But now, we've only really seen this blue and the orange side of the field once so far. This is going to be number 2. And this one has got to stick. Alpha just baits in. He's going to want to try and take out Fruity as well. That is 2 for 1. K-Dop gets another player out. Every challenge going for Reno Vitality. Every idea has been crisp and on point. This is the most lopsided 1-0 I think I've ever seen, Johnny. And it is going to drop down. Team Liquid are going to have to lick their wounds and come back in Game 4.
Yeah, it could very easily have been a 2-0 lead for Liquid going into this game. That's not the case. Vitality, good enough to win against the run of play. Liquid unable to do so in this third game. It really was a stomp here in terms of pressure. Team Liquid had a couple of early chances, Fruity's laser of an aerial from early in the game, but apart from that, it was all vitality, and what a goal for Kickoff. I think Alpha and Fairy have been taking most of the praise this year with Alpha's offense, Fairy Peak defensively, and just being such a presence in the midfield and such high involvement in every play. But you got to, remember what Kickoff brings to this team. Whenever the pressure is at its peak, Kickoff, he will always show up, and that's why he's the 3-time world champion. That's why he always finds himself on top teams season after season, ever since season 2 of RLCS. Once again, showing us that he is still here to pop off and put in winning goals.
There's that thing of just because you're from almost an older era of Rocket League players doesn't mean that these players can't start to catch up on the mechanics. I guess Kickoff maybe a step down when it comes to Alpha, so is the majority of Europe.
Oh yeah.
So that's not necessarily a major issue.
No, mechanically,
here we go.
Be able to stay there. That's almost another goal for him. He's been praised over the years for his ability to strike the ball so accurately, but now the Rocket League game needs so much more than that in order for goals to be scored. You're not receiving so many free hits on net as he used to back in the day, when he was, putting in well over a goal per game for a few seasons in a row. Yeah, he's able to keep up because he's got insane work ethic. Oh man, Alpha's just put that through past 2 of them. When he started air dribbling towards Team Liquid, you look up and see 2 players in front of him. You think that that's going to be enough to stop him, but then you realize neither of those players are speed, so Alpha is going to make it through.
Well, you were talking there about Kickoff's insane work ethic. Alpha is here because he does insane work. He is very difficult to play with no matter which side of the ball you're on, and if you're Verna Vitality, this is the perfect start because you just continue on where you left off on Aquadome. Fairy Peak will be going solo. I think he's more than comfortable doing that setup, and Kickoff arrived too early. In comes Alpha to keep the play on. Verna Vitality getting these second touches, and so far Team Liquid have no idea how to read them.
I don't know how Alpha reads that corner bounce. He's just so confident with his ability. He's so confident in his own ability, rather, to set up these perfect hits, getting these minute little rebounds into corner walls are in and of themselves so hard to read, but to read them just on the spot with no time to actually react to the bounce. Very impressive stuff from Alpha once again. And Team Liquid, just like game number 3, struggling to get the ball out to their half. They were really able to establish their game in the first 2 of this series, but games 3 and 4, we've seen far less from Fruity and Cuxter up front. And Vitality don't look threatened in the slightest. It's, looking good for my prediction, or both of them. But not the game 5 prediction, which I did decide to throw in there as a little bit of a bonus.
Certainly not, and this is, nothing against Team Liquid at all. They have just come up against a game Rena Vitality. A Rena Vitality that is annoyed that Team BDS has taken away their shine. As it is Alpha again, taking the save. You know that is in the back of their minds. We all know just how competitive Kickoff especially is. The idea that BDS has taken 2 regionals in a row will be eating away at him.
Yeah, every season of RLCS that Kickoff did not win the actual RLCS World Championship LAN, he either made a roster change or left the team. So it's win or go home. There's no second best for Kickoff. He is a winner, born winner. He's here to win. And I don't think Alpha and Fairy Peak are going to be too bothered by that mentality when you're playing with someone like Kickoff. It's easy to fall through. Oh, Alpha's going to put one in with absolutely nothing to stop him from Team Liquid. It's worth pointing out, by the way, he's done that one over the top of Speed. So good news for Alpha. Speed is not his boogeyman. He's able to put one in while Speed is in defense. Yeah, how do you stop Vitality when they're playing like this? So Team Liquid actually played pretty well today, but they're still second best by a fair margin.
Yeah, they were matching them in terms of pace, but the pace just keeps ramping up. Fairy's got it up to 3. It was a bump off the ball that kept him going. Kickoff is turned massive. Fairy Peak has been phenomenal. and Alpha has been destructive. Reno Vitality are looking outstanding today, and if this was any other week of this tournament, Johnny, we'd be saying, well, maybe that we can keep seeing this from them next week. They don't have to peak for that long this time around. They just have to peak for 3 days in a row, and they'll be perfectly happy.
Yeah, that's what makes this regional event so interesting, is the time frame being so much smaller than the previous ones. I've really enjoyed watching those, double weekend tournaments and seeing what teams are able to show up on both weekends, seeing what teams struggle. But now we're just going to see who can play that, battle of the war of attrition, that, in the race of endurance, as you have to show up for 3 days on a weekend. Not for how these, first 2 days are split between the groups. Yeah, 3 days on one weekend. So many games of Rocket League being played, and especially for Team Liquid, who look like they're going to be taking the L here, meaning they have to play at least one more series to get into the next stage. But for Vitality, it's just business as usual. They started off this series, I'd say, with a slight disadvantage in the run of play, but they absolutely turned it around. And there's no doubt that they would. Even when we saw Team Liquid with a slight advantage at the start of the series, you just knew Vitality would figure out a way to come back and start to swing things more in their favor.
Yeah, certainly so. And just to put that into perspective, you guys at home, if the minimum you have to do this weekend to take home that first place is 9 series win against some of the best that Europe's got to offer, 27 games at minimum.
Yeah.
And that is if you don't take a single loss. This is really difficult for all teams out there. Everyone has been put to the same task. But for today, Reno Vitality are going to do what they always do and not have to worry about those later stages, not have to worry about those longer days, because they just keep on winning. They head to 2-0.
And not too much to worry about for Team Liquid. If you just look at the scoreline and you see that this one didn't go to the ace match, it's the first time that these two teams have played recently, and it hasn't gone to a Game 5 or a Game 7 in a best of 5 or best of 7, respectively, this being a 3-1. Don't worry too much. Vitality did just step it up a gear for Games 3 and 4 in this one. Team Liquid started off the series with a very good-looking playstyle, and if they can, get Cuxer up front, get Fruity, moving at full speed in offense, it's going to be very, very hard for the other teams in this group. Basically, everyone whose name isn't Reno Vitality, it's going to be hard for them to stop a Team Liquid offense once it gets rolling.
Yeah, defensively, Team Liquid looked absolutely fantastic. But Johnny, I'm going to take the opportunity whilst I can here to say a sentence I've been waiting to say for a long time, because in the starting few regionals we kept turning around whenever we casted Reno Vitality and said, yeah, Vitality won, they look good, and they can be better. This is one of those rare times I turn around and just go, all right, Vitality look great. If they are going to get better, it's marginal. This is terrifying for any other team around here. And if they look like this as well, you've got to imagine that whilst we think, we can turn around here and say, Liquid, you looked really good here. You just ended up coming against a good team like that. Any team that comes up against this form of Vitality and does get smashed might not think of it the same way, and that might start trickling them down that downward spiral that Swiss can cause you to go in.
Yeah, well, the good thing for Vitality today is it wasn't just the Alpha 54 show. Sometimes it is just Alpha carrying, because that's all they need. They just need Alpha to pop off and they win. But we saw, a banger from Kickoff. We saw Fairy Peak getting involved in every play. Full team brilliance from the former champions, the former many-time champions of Europe.
Certainly so. So when we come back, it is time to start our qualification and elimination rounds as we continue regional number 3.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, European Regional number 3. We are on Group B of Stage 1. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, Gibbs and Johnny Boy to talk about that last match. And, well, I suppose I brought Chad along for a bit of sadness.
You definitely did, but what's even better is we were all wrong. Everyone predicting Game 5s or sweeps, and didn't happen either way. So at first, games 1 and 2, Team Liquid looked pretty strong. They looked like they could compete versus Vitality. And then it just looked like Vitality was on another level. Game 3, they controlled the pace. Sure, it was a low-scoring game. And then Game 4, it's Vitality, and they start dominating more and more. So for Team Liquid, I think this is still a positive. You played Vitality, and you played them close for 2 games. But we already know Team Liquid is not a team when they lose, they easily bounce back. So it's going to be interesting this next round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, you had this going, I think the distance there, Johnny, as well, too.
Yep.
You surprised by the result?
Yeah, somewhat. I think this could have gone the distance. I think Game 2 was maybe Liquid's to win. It was very marginal, but they did have quite a few chances. And even at the end, they were, able to produce some opportunities when Vitality still had that 1-goal lead. But yeah, overtime evaded them. Vitality really stepped it up in Game 3, and Liquid couldn't really hang. I think it's still the struggles of Fruity and Cuxer to just position effectively in defense. And obviously Vitality are a ridiculously difficult team to defend against, so it's not really much to go off. We need to see how they do against other teams, and I think based on what we saw from them, I'm quietly confident that Team Liquid are going to be able to make it out of this group of death. And Vitality, of course, likely, I think at this point, to finish off that 3-0 sweep.
Well, now that we have 2 rounds down, let's take a look at the bigger picture here and just see how the landscape is looking. I called out Shogi's pick on a 3-0 for Barca before, but he's honestly close now. The Barca is sitting at the 2 up at the top there, Gibbs.
It's very possible. We have our top 4 teams, basically. They're going to be battling out for 2-0. And then when we look down in the 1-1, all those teams that are fighting for one of those major spots, they're all at least 1-1. So that's a good sign. Those 0-2 teams were the teams that we expected to drop down there. So no big surprise there. But Team Singularity, what a series they had versus Numb Thumb Dumb, where the first 2 games, a combined 15 minutes of overtime that they lose both in, then get the reverse sweep. And that's why we had a delay to the beginning of this round. That match began 20 minutes before our match that went 4 games, and it still wasn't done. So that's what happened there. So Team Singularity having to go with the distance, but they do get a huge win for them.
I was just asking Gibbs this actually in the break here, Johnny. I just want to get your thoughts on it. Would you rather lose in a full 3-0 sweep or go to multiple 7, 6, 8-minute overtimes and lose in that Game 5?
Surely you'd rather go to... I mean, it's more painful in the moment to come so close and then lose, but I think long-term, it's better to have that close series, because the sweeps, if they start happening more and more, I think they have a more long-term effect. They really start to make teams doubt their ability to win and doubt with their play style and what they're doing as a concept. But if you lose, that's been a very thin match. You're like, okay, happens. Let's go.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our next matchups and discuss these for a little bit, because we still have a lot to go. We're heading into qualification territory here. We do have another stream going on. Remember, eLeague, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. That broadcast is going on. Pull that up on your other monitor or split screen it, or hit the squad button underneath the twitch.tv/Rocket League broadcast, and you will be able to watch both at the same time. They have TL versus Triple Trouble over there, and Dignitas versus Singularity. Some juicy matches, actually. And on this broadcast here, we do have Oxygen versus Giants up first, but Vitality versus Barca as our second match. We got some time here. Let's just discuss that one real quick. Vitality Barca, I mean, Johnny has Vitality going 3 on the day, but Shogun has Barca. Who do you think has a bit more of a lead here on who's going to be right, Gibbs?
Oh, definitely Vitality. Barca's been one of those teams that I think I've been expecting more and more from throughout. And once in a while, they'll show up where they can beat the very best. But when we look at grid spots right now, they'd be going down into that bottom 6 where they'll have to play for their lives. So Barca lately hasn't been on form, but they are one of those teams when their offense is clicking, can beat anyone. But this is Vitality. They're called the final boss for a reason. I know BDS is better now, but this is still Vitality.
Johnny, I saw a little smirk there when he picked you. You're like, yeah, it's not. I'm going to beat Shogi. There's no problem. Like, are you worried at all?
No, not at all. I'm confident that today I can get the win in the prediction contest over Shogun, at least for now, at least on the 3-0 predictions. You know, I knew Gibbs was going to go Vitality here because he always goes Vitality. I stole Vitality from him, so no surprise to see him backing me up. Good to know that he's not going to predict against his actual thoughts just to spite me for taking Vitality from him.
Like, I'll have plenty of time to spite you later, Johnny, okay? So
True.
But let's talk about the match that is going to be coming up first here and break this thing down. We have Oxygen versus Giants coming up first here. It's an interesting match here because, again, Oxygen struggling over the last regionals to make it into the next stages. And this is going to be a big one, not an easy matchup for them. But Giants, I did get word in too from behind the scenes that Tox is not playing. They're actually subbing in Wolf. So, Johnny, this might be an opportunity for Oxygen to get a win on a team that might have put them at a struggling pace before.
Hey, if Oxygen can't make the round of 16 this time, they're a lost cause. They're already 2-0 on the day, and now they're facing a Giants team who don't have Tox. They have a sub, Wilf playing it. You know, credit if I believe Wilf must have played the entire day, and Giants have still gone 2-0. So credit to him. We don't want to underrate him too much. Like they're obviously still doing quite well, but that's still a big plus for Oxygen. This is their chance to do it. The day didn't start off too well, by the way. You know, if you look at the record, the fans are going to see Oxygen 2-0 and think, great, yeah, they're playing well today. Well, they actually started off by losing 2 games in a row. I forget who it was up against, but it was a team that they really shouldn't be losing to. You know, story of Oxygen's season. It's keep calm and improve, of course. Yeah, they did get the reverse sweep there. They stayed calm. They got the reverse sweep, and now they've got a very impressive sweep over Libertas, who are a bit of a tough team. So it's happening. Oxygen are actually setting up a top 16 finish. Get excited, Oxygen fans. Or just get ready for the ultimate disappointment. If they fail here, I have no idea what to tell you. That's just unacceptable.
So for Wolf, I'm looking back in his career just to see who he's played for. He's been a sub for the past year and a half. The last time he was on a team was Phoenix in 2018. So February of 2018. So that's the last time Wolf was actually a starter. He's been on a lot of teams as a sub, like the Canyons and RCD Espanyol and all that, but hasn't played in this role yet. So I'm pretty surprised to see him coming in here. Obviously, maybe something's going on. We're not really sure what Tox. So for Giants, this is going to be a handicap for sure. And Oxygen, this is their time. The stars are aligning for them.
Yeah, no, this is the thing is the question I have though for Oxygen right now is like, do you think if they lose this one, they at this point their mentality goes downhill? Do they start seeing some flashbacks before? Because you know that they're still one away from being qualified into that next stage, Gibbs. But do you feel like mentally maybe that again the kind of the just like long stare distance flashback? Oh no, it's happening again might happen.
Yeah, that's my worry here because they're playing a Giants team that when we talk about Oxygen for grid performances, they're 3-2 versus this team when they have Tox. So they should win this game at this point. But if they lose, then those doubts start to creep into their head where it's like, will this happen again? Regional 1, Regional 2. So for Oxygen, like I won't say that this is a must win, but it almost feels that way just because you want that confidence. You just want to get it over with because you don't want people to keep questioning you every single round. So for Oxygen, this one's big.
Yeah, for Giants too, though, like seeing like if they're playing with them for the foreseeable future, I feel like this might be a good thing though, because now I believe they've got full Spanish on that team. We know that is a dangerous combination. Johnny, do you think this is maybe something for the Giants that is going to look like an upside for them?
I don't expect it's going to change their play style or present any new opportunities, to be honest, because I think Tux does speak Spanish and comms, so they're not held back by that aspect. But yeah, I correct me if I'm wrong, Rocket League community, but I think that's the case. However, you know, Wilf coming in here, this is a huge opportunity for him. You know, everybody's going to be asking like, what happened to Tox? Oh my goodness, what are Giants doing? But you know, just like with Tristan and E United over the pond, this is an opportunity for Wilf to really show what he's made of. I think Tristan's been doing really well for United when he goes subbed in for Hoxer, and Wilf has an equal opportunity now, not just to make a splash on the regional stage, the regional level of RLCS X, but also in one of the top teams in the region. If he can just look like he belongs in this lobby, I'm going to be very, very impressed.
Well, before we get into this match, I do need your guys' help. Let's get into the fan vote. I led you guys astray last time. I really appreciate the support, but I'm going to let you guys think for yourselves on this one and get your votes in chat. Who you think's going to win this one? If it's going to be the Giants or if it's going to be Oxygen with those hashtags there. We're going to get our predictions up while you guys get your thoughts out here. Oxygen or Giants? Gibbs, I'm going to start with you. This is a really tough pick, I think.
Yes, I'm backed into a corner, though, because my predictions had 3-0 Giants, 3-2 Oxygen. So
Fair.
I'm not happy about it, but I'm going to go Giants here.
Johnny.
I'm going to go Oxygen, I believe. I think this is the best chance they've had by a mile.
Okay.
Surely now, especially now, they've reverse swept one team, they've swept another team. It couldn't be any better for Oxygen going into this. Surely they can't mess this up.
I'm expecting chat to help you out, Gibbs, so I'm also going to go with Oxygen. I think that this is that chance. We've seen them grinding in the grid. There's no way that, as Johnny said, there's no way they're not making 3 regionals here. So I have to go Oxygen. I think they're going to get the win. They're going to finish their day and just be done with it and move on. And wow, I really thought that chat would have the Giants on this one.
Hey,
So
subs have been impressive in Rocket League historically, so maybe they're on that, sub hype train.
Yeah, well, we'll see very soon. We get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X. Let us know your thoughts. We're going to get into this next match now to continue our day. It's Oxygen versus Giants over in the Skybox.
I am absolutely fuming here, Johnny. 2 reasons for this. One, I didn't pick Oxygen to go 3-0, and the reason why I didn't pick them to go 3-0 is because they were 2 games down at the time we had to make that suggestion. And 2, out of all teams Barca could have got, they had to get Vitality. So I am not the happiest boy right now.
That's karma, Shogun. That's karma. We told
what
you.
did I do wrong?
Shogun wrote, hey, we do our pre-show 3-0 predictions in a document. Shogun, he wrote in Oxygen 3-0, then he saw that they were losing and he changed it. So really, that's karma. You should have stuck to your gut. You should have just stayed with the prediction. You learned your lesson.
In my defense, I'm going to completely deflect. And oh, hey, look at Zamway's name.
Yeah, that is quite the name he's got. Oh, what the shots that was early on.
That'll work.
Well, like I said earlier, a few of these players today are going to be playing for the Epic launcher where they have just got variations of their name and it's not editable like it is on Steam. So we're looking at ZAMUACIC. Very nice.
I believe that's copyright. You have to say the copyright each time.
I have to say the full word copyright. Yeah. You know what? Giants.
If you're up for the challenge, I'll follow you with it.
I'm not going to give that. That's going to be too much. Can you imagine trying? I'd love to see that on, the Spanish casting stream where they just yell the name of the player who scored every time a goal goes in. They would probably have a field day with that. Oh, this is their moment. Samway makes it 1-0 for Giants, substitute edition. And I'm already doubting. I'm thinking, oh, not again, Oxygen. Surely not. Surely this isn't the start of their slippery slide down the slope to defeat for the 3rd regional in a row. Early days yet, but that's impressive start. First minute from Giants looks legit.
I mean, the only way I could feel better, Johnny, is if that neither of the options were correct. Or if Barca just win. But Vitaly are playing well when I haven't even considered that as an option so far. Astral gonna keep himself going. That is such a good air dribble. And he's got it over to Farah. What a play by the Belgium.
He had to start off that air dribble from a standstill. He got so much distance on it, and Farah was right there with him. Really nicely done for the finishing touch. I think that was necessary. It looked like the defender was going to save that on the goal line. So important that that Oxygen were able to respond quickly here. It's all about confidence for them. It's all about momentum. We know that they're good enough on paper. We know that they're good enough, at least in terms of how the top teams in Europe rank each other. Everybody rates Oxygen. They just can't show up on this stage, at least until now. But as long as they can keep their confidence up, especially Shosset, he's, for me, the one who's the most swingy when things are going wrong. Oxygen have got it all under control here with Wolf being subbed in. No disrespect to him, but, to come in this late in a split and to compete at this level is just so difficult.
He's got the DMs open already to Arju from last season. He's
tips. Advice.
Gonna help me out here, lad.
What do I do?
Still, has definitely historically a good record, actually. More positive than negative, actually. when it comes to substitutes. Turbo Pulsar probably being the most high-profile substitute of all time.
Yeah, and Overzero as well, sub-world champion. It's quite common. Arju is the most recent, which has seen huge success. But Oxygen have started to level this out. It's not the constant Giants pressure that we had for the first minute of the game. Now, Giants aren't really known for playing a non-stop aggressive, full rotation and offense style. Oh, that's a good shot. Well saved by Zamway, and the follow-up is cleared by Wolf towards Stake. Good passing and defense. That actually right there is what Giants have become more known for these days. Yes, they love to get early reads and as many aerials in offense as they can, but their defense has really improved this season, and that's what has enabled them to become one of the best teams in EU.
Oh, it's going to be chased down now. There's only one player back. Stake tries to find his opportunity, bounces all the way through to Zamway. He's going to continue on here, actually. He was unchallenged. Follow-up from Wolf is blocked by Farah. This is good continued pressure, though, from the Giants. And it's been good, actually, to see how they've evolved, because if they try and continue with that full-on pace game, you always get the feeling they're going to be second best to a team like BDS. So you've got to evolve elsewhere. You've got to start seeing if you can find somewhere new that maybe you can become better than a team like BDS to start taking over that #1 spot in the region. So it's going to go straight over to Wolf. Buys the team a bit of time, but he's going to have to hit cleaner than that in the future. Can't afford to be using 2 players all the time for these clearing plays. Now Astral, oh, he's just having a field day with this, isn't he? He's going to keep on going. Easy cross-court transition. And now it's Oxygen's turn to try and put something together. Fake out by Chaussette, didn't quite work. Chaussette also incredibly well known for just varying the pace when he's got a full floor play going. So far, though, for the Giants, this is looking positive. Maybe not going your way just yet in terms of momentum, but the fact that it is 1-1, better than you would have expected.
Certainly, I'm impressed so far. I was saying if I don't need Wolf to come in here and carry this this game for Giants. As long as he looks at home in the lobby, that's all you can ask for. And it's not just that I would be indifferent about that kind of performance. I think I would be delighted to see that, and most Giants fans I think would be delighted to see that. Just a solid performance from Wolf, and so far that has been exactly what he has delivered. Wolf into the middle, it's intercepted by Chaussette. Another shot is coming in now, and there's a boosted up Snake to look for in the middle. Wolf actually facing the wrong way in defense. Zamway is behind him. Oxygen still on the hunt for that late goal. Astral double touch into the middle, it's saved, but only barely. And now Farah to the backboard. That's going to be sent onto the goal line, but it looks like everybody's at home for Giants, at least until now. Chaussette demoed one. Into overtime we go, and Oxygen had a flurry at the end there. We're unable to score.
Huge demo as well. It's going to buy them a little bit of time. Leaves it ball for Stake, who plays ball to the corner. He's going to try and read it. He's actually got a setup for his team. Zamway came in a bit late. Wolf will be the final man back. He moves forward. He can't quite win the challenge, but he does set it up well for Stake, who is constantly going for that backboard, and it almost worked. Astral reacts so quickly. Wolf again the final one back. And this might be a bit of a worry for Giants, is that if they are going to keep leaving Wolf third man, and a player like Chaussette, a player like Astral gets to him, you would be betting on the boys over in blue right now as Wolf goes flying past the ball. Required to pull in Stake.
Once again, Giants forced back, but they look comfortable. This is an extremely close game, extremely close series so far. I know that usually Astral loves to play against this Giants team. He'll accept the challenge to race them to every single ball, but even he has not yet found that top speed. He's trying to get that though. A couple of bumps attempted off the back wall. Wolf flies by, and now Farah with a chance to center in reverse. He does so, and Astral will dunk it into the middle. It was an attempted center there for Chaussette. Actually, Wolf and Stake making contact in defense. As this game goes on, it looks more and more uncomfortable for Giants defensively. They're starting to get in each other's way. Oxygen so far have not been able to capitalize on that.
It's very difficult to hold rotation when you can barely hold your controller. I can imagine that those nerves are ridiculous right now.
Oh, yeah.
I can guarantee he was not expecting this at the beginning of the week. And now he is lining up against 2 DreamHack champions and the European MVP of last season. It is off the wall. Zamway looks to follow. He might actually be able to set up income Stake, but not close enough to him. And I guess again, Wolf all the way back. And this is where you get nervy, because these touches have been a bit loose so far.
Ooh. Still good passing and defense from Giants. They're not panicking with these clears, just finding other vehicles of the same color, at least similar, to hit the ball towards. You can tell that Oxygen are really trying not to throw away this golden opportunity that they've been gifted, that golden ticket into the top 16. They'll know by the flow of the game that this is such a winnable series. Oh, and it looks like it's coming in for free for Farah. And Oxygen take it 2-1. Giants were trying to play patiently in defense once again, but for once, it has not paid off.
Yeah, they just couldn't quite get the timing. The fact that the shot wasn't too heavy to start with actually helped out Oxygen set that up because it meant that the clear also couldn't have any power. And for Oxygen, this has been a disciplined performance so far. They realize that they've got a weakened Giants ahead of them, but they're not trying to force the pace of the game. And you almost get the feeling that if they give Giants a little bit more time to question who's supposed to go for something, the more mistakes we're going to see them make.
Yeah, it was actually the kind of the opposite of what I expected. I thought maybe it would take a while for Wolf to warm up to this lobby and to get used to playing at this pace. But initially, everything was just working perfectly for Giants. They were rotating extremely well. They were making use of each other with some brilliant composure and defense, passing the ball off. But yeah, in that overtime, I think that the increased pressure, the extra tension that comes with any overtime at this level, that started to cause problems for Giants. And Wolf, in particular, wasn't able to stay out of the way of his more experienced teammates. We'll see if that continues to occur or if it was just a one-time thing. But still, it's all in Oxygen's favor today. The stars have aligned. Now they just have to connect them together. 2 more games is all they need to make it into the top 16 for the first time. Shot set, 1-0 with a bar down shot. And it continues to swing more and more in Oxygen's favor.
We all know Shostek can slow play. Nothing slow about that. Thunderous off the crossbar. And Shostek will give them the 1-goal advantage. This might be a worry for Giants is the fact that Astral is getting this for free each time he wants it. Whenever he wants to go to the air, he is unchallenged. He's getting the ball where he wants it to be. Shostek goes for another shot. He's off target. Farah tries to keep that pressure going, and Wolf will clear to the side while Stake was moving in. Another huge demo, and Giants will eventually clear their lines. But Oxygen are getting 2 or 3 waves of offense each and every time so far. And that is a huge jump in from Stake. I don't know where he's off to.
I love this, these goal explosions from Oxygen. And Oxygen are just going to love these goals. Doesn't really matter. That's rather all that matters for them right now. 2-0. Astral collects a bit of a freebie. I said that he loves to race these Giants players to the ball, but you really didn't have to there. It was just all too easy for one of the fastest players in the world.
Over the wall, Stake and Giants have got to try and figure this out nice and quick. They are starting to fall behind here in a day that could get very difficult. Yes, they have got themselves over to the 2-0 side of the bracket. If they do drop this, they're going to be coming up against teams that are on winning streaks. Astral continues to pop off. He is right up there with Alpha right now for best performing players in the day.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. Such an early takeoff by Astral. Huge read. And, so much momentum going into the ball that he could just smash it into the back wall. It's a whiff from Samway, but only because Astral's hit that first touch so hard. There was just no reading it, no keeping up with it. And now it looks like the nerves have fully settled as Oxygen elevate. And Giants unable to keep up in game 2.
Now, Astral already up. He decides to go straight for net, see if he can test the positioning. Giants on very steady legs here in game number 2. Wolf would like to get at least something on the scoreboard. A couple of whiffs. Stake moves in for the double tap, but Astral's already up there. Astral's not getting caught by anything so far this game, but they did manage to catch Bearer of a bump. Moves Wolf in, and his shot is tame and off the side wall.
Yeah, what a chance that was. Wolf looking to get on the score sheet for the first time. It was too easy, all too easy for Oxygen to save. They've had the answer to every move Giants have made so far. I mean, we just saw, a double whiff in Oxygen's defense. That's wide open. Astral saves it. Did he just think a goalkeeper was there, perhaps? He must have. And in fairness, it was wide open. So he probably thought that there was a goalkeeper behind him just ready to save that, and he wanted to take it away from him. Either that or it was marginally off target, but either way, questionable on the surface. There must be an explanation. Just like the double whiff, you know, it's easily explained by two players going for a block and they both just misread each other. That's off the bar. Oxygen aren't satisfied with 3-0.
Oh, they've managed to hit the woodwork. Post crossbar Astral. Can they get themselves that 4th goal? They are definitely hunting for it. Astral bumps Zamboy on his way in. Has he got that? No, it's off the original touch from Farah.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, I was excited for that one.
There it is. What a finish by Farah. Placement. Absolute perfection. He calculated that from deep in his own half and bounces it into the goal. 4-0. Giants have totally fallen apart, Shogun.
Yeah, they really have. It has got worse as we've gone along, and the more they concede, the more questions they ask themselves, and they've not come up with the right answers so far whatsoever. They're going to get one in.
Okay.
Zamway picks himself up another goal, so continuing where he was in the last game. That is mostly from Chaussette, to be honest. Giants didn't really create that one.
Samway getting his 2nd goal, but this one feels a lot less meaningful than the first one in the first game. I mean, game 1 when Samway double touched for 1-0, that was huge. Oh, pre-jump from Wolf. Look at him go. I like that, you know? The confidence has to be pretty low right now for Wolf and for Giants with the way that Oxygen are playing, but they're still trying to make stuff happen. That pre-jump, you know, is a perfect way to just try and get some momentum back in your side. It hasn't worked, but I still like it. I think that's bold. That's the kind of confidence that I want to see from a new player like Wolf in the scene.
Oxygen have got to be looking at this scoreline right now and just saying, was it really always like this?
Oh,
what have we been doing all season? Astral, mate.
Too right.
They're on, like, it's fine. You can stop, okay? They don't need this.
Oh, wow. What a banger from Astral. Chaussette passed that one straight into his path, and Astral didn't slow down for a heartbeat. This has been the difference, I think, that Oxygen have needed. Game 1, they looked pretty scared to lose. They were playing so safe. And now game 2, I think with that 1 game advantage, the nerves have been completely settled for Oxygen, and they've just completely let loose and are dominating a matchup which looked pretty even in the first game, at least up until overtime. It was, I'd say, dead even, not just in the scoreline, but in terms of how the play was going. Yeah, what did Giants do from here? You got to remember, they have to play on after this series if this is a losing series for them. If they can't come back, which it really doesn't look like they will, they have to go on to play in the next round against more tough competition. This group is stacked. So far today, yes, Giants have put 2 wins on the board, but those have come at the hands of Game Fist and Game Up. And there's no other teams this name who have the word game in their name. So they've ran out of teams to beat, really.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, we'll get into the current scorelines of the round in just a moment as we start heading towards some of the match-winning scorelines that they're getting, but you do look at who is left in this bracket. It is a stacked bracket at that. As we said, that they're coming in winning, and Astral almost added another one to his pile. Doesn't matter who you're against, they all count towards the record books. Farah takes his time. Farah's just got 1. Come on, Farah. Farah's 1 is off the corner as well. Come on, Farah, let's pick up your game.
Yeah, the 1 goal which just bounced in from Timbuktu. You know, Giants trying to get that second one. They don't want to be on the receiving end of a 7-1 scoreline, and they get it, and Samway drops a bumping in the quick chat as well, just to try and get something going. To try and get some kind of either momentum or morale boost. But yeah, it really does look like a totally unwinnable series for them. Like I said earlier, before the series started, I was thinking there's no way Oxygen can throw this opportunity away. Now it's just the same, but tenfold. Like, there's just no way. Not even Oxygen in the season can throw away this glorious opportunity. I would hate to be Giants right now, going into game 3.
I feel like that last sentence you said, not the 8 to be Giants, that one can get ignored forever. That's sort of like the clip that gets put in before the rest of the montage.
Yeah, it's the moments immediately before disaster.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, even I am fully convinced at this point, this should just be walk in the park, really. And this is, you know, no slight against Wolf either. It's just, this is the level of Rocket League Esports now. You can't just bring someone different in and expect the same results. It is that difficult at the top of the game.
Yeah, Boxer didn't look like the real deal here. I mean, I know it's against a substitute edition of Vodafone Giants, but you can still see clearly that Astral is popping off. Chaussette looks confident, and Farah has the best creator code in the game, Airbus. Be sure to support him in the item shop.
Have you noticed his in-game tag, by the way? It's Airhead.
Yeah.
He's fully committing.
Yeah, well, it's funny. Farah hated the Airbus analogy when it first came out, but now he's fully on board with it. He's accepted that it's just not going to go away, and yeah, you can't get rid of it. You might as well join in the train there. Just try and milk it for all it's worth. Okay, this is it. It's time to find out, can Oxygen make stage 2 of a regional event? They're 2-0 ahead of Giants. Giants are playing with a substitute. What more do you need to know? This is it. I don't think we need to see anything more than Aquadome here. If this isn't a 3-0, I'll be surprised. But, you know, Oxygen have had a questionable season at best. And hopefully this isn't going to be another questionable series to add to that questionable season.
Well, speaking of questionable seasons so far, a couple of updates from around the board. Obviously, after this series, we have got Renault Vitality against FC Barcelona, which is going to be a fantastic series, especially with Vitality playing as well as they are. But back in the mid-round matches, especially over at twitch.tv/eLeagueTV, a match you can see right now, Dignitas 1-2 down against Team Singularity. So their season might get a little bit rougher if they lose that one. They might drop to 1-2 if they don't take that. We also have Libertas 2-1 up against Fadeaway. We have Game Up currently at 1-1 in their series, and Team Liquid against Triple Trouble is happening later on as that shot will be off the side of the wall. And we are going to continue at 0-0, but Oxygen have the pressure.
A double demo from Astral, ripping open the defense, but the long shot was off target. I don't think that they realized Astral was about to go on a rampage, or they might have shot that with more accuracy. Now Astral misses his return pass to Chaussette, but they should still be totally fine in this position. Chaussette with a long shot, actually. Somehow makes it all the way through. I think Steak decided to leave that to roll into the back wall, knowing it was wide of the target. But, you know, for Giants, they just got destroyed in game 2. I think the best course of action is to try and focus on the defense in this game. Just not even, you know, just play 3 goalkeepers. That's not what I mean at all. I mean, just try to counter what Oxygen are doing in the midfield. Try to stop Oxygen from scoring a whole pile of goals, because there's nothing worse than going into the next round of this competition after getting smashed the last 2 games that you've played. And especially, like we keep saying, for a new player like Wolf, he needs all the confidence he can get. It's a good start to the day, but this has been a rude awakening to just the level that EU has in RLCS X.
You are completely right about that, Johnny, is that no matter what we are seeing, the reality of the situation for Vodafone Giants is very simple. They have to get Wolf another RLCS victory. If they can do that, they head on through as a monstrous save by Wolf.
Oh, it's open!
That'll keep him going, and Steak will get it in! And there we go, Vodafone Giants, just like game 1, have got the lead.
It all came together there. Wolf with a big save, Samway with the assist, and Steak gets a bump on Oxygen's third, turns around, and with one touch, finds the back of the open net. This is exactly what they needed. And to get everybody involved in the play is, I think, a big improvement over, you know, that solo play from Samway in the first game. You know, it's great to have those carry moments. Oh, what a save by Astral, just chipping over the incoming attacker. Like I was going to say, though, you know, getting Wolf involved as much as possible has got to be a good thing. This is another chance for him. Maybe Samway's tried to pass into the center for him. Wolf, a bit late to the arrival. Didn't want to commit too early. Chaussette able to clear the ball.
To a corner, chasing it down there. It is going to get the 100 boost, but Samway bumped a little bit. Wolf has a great challenge. Going to launch the ball to the other side of the field. And again, we're seeing a lot of opportunities, even sort of the garbage time goals that we got in the last game has been a defensive play from Vodafone Giants, followed up by Samway just hustling for it as quickly as he possibly can. And they have got a little bit of success from it, as Samway holding himself in the midfield. He's gone chasing again.
Yeah, Samway actually just paused for a second because you realized that there was about to be an Oxygen player flipping and landing on him, so he just stopped to let them trip over him before he would rotate out. And then the ball came his way, so he decided, okay, I'm not going to rotate at all. I'm just going to stay here. Astral, double touch, denied early. Vodafone Giants defending with more speed in this game. There's been far less free aerials for Oxygen to play with. Here's one for Astral, but that's blocked as well. Recoveries are coming in quick for Giants.
Gonna have to try and hold off for this for another minute. You know, the montage editors out there have already got their first clip of that first goal.
Oh no.
I want to get more and more of them for Oxygen.
Oh no. Yeah, I can already see it. I should never have opened my mouth in such a way. Oh, great pre-jump save by Samway. At what point do Oxygen start to panic? At what point do they start to think that it might be happening again? Because you would expected them to score by now, you know, put 8 goals past Giants in game 2. Maybe they should have saved some of those for game 3, because Giants defense is looking more solid on this occasion. Astral unable to reach that ball. It rolls through, but again, easily defended by Giants. They're holding strong. 30 seconds remaining. Oxygen looking for that late equalizer.
Oh, but Wolf almost handed it straight over to Astral one more time. Stake back to the corner. They're so desperate to hold on to this, but the lower boost means that Samway has to move on in. 14 seconds. That's a miss from Stake. Farah's going to take his opportunity, but Wolf pounces on him. They're going to keep it out a little bit longer. Stake waits for the 100 boost. And it turns out to be the right decision. They've just got to get this one to hit the floor now. And Vodafone Giants have got the biggest confidence booster. 2-1. Oxygen still have 2 match points. But Vodafone Giants with Wolf at the MVP.
3 crucial saves from Wolf in this game. The biggest one of all, kickstarting their counter-attack that got the 1 goal to win this game. I don't believe it. I actually do not believe it. I refuse to believe this is happening. No way did Giants come back and win this. But yeah, it's not panic time yet for Oxygen. If Vodafone Giants open the scoring in game 4, I think that is when it becomes officially panic time. This is not ideal. Oxygen had it all going their way. Now the first wrench has been thrown in the plans. That's their the end of their 8-game winning streak on the day.
It certainly is, and it was the introduction of, you know, Route 1 Rocket League. Send it long, have someone run after it. Be interested to see what Vodafone Giants are going to do again. Again, it's just a power clear. They are not messing around. No air dribbles, no midfield challenges to see who's going to follow. Just how hard can I hit this ball? And right now, I don't disagree with that as a strategy.
Very curious to see the playstyle for Oxygen in this game. I think even at this point, they should just go all-out offense like they did in game 2. It looked like Giants were really struggling to keep up with that. And, you know, with a new player on the roster, it's inevitable you're going to get in each other's way when you're trying to defend at the speed, same speed that Oxygen are attacking you with. But for now, Oxygen they've slowed down slightly. You know, they're moving 2 players forward, but where's the third? Where's that last man? Actually, Farah and Astral colliding near the halfway line. So, absolutely not the same Oxygen that we saw in game 2. And no cause for concern, no overly cause for concern at the moment, but it's not looking great. This is so risky again. The ball's bouncing around near the Oxygen goal with no clear defender. Asserting authority on the situation. Chaussette actually panics it. Now it's in the middle. Oh, Wolf is a bit too close to that. Otherwise, he could have really launched a shot on net.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting the play to stick with the player it was. Samway off the backboard. Wolf will have the opportunity, but Farah there just in time. And this series is evening out a little bit more here, Johnny, as Chaussette has got Astral to aim for, and Astral can't find the net. Follow up from Farah is not in.
What?
Samway's going to give chase. He couldn't get there in time, but he's going to keep the pressure on. Finally cleared, but there was the trap. And we almost saw Oxygen fall into it.
It was great 0 boost dribbling by Chaussette, but Farah and Astral have to realize if Chaussette is centering the ball with no boost. Oh my goodness! Hold that thought. It's another goal for Giants. And this one was definitely an Oxygen blunder. Farah has just whiffed a basic center ball. And I don't know what is happening, Shogun, but what I can tell you is Oxygen appear to be choking once again.
I don't know how to respond. I suppose I don't have to. It's Oxygen that need to figure out how they're going to respond. 1 goal down. The reverse sweep becomes more and more likely as the seconds do tick along here. Got to start finding that, though. They have good opportunities, and it is a horrid deflection. Leads to an unintentional own goal, but it will be Farah claiming the credit.
That's better positioning from Farah as he launches it into the near post area. I think he had the double touch or the rebound either way, so the own goal pretty inconsequential. That was important. Just like game 1, Oxygen immediately able to respond to Giants taking the lead. Giants have taken the lead in 3 of these games, actually. Oh, beautiful. Astral fakes the high air dribble, fakes the reset, and goes low with a shot. All it took was 1 Oxygen goal, and now Astral's ready to pop off.
Well, just like his goal explosion, he's raining all over their parade. They were finally starting to get some headway, and then 2 goals back-to-back has now got Giants needing to do the majority of the work. We have not seen them come back from a deficit just yet.
It's been one of those games for Chaussette where he can't find boost anywhere. Every time that I switch to his POV, he's just driving around with no boost or 12 boost, and he's flipping to try and keep up with the play. You know, not the entire game, but just one of those games where it just keeps on happening to him. I mean, like I was going to mention earlier, if you've got a player on your team who's trying to center the ball with no boost, his recovery is going to be awful. It's going to be really, really slow. So you can't commit too aggressively with your 2 other players unless you know that you're scoring. And that might be a situation here. No, Farah hits a post. Samway going to backflip this straight down the middle. Chance for Giants to establish an offensive play once again. Samway goes himself. He had options in the middle. The flip reset is always a pretty good one for him. Wolf gonna look for a second touch here, but Astral gets a pretty good deflection off him. It's a kind bounce, but I think Steak might have played that one a bit awkwardly for himself. He does well, makes up for his own mistake there, giving away the possession. Now Farah has to half flip out of his aerial. Samway and Steak working it forward. Good coverage by Chaussette on the back wall.
Chaussette flicks over the top. He's got it past 2, and it will be for Farah. Oxygen can breathe a sigh of relief. They might have just put away the resurging Giants.
Beautiful by Chaussette. Pirouette in the air dribble, getting 1 extra touch that the defense were not ready for. And, you know, Farah had that 1 mistake to allow Giants to take the lead, but he has been positioning brilliantly to help Oxygen get the goals back. Oh, Wolf with a massive dunk. And he will get at least 1 goal this series. That's huge. That's something to write home about. You just dunked on Astral. Welcome to RLCS X.
Everyone at home, please clip that. For Wolf, all right? He will be very proud when he goes to see that one again, as he should be. Now they've got to focus, though. Just over a minute to find an extra goal. Wolf is already up. He's not going to be able to beat Chaussette, who does take the 100 boost. That sucked for them if they want to try and transition this ball out. It's over to Astral off the post, but there's no way Chaussette's missing that one. It is a tap-in.
Yeah, just an incredible save there. Actually, I don't know if the defense made contact on it. It might have just hit the post purely. But, you know, they were just trying to make themselves as big as possible. Giants knew that shot was going to be impossible to react to, so you just have to throw yourself in the way of it and hope for the best. I don't think a double commit is even wrong in that position, because most of the time, the chaos that ensues will result in the ball bouncing out into the corner. Occasionally it will stick around in the middle, but it's not normal. And can they get yet another goal back? Samway with a reset. He's gone underneath 1. Chaussette ready to follow up, though. Chaussette has been huge for backboard defense. That's in the middle for Farah. Now he's going to run it clear to this side. And if Oxygen can just keep this under control, they'll be able to win from this position quite easily. Just need to slow down the game, make sure that nothing crazy happens for the next 15 seconds. You know, with Astral playing in your team, it's hard for you to make sure nothing crazy happens. He will probably make something crazy happen every other time he touches the ball.
Certainly is the case. But for today, and for the first time this season, Oxygen will progress to the top 16. They've got a lot more work to do to start hitting the goals that they have set themselves for this season. But this is the perfect step to start setting themselves back on the right track. Johnny, on the other hand, however, for Vodafone Giants, coming out of game 2, I think we're a lot more worried than we are right now. Those last 2 games will be slight confidence boosters for them.
You know, luckily for Giants, they don't desperately need points from these regionals to make the major. Obviously, they're going to still want to get as far into this one as they can. I don't know if this Wolf substitution is, or you know, I don't know the length, the duration that this substitution Wolf in for Tox is going to be for. Is it going to be for the whole weekend? Is it just a day? But what I can tell you is that either way, Giants are still going to be a threat to make it out of this group. The group is stacked, but there's plenty inconsistent teams for Giants to pick up wins against. And you know, they've shown already today that they're still good enough to smash the teams at the bottom end of the standings.
So, quick couple of score updates for everyone. Dignitas have beaten Singularity 3-2. Gamers Up have lost to S2V 1-3. Libertas take down Fadeaway, so Freaky and the rest of the squad now really up against it for the rest of the tournament. And then up next is Team Liquid against Triple Trouble over on the B stream at twitch.tv/ELETV. But when we come back from a quick break, we have got Reno Vitality with Barca Esports. One of those teams is going to join the lads over on Oxygen at 3-0, but we don't know which one it's going to be, so come back to find out which.
Thank you, everybody, for waiting through the break. We do have an exciting series coming up, Vitality going up against Barcelona. But first, let's cover what we just saw. The Giants going up against Oxygen, and Oxygen achieves finally living up to that hype.
At long last, it feels so good to see Oxygen be what we knew they could be and should be for the longest time. And honestly, they looked good doing it. You gotta say, everyone was doing their job properly. Shawset, Farah, and Astral finally coming into their own, maybe a little bit later than everyone wanted, but at the end of the day, they get the dubs.
Oh, and this shot from Astral is so good. He's so surgical with his card control, getting that flip reset. Wave dashing into that goal, and Astral's just one of those players that can make those shots, make those plays, and really surprise you. And Oxygen, they really needed that result achieves.
Oh, very much so. I mean, like they said during the death segment, not able to consistently qualify deeper into the rounds here, despite being one of the best teams in the grid, just doesn't make any sense at all. So it's really good of them to get a strong win here and keep moving forward to try and qualify for day 2. And of course, it wasn't all doom and gloom. Yes, Vodafone Giants didn't have talks, but I think there's definitely some room for improvement. And I think it's a very good thing that it takes 3 losses to knock a team out. So they still have plenty of time to come into their own, I think.
Yeah, but Oxygen will be moving on. A much needed result from them in a group that was quite stacked. We were talking about it during the beginning of the day. This group has some heavy hitters in it, achieves.
Oh, man. We said it yesterday at the end of the show. This is the group of death. If you were looking for it, you found it. It's Group B. Pretty much every team that would be considered near the top of Europe is here. You got, like we said, Barca, Oxygen, Giants, Liquid, Vitality, Triple Trouble, Libertas, Dignitas. A lot of these top teams that people have known for a long time are up here, and it is an absolute slugfest in Group B today.
Top teams that you've known for a long time. I feel like that pretty much describes this matchup, Barca versus Vitality. Vitality has the 3-time KDOP. You've got Devo, an old school world champion as well from season 3. And so now achieves, let's talk about it. What do you make of this?
So for me, I think obviously Vitality are going to have an edge here. I think Devo, Ranaki, and Itachi have done well consistently over the past couple of regionals, especially after flunking out in Regional 1. It was good to see them have a strong run in Regional 2. And of course, we both know that Ranaki is developing into just one of the best ball strikers in all of Europe. And I look for him to have some more success, but obviously it's going to be tough because like Johnny Boy was saying in those 2 matches that he casted, Fairy Peak's one of the best backline players in the game. And so Ranaki's got his work cut out for you, especially with how much pressure KDOP and Alpha are going to be putting on him.
Yeah, you wonder if Ranaki will even get any open looks when you've got Alpha out there on the field who's so fast, shutting down opportunities. And you talk about Fairy Peak being a great backline player, and I feel the same way about Itachi. Itachi, not one of the bigger names in Rocket League just yet, but he has fit into this Barcelona squad quite nicely on the backline, getting stops, setting up his teammates, and he also is a good striker in his own right. But I look for Itachi kind of filling that same role as Fairy Peak in terms of getting defensive stops.
Yeah, and for me, on Barca, keys to success, gonna be Devo. You gotta have that strong midfield presence and the ability to support the pack line. And if Devo's having a good day today in that regard, it's not gonna be a walk in the park for Vitality, even if Vitality, I think, comes in with the advantage. If Devo's playing well in the midfield and making good challenges, good things will happen for Barca.
While the players are joining up, we've got game 1 coming right to you. Barca versus Vitality. The winner moves on to the next stage. One going out across net. Itachi lets it through. And now putting it upfield to Ranaki. KDOP able to get the stop. Ranaki was low on boost, couldn't go up. Now he's got boost from the corner, but that gets away from him. Itachi off the ceiling, denied by KDOP. Devo, light pass, but it was too far away from Ranaki. However, Ranaki, that pre-flip breaks up the counterattack. Barca already putting it to Vitality's defense.
That's what you like to see. That first minute sets a good tone for a team like Barca under pressure. Ranaki bumps off the crossbar, and oh no. I said sets the tone, and that immediately went back the other way. Off the crossbar, couldn't have its second chance at it. Fairy Peak, that's a freebie for him.
Oh, that was actually the perfect hit from Alpha. Just high enough to force Ranaki up, but Ranaki goes into the goal, it bounces off. That crossbar comes back out. Well placed in a stellar counterattack from Vitality. Going for another, but they're denied. Itachi off the back wall. K-Dop looking for passes. Alpha has got some space. Devo coming off the ceiling. It's passed around him. Devo will pop it up now.
Oh. That was unfortunate. Devo, I really think, had a beautiful setup right there, and the only reason it didn't lead to a more fruitful push up the field is because a lot of Barca sitting on low boost, and they just don't have anything in the tank to try and follow up each other.
Now double commit from Vitality. K-Dop's last back. Roniki's taking the shot. That's a nightmare for Vitality, and Ronicky shooting from the midfield will get the goal.
Ooh, they're able to rally, and K-Dop doesn't really feel like he had a good read as that ball slammed off the ceiling. Had maybe 40 boost or so when I went to his camera, and he was thinking about it, but just decided he'd take his chances rotating back. But Ronicky on it so fast and put it to the correct part of the net, and Barca are right back in it.
And it's unfair. You know, your K-Dop, your teammates double commit on a ball. They leave you last back against Ronicky.
Good luck.
And it ended pretty much how you'd expect. So now we're all tied up. Devo, center to Ronicky, play broken up. Alpha diving to that one. Getting it to bounce. Itachi will take it downfield, getting a couple touches, going for a 50, and now off the ceiling down. Alpha clears it out. Beating Ronicky to that ball. Great speed from Alpha.
Nice.
Also that clear from Devo, doing wonders. Now the center ball, good 50 from Itachi. Ronicky airborne, look at that aerial passing prowess from Barca.
What a play. Ronicky gets that pinch challenge, goes and steals the corner boost, and Itachi throws one right to him. All of Vitality thinking about where this ball's gonna go. Is it off the backboard? Is he gonna air dribble it? Nope. You've thought too long and too hard about it. He's just handed it across the pitch to Ronicky, and he turned it in with authority.
And Ronicky had jumped a split second before that ball was even hit by Itachi. Barca's such a fun team to watch on offense, and now on defense, Ronicky keeps that out on the goal line. Itachi can't make contact on that ball, leaving the door open for K-Dop to pass into the middle. Very big shot is going to be high. Ooh, and now the follow-up, a weak shot as well. Vitality, a good chance, but they didn't make anything of it.
Yeah, it looked to me like K-Dop was playing the block. I think he expected Devo to be able to follow that play, and that's a big miss from everyone, and Itachi is going to be able to turn that one into the left side of the goal. K-Dop trying to follow Ronicky up the backboard. Instead of driving up, chose to fly, and I think that kind of made that approach a little bit less consistent than you would like. Didn't have as much room to adjust after he jumped because he flew instead of driving up the wall, but maybe felt like he needed the speed, and one way or the other, Barca up 2.
I think both Ronicky and Fairy Peak thought that K-Dop was going to get that touch. Itachi taking advantage of everyone missing. Now 2-goal padding for Barca as they are under 2 minutes left in game 1. Looking to close it out. And now... Is that going in? It's off the post. Devo, the rebound. He'll clean up, but Ronicky blasted that downfield.
Oh, the perfect touch, too. I mean, sure, I guess perfect would have been in, but I mean, he didn't have any boost in the tank. He used everything just to get up and put the nose on that ball. I mean, that's just a perfect snap read and quick decision making, and how about execution as well? You don't even have to mention that.
Ronicky playing very well in game 1. 2 goals, 2 assists to his name. Alpha trying to make some magic happen, and life still for Vitality. Alpha, a gorgeous pass down to Fairy.
Life is right, plenty of time. Devo jumping a little bit too early, expecting Alpha to maybe try and score that ball himself. And Devo, as soon as he jumped, he lost the ability to adjust to wherever Alpha put it. And Alpha, presence of mind, holding onto that flip just a moment longer to see what the defense gave him, and he worked his way around it.
Vitality not out of it just yet. Alpha, that was such a good pass to Fairy, good finish. Now Alpha will finish it himself.
Well, you say Itachi, he's this great third man, but no third man is comfortable in this position. ball over the shoulder hard as well, and you're caught so far forward. He initially thought about trying to get up to it, knew he wasn't going to reach it, tried to take his chances on a block, but too late at that point.
Things getting interesting now. Vitality just need to get one more. Could at least force overtime. That shot going wide.
And still double committing. Wow. Vitality, they're playing real tight to say the least, and Alpha, I think, in charge of buying time here.
Kickoff is able to get a bit of a bounce. Devo will give up possession. Alpha hard off the corner. Couldn't get the second touch. Itachi wanted to follow that back up. Now Fairy Peak over to Alpha. Kickoff's in the middle. Kickoff, oh, the pass is too far out of his reach, but the rebound out. Kickoff now getting the ball, but it's behind him. Barca's defense was vulnerable there. Still are. Fairy Peak, flip reset.
Ooh.
Bounces down. Kickoff challenges. Now this is going to be a numbers advantage for Barca. Itachi doesn't hit the shot. Alpha taking it downfield. This could be the last attempt for Vitality. Another infield pass from Alpha.
Oh,
Fairy Peak is there again. Vitality tie it with 1 second left.
Oh, you gotta see how Barca let this happen. Okay, Devo doesn't get the touch, that's fine. Oh, Ronicky and Itachi doesn't even jump. Oh.
Oh, Ronicky. Itachi probably had all his faith
Ronicky had
in Ronicky.
Oh, that's ugly. Either way, I think that's just letting your foot off the gas pedal at the wrong moment if you're Barca. I don't care if you double commit right there. It's 0 seconds. Just jump. Block the ball. I know Ronicky missed it, but that's no reason you can't do it too, especially if the game's going to end.
Yeah, that was a collapse in regulation from Barca. We'll see how they fare in OT. Devo tried to get that touch, but it went all the way through. Devo now going for a second follow-up touch. Kickoff challenged him. It's going to kick high. Itachi centers to Ronicky. Ronicky shot denied by Fairy Peak on the goal line. Now Fairy Peak centering, going for it himself. Devo, beautiful double tap. 1v1 situation. Itachi versus Kickoff. The flick saved. Alpha comes in off the wall. Itachi, the shot too weak. Now the follow-up. Devo will put that wide.
And Alpha demonstrating perfectly why you rush back on defense. Do not get lazy. If he hesitated at all, he would not have been able to make that save. However, even with Barca's collapse in regulation, this first minute of overtime shows I don't think they're very fazed about it. They're putting the pressure on Vitality.
Certainly are. And you feel like if Itachi goes to the left post, that's certainly a goal. Ronicky will pinch this all the way back. Fairy Peak booming it to the side. Devo going straight for net. Kickoff clears it to the corner. Ronicky challenged by Alpha. Itachi up. Looks like he's gonna miss. Barely gets a piece of it. Itachi now off the ceiling. Alpha turns for chase. Ronicky gets there first. Clearing it to the corner. Ronicky centers to Itachi. Itachi will get challenged now. Kickoff in his own corner. Floating it up. Fairy Peak over to Alpha. Alpha is going to go off the corner. Double tap, but it's barely misread. That is a very difficult read.
Very tight angle indeed, and Ronicky knows he doesn't have anything. I think both teams might take a breather here with that bump on Devo, and that will do it. Straight out into the neutral ground, so everyone going to have at least a chance to grab some boost.
Kickoff was on the backboard, ready for that Devo touch. Itachi. No, Devo in the corner. Oh, he flips past the ball, giving space to Vitality. Kickoff, double tap, goes off the backboard. Follow up from Fairy, it's barely missed. Now Devo gonna have to wave dash this through. He's got no boost. Does get that corner steal though.
You respect the hustle from Devo there. You know, you never know what's about to happen. Maybe you get out in front.
Finesse play from Ronicky, but it's shut down. Devo off the elbow and barely out. That could have been game achieves. Now it's up to Ronicky to get a good clear. Oh, not the greatest touch. Now rebound out to Fairy. Ronicky will get the save. And a huge challenge win. That might be heading towards net. It is. Fairy Peak, however, will knock it to the corner. Devo down. Alpha winding up. It's going to go hard off the ceiling. Itachi ready and waiting. Not the greatest touch. Now he's challenged by K-Dop. Will pop it high. Alpha to the sidewall. Devo low on boost. Doesn't strike it very cleanly. Itachi was left to make a stop, and he did, but that was a scary moment.
You know, I'm sitting here casting the game, and my muscles are clenching up. I can't even imagine what's going on in the mind of the defense.
Alpha. Good speed. Ronicky looking for Devo in the corner, but he finds Fairy Peak instead. Double tap. Shut down. Ronicky to the middle. Itachi shot. K-Dop gets high in the net to get that save. That was well placed from Itachi. Now a mix-up in front of net. Vitality, they're recovering. Barca continue to put a barrage on net, but Alpha airborne.
Wow.
Will take that ball downfield.
And K-Dop consistently finding him in these last man back situations here in this overtime. And I have touted his defensive prowess before, but you can only do so much. He's gotten good, but I don't know how many one-on-twos, one-on-ones he can stop.
Ronicky keen to get that double. But the backboard defense from Vitality's holding strong. Now Alpha, solo play potential. Bounced off that ball. Not sure if he got his flip reset. Didn't look like it. Devo getting pushed aside as he's trying to take that ball down the field. Now Barca out of their own corner. Rebound out to K-Dop. The change-up. K-Dop in the lower corner. Vitality complete the comeback. It took 5 minutes and 14 seconds of overtime, but they do it.
Now there's the veteran play from K-Dop. Yeah, you're gonna make it look like you're about to go try and smash that into the center or the right side of the goal. Then at the last moment, just flip that car around, get it out to the back post, go right behind the defender. And the guy rotating into Barca's net, oh, he knew he was toast. He didn't even try.
Yeah, that was
K-Dop had him dead.
Dead to rights. And Vitality, it's tough to believe that they completed that comeback. It was a long way for them to go, but they kept marching one goal at a time. As we take a look, the highlights from this game, it was all Barcelona at the beginning.
Oh, yeah, and even at the start of overtime, it was still Barca. A lot of great pressure, some phenomenal passes. This one from Alpha, the previous one from Itachi to Ronicky. And just a lot of great work digging the ball out of the corner, and that's that collapse at 1 second that Barca's definitely going to be kicking himself for, and K-Dop showing why that he was always one of the best goal scorers. He really has a lot of different ways to beat you to the back of the net.
And they scored 3 goals in 1 minute and 28 seconds. Now game 2. See if Barca can keep that offensive pressure going, or if Vitality has figured out how to beat this Barca squad consistently. It was a close call last game, and now Itachi will strike first early.
Itachi just cut this man in half in the midfield. Alpha had no chance. Oh, the quick recovery off the sidewall with no boost. Just a hard cut right and back to the left to go all the way to the back post. Alpha, I don't think, thought that he could recover that quickly from that position.
Backboard to Alpha. Oh, that's going to be a unfortunate situation. Itachi ready to make this save.
Yeah.
And where did Ronicky even come from to get this hit?
The corner. He came from the opposite corner, which, I mean, it's not a bad play from Ronicky to take that. It looks bad because it resulted in a goal, but if you zoom out and look at it, because he had everyone beat to that ball, if he hits it the right direction, it's fine. But since it goes back, it looks awful.
He was trying to block the shooting lane, got there at the worst possible timing.
Yeah, doesn't even want to let Itachi have to worry about it. Ronicky's just thinking, I've got everyone beat. I'll just take the ball away, and just a little bit off.
So despite scoring early, Barca give up the lead yet again. K-Dop controlling it on his own back wall, poking it around Devo. Got some space, pass in field to Ferry, and it skips off K-Dop again. Itachi now can't get it past Alpha. Alpha, a light touch. Ronicky into the corner. Ferry Peak challenges it, not letting Barca clear this out of their half. Devo now trying to wind up, can't get it past Alpha. Alpha carrying the ball to the backboard. Itachi going for a ground pinch. K-Dop was ready. Now K-Dop attempting to take things all on his own. Alpha in his own corner. Air dribbling out. Devo pops it high. Ferry Peak will get there first. Off the ceiling and down. Devo and Ronicky double commit. K-Dop denied by Devo. Great speed from Itachi to beat Ferry Peak out in the midfield. Ferry Peak booming it up to Alpha. Alpha. Maybe he wanted to get that back to Ferry. Didn't work out, but Devo with a miss. That'll make things interesting. Ferry with the challenge. Now Ronicky trying to get around the ball. K-Dop challenges him. Forcing it through the middle. Still floating by the side of the net.
You could see that killer instinct from Vitality as well. As soon as Devo missed that ball, first player to that challenge from Vitality went to go see if they won the ball. And then as soon as he was past the play, immediately went to go demo the people on the goal line because they all knew that they just made a big mistake here. And if we get this ball, we're going to have a good chance at a goal. And it's that quick recognition and the ability to jump on mistakes. And Ronicky, what in the world are you trying to do as Alpha, able to recover and block the second shot? But that would have been something special.
Ronicky has been threatening, but coming up just short even on that play. And before it, moments before, he had that double tap that normally he would read, and he wasn't able to connect on that double tap attempt either. So Ronicky, few opportunities, not as clean as we've seen him take them before. Infield pass to Itachi. That was a good bang-bang play, but still well defended. Alpha now downfield to the Barca corner. Devo struggling with it. Ronicky getting up to break up the play. Another double commit from Itachi and Ronicky. Ronicky less than half a tank to deal with that ball. He'll be out of boost now. Itachi hoping to buy time. Alpha getting blocked now above the Vitality net. Ferry Peak clearing it to the sidewall. Alpha has K-Dop in the middle. Big pass broken up by Ronicky. And now Itachi left to save it. He does. Backboard bounce. Alpha over to Ferry. Ferry tried to pass it back and now skipping all the way to the corner. Ronicky, it's a chase. And K-Dop beat him to it.
And James, you're hitting the nail on the head right now. Itachi making a couple of big clears on defense and another big block right there to try and keep the pressure going for Barca. There's the demo. Ronicky can't get it in. Devo follow up into the middle. And that was Alpha 54, I think, got pushed up the back of the goal here. It was close. Oh, he hit the lip rotating in.
That's devastating. That feels bad, hitting the lip.
It happens to the best of us.
If it happens to Alpha, that's true. Fake from Devo! Oh, Devo! He does him dirty!
Ooh, boy, did he. He goes, oh, here comes the big pass. Boing, bye-bye. And K-Dop sitting there like, oh, no, I just let that happen. Because K-Dop drove at that ball, too, instead of going to the net.
The player banner was perfect, too. It was a calculator that just said easy. That was
did get
filthy.
it real good there.
Wow. Devo.
Demo, not done yet.
But Itachi's going to flick that far. And Alpha with the miss. Fortunate that it wasn't bouncing in. Itachi doesn't have the boost to go for the double. Ronicky, center ball, K-Dop upfield. Ferry Peak had to fight through that, and Alpha couldn't flip into it. Struggling with that. And now this game certainly gonna go to Barca.
Yeah, Alpha had to try here, was caught just a bit too far forward. Honestly, he was pretty close considering how far forward he got caught. That flip had almost the perfect amount of direction on it, where he would catch it on the outside of the car, but just got on top of the wheel a little bit, couldn't poke it outside the lines, and that will definitely mean game 2 to Barca. So, man, This was a game. This really had everything, didn't it?
Oh, it certainly did. It certainly did. It seemed like Vitality might have been able to bring this back at one point, and then Barca kicking it into high gear. Devo and Itachi having a fantastic game. Roniki's shooting wasn't as on point, but it didn't really matter. Barca take this one 4-1, and now we're tied up in the series.
I think it's funny that you mentioned that last point about Vitality, and feeling like they were never really out of it. And it's just because, when you have players like Kickoff and Fairy Peak and Alpha, who wins a European MVP so early on into his RLCS career, you become players that are perfectly aware of you have won in so many different situations that a loss like this one doesn't really faze you. And that's what experience teaches you at the top level. And Vitality knows they let this one get away. Yes, there were some phenomenal shots put on goal, like this big fake from Devo. There was some spicy things that happened in this game. But at the end of the day, they all know that that's only 5 minutes, right? And now it's tied 1-1. So let's go play the next.
And it's always, I love watching Barca play. They really are so fun to watch offensively. It's going to be an offensive showing.
I'm looking forward to it. I was really digging Itachi's performance on defense. Made a couple of real big stops on defense. You talked about that before the series even started. Itachi with some big blocks, big saves, great clears. The ability to keep the pressure going when they got on offense at the end of that game, just phenomenal from him.
Alpha going to drop that down off the crossbar. Kickoff the rebound. They're always looking to hit Alpha up in the air, and he doesn't fail them.
Real nice job. You're absolutely right. I mean, Alpha just went up there and got that ball. He's just thinking, okay, Kickoff just lifted it over the defense. I mean, who knows if he's trying to put it towards him or if he's just trying to hit it off the wall. Either way, Alpha's thinking, yeah, I can get that. Let's knock it back down. And they'll put it home because Vitality plays so tight to each other.
And we've seen that same type of play multiple times already from Vitality. Just put it up in open space and make it a race. It's like when you have an incredibly talented wide receiver, you just lob it. Say, go get it. Roniki, the last one back, had to dodge the demo. Rebound out to Alpha. Going for the double tap off the lower corner. Didn't pan out. And a huge dunk from Devo. Oh, my.
And to make it worse, it goes straight into the back of the net, too. I mean, it's just a big clear. He's just sizing it up. And, boy, does he make a perfect read on where Fairy Peak's going to hit that ball. Just crushed him.
Devo predicting that. Maybe just going for a dunk, but got a bit more.
A lot more.
And they'll take it. Backboard pass. Itachi, another good stop on defense. Devo. And I love seeing Devo's offensive ability unlocked. I feel like with that addition of Itachi, taking over that last man back role, which Devo had to take on for a bit.
Yeah.
Now that Itachi's here, he's been freed up, and we're really seeing him produce.
And I think that's also a really good thing, because if you think back to when, Devo won his world championship with Northern Gaming, what feels like an eternity ago, I mean, he was an offensive monster. He was lighting up the scoreboard left and right. And so I think it's a good thing to get a player like that who, when they were playing their best, they were an offensive powerhouse. And I think you're right. Bringing in Itachi is absolutely the right move because it lets you have a bit more of that solid anchor in the backfield and let your players do what they're naturally inclined to do.
I almost saw Devo make that cut work. Itachi, a great touch from a high shot to buy time for his teammates to get into position. Devo gonna get stopped out by Fairy Peak. Itachi again to the side. So quick to get back up. Now Devo off the ceiling will make that read. Bouncing off the side to Roniki. Roniki over to the corner. Itachi up early. The read was on point, but Fairy Peak was a bit faster. Ball skims into the corner. Bump. Fairy Peak had gotten that bump. If Alpha was able to find a shot, the net would have been vulnerable. Now bouncing out. Roniki Going for the dunk on Ferry. It's over to Alpha. Alpha, that shot off the post and wide. Itachi booms it upfield. Ronicky, can he get the read? It's a bounce pass off the backboard. Save. Devo, low on boost, couldn't get there in time. And that was some high-octane action from one side of the field to the other.
Yeah, that was both teams firing the big artillery salvos there from their own half. And Barca so close, but you're right, Devo running out of boost at the wrong time. Just didn't have enough in the tank, was focused on shooting it. And instead, that meant that he had to slow down a little bit, allowed Kdop to take it away, and you remain tied going into the final 90 seconds.
Talk about a close call as well from that long shot. I believe it was from Alpha. That hit off the post that really kickstarted that whole exchange. Alpha has Kdop in the middle, air dribble. Kdop and Alpha double committing. Itachi can't get it past Fairy Peak. Fairy Peak standing tall in that situation where he was disadvantaged. Alpha taking time. Going for an air dribble clear. Itachi bumps Alpha. So it's right to Ronicky. Ronicky bumped on takeoff, stays with it.
Oh.
Now Itachi over to Ronicky, but Ronicky had to bail out. Now with boost, rotating back, but it's over his head. Devo in the corner, first touch, bounces out to the middle, going for a 50, pushing it through. Devo doing work to get this out of his own half. Alpha again with his air dribble, popping it up again, now to the corner. Ronicky getting beaten by Fairy Peak. Fairy Peak the follow-up, it's bouncing in front of net. Devo will go for the clear, dunked by Kdop. Back to the corner, Alpha. It's a beautiful pass, or Devo will pop it for Ronicky, and now Ronicky will get the clear. Vitality not giving Barca much time with that lob. But Vitality rather, on the back foot, backboard pass. Devo's up, Kdop can't get it past Devo. Ronicky airborne wants to get that to the corner. Oh, this could make it through. Oh, Devo, over to Ronicky. Ronicky shot off the post and out. Are you serious? That was as close as you could get.
Almost caught Vitality sleeping, thinking, all right, that one didn't go in. They'll let it fall and we'll go to overtime. Nope. Always stay vigilant. Barca almost make them pay, and we'll see if they regret it here in OT.
That was remarkable. Devo had such a good pass to Ronicky. Ronicky had no boost, landed on a single pad, almost hit the shot. Kdop, weak hit to the corner. Ronicky corner pass. Devo going for net. Saved. And Alpha rather will get that cleared. Fairy Peak with the save. That was a tight spot. Now Kdop to the corner. Trying to pass that to the middle. Ronicky needs some help from Itachi. Awkward ball. Devo misses the hit, and Fairy Peak will end the game. Another overtime win for Vitality.
Tough break here for Devo, rotating in smoothly into the midfield. He moves further to that near post because he thinks his teammate is going to win that challenge on the back wall. Does not go as planned, pops right over his shoulder, and he just doesn't have the space to make the adjustment to stay with the ball. Vitality goes over his head, and now they have the lead in the series.
And that all started with the awkward situation that was created in the corner. I think it was Ronicky didn't necessarily make the most optimal defensive play in that corner. It left Itachi out. He was a bit vulnerable. Devo then out of position to handle that last shot. So we take a look at how this game started. A quick goal from that pass down from Alpha, and then the big dunk from Devo.
Man. And to be honest, you see a lot of shots in this game, and there's that big salvo back the other way. So close at 0 seconds. Couldn't quite get there, just off the post. But, you see a lot of goals on the highlights, right? But to be honest, I think that was a defensive showcase from both teams. A lot of really great stops in some tight situations and some awkward situations as well, able to adjust quite nicely. The fact that one ended 2-1, I think both teams did a really nice job keeping each other out of the goal in that one.
Yeah, and some of it was just those shots that narrowly missed. You think about those two posts that could have been the difference. And this has been an entertaining series. We'll see if Barca can force game 5 or if Vitality will clinch the spot in the next phase of the tournament right here and right now. That was a big bump on Devo. Ronicky taking his time. Ronicky had no boost, so that's why he had to take that time. And now Devo trying to get that downfield.
Yep, good move there from Devo. He was following that ball back all the way onto his own side and doing the calculations in his head if he could get the boost and save it. Knew he couldn't. Just take it across the goal. Let your teammates worry about the fallout. Ronicky under pressure, and Alpha is well beat to this ball. Barca's going to be just fine here.
Ronicky, ball played perfectly around him. Everyone on Barca so low. Devo has the most with 40. Finally, Itachi getting some boost from the corner. He'll go up to challenge Alpha and does so well. But it gets it out to Ronicky. Alpha delaying the pass, floating it up for K-Dop. Fairy Peak won't be able to get there. Ronicky's going to blast it downfield. Now Fairy Peak bounces it off his own corner. Dunk from Itachi. Pinches out to Ronicky. Ronicky quickly after it. Over to Devo. Devo's shot finds the back of the net. Somehow this pass found its way around the Vitality defense.
And through them. I mean, there's 3 people right here. This is I think that's a small
right
window as you can get. Yeah. Devo and able to turn that one in just the right place.
Through the 3 defenders. And it was Ronicky that pushed that ball through. So Ronicky's striking hasn't been as on point. It started off looking good in game 1. It's fizzled out a bit, but Ronicky has been feeding his teammates. Ronicky doesn't get that read. Oof. Devo also had flipped out of the way. If that one was bouncing towards net, would have bounced right in.
K-Dop's recognition that Devo trying to pick that ball up on a dribble and try and slow pace of play down to let everyone get set. So smart, because that means he got that big block, and now Vitality's still here cycling from the midfield.
And we've seen Alpha even slow it down a few times. Vitality, excellent vision, knowing what they can get away with.
Yeah, I think Vitality's been doing a great job changing pace of play on the offense. If they have time, they take it. Whereas Barca in this game trying to slow it down whenever they get the chance on defense, and to their credit, it is much needed. They're spending a lot of time on defense right now.
Itachi, I think he was the only Barca player to touch that ball for about 7 touches. Ronicky slowing it down. K-Dop coming in. Devo to the middle. Alpha breaking up the play. Itachi, driving it around multiple defenders. Now going to take it himself in the air. Ronicky going for the bump. Off the crossbar. Devo jumps over the ball. And now a breakaway. No. That is devastating for Barca, but Vitality, they'll take those.
You send the house, you ping it off the bar, and you get punished. Devastating is right. It feels like game 1 all over again. It's like, all right, we've got the win, and oh my gosh, we let him score.
It felt like we were watching one of those special plays of the day with Itachi weaving it around all the defenders, beats all 3, and then Devo comes in and jumps over the ball, and then it's a goal for Vitality. That was pretty anticlimactic from the Barca point of view.
Gotta rally. Can't linger on it. You're tied 1-1, just past the 90-second mark. Go out there, score a goal. Force game 5.
Alpha. Now Ronicky gonna be in his own corner. Fairy Peak off the ceiling. The pass down. Broken up by Itachi. Ran out of boost in the air. Also now on empty. Ronicky hard hit off his own backboard. It's over to K-Dop. Infield pass to Fairy. Low pass back to K-Dop off the post. Now Itachi going for the dunk. Fairy Peak comes in to help out. Itachi going right for net.
And look at Alpha, making sure to keep that ball close as that ball transitions from the left side of his screen to the right. It's so easy to hit that ball too hard, and he actually turned it into a goal. Oh my gosh.
Itachi.
That was so smart. Continue, go for it.
I was just going to say, Alpha, he faked that. He jumped real quick, perhaps throwing off the defense, allowing that bounce to come out to K-Dot.
Man, that is exactly why you make sure never to hit the ball too hard on your defensive half, because Alpha was real close to just smashing that ball right into someone on Barca's face and getting scored on. And the fact he kept that close, transitioned it all the way to offense, and then Fairy Peak and K-Dot turned it into a goal with 10 seconds.
Oh, Alpha pokes it past. Devo wanted to get the demo so bad.
He needed it. Maybe a little too greedy. Oh, so close. You gotta wonder why the defense tries to take that one off his nose, but actually you know exactly why, because he doesn't have that ball on his hood. He cannot flick the ball on you. It's just a matter of, do you time your jump right? And right there, a little bit early, went over the top, and Vitality are gonna win 3-1.
Vitality, they run a tight ship. Those were some small margins, but they were in Vitality's favor. That was a fun series to watch, though, Achieves. That had some really exciting moments.
I absolutely agree. There was a lot of fun things to watch from both teams. I think both sides, when they got on offense, phenomenal execution. At the end of the day, though, Vitality the one to execute those tough half chances and score those tight goals. A couple went in for Barca, but the defense too strong. Fairy Peak, K-Dop, and Alpha able to turn in a excellent win here.
And that was a close series for Barca. If you're Barca, you're looking forward to that next matchup. And
they played well. They know where they could improve. It's not like they just sat here and got clapped. I mean, they know that one was winnable, and they know what got away from them.
Well, Achieves, I have something in my eye right now, so I'm just going to throw it to break. And when we come back, we've got more RLCS X. Stay with us.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, and it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
It's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other. That's when
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Corelli. You're watching the third European Regional. We're in stage number 1, watching Group B. And I just want to take a moment and say, there's a lot of you out there that might actually be new. Of course, the game just went free to play a couple days ago. We have a lot of new friends joining us. We hit 1 million concurrent players. It's been a wild few days, and I want to welcome anybody new that might be joining us into the esport here. I feel like the esports for a lot of us is that main drive that keeps us pushing towards that competition. So I wanted to say welcome to everyone. And if you haven't already downloaded the game, go over to rlesports.gg/free to download it. But it was funny because we were actually just talking in this break just a few moments ago about the things that made us ooh and ah. You know, we see a lot of this professional stuff all the time. So sometimes we're jaded over here. So it's good to step back and remember some stuff. And we're talking about some of the pros that made us really realize what potential this could have. Actually, Gibbs, I feel like some people might have actually looked up to you in your defensive play style here, but
I know I'm old.
Kronovi.
Yeah, back in the day, like the reason why this game has hooked like all of us really is just because of how it's played. It's not like any other game really out there. Like even if you look at sports games out there where, you know, you press a button to pass, you press a button to shoot, there's none of that. It's all physics based and it's new, right? Like I get it that this game's been out for 5 years, but it's brand new to like, there's no other game like it. When you look at first person shooter, there's 1 million of them out there. There's no other car soccer game where everything is based on where your car is positioned, how you hit the ball. And I'm going to tell you, the first time you play, you're going to be terrible. It's going to take a while. But that's why this game is so good, because you can watch what is going on now when we watch these games with Vitality and Barca. And one day, thousands of hours later, you can get to that point. But there's a progression, and you will keep getting better throughout. And that's what makes this game so special.
Yeah, and people talk about, getting better. And can I even go pro now that the game's been 5 years out? Yeah, you can. There's been guys that have came in late into Rocket League season 6, 7, 8, 9, and the competitive seasons who are now pros. So you can absolutely do it. So download the game. You should. It's fun. It's free. Why not?
Again, for all of us, as I said, it's like it's the competitiveness to it, the pureness of just this head-to-head against other players is what really drives our passion for all that stuff. If you guys want to show how much the esport means to you guys, make sure you go to rlesports.gg/free and how you think that this esport is driving this community, because it's for sure my favorite. I don't know how I keep putting in the hours I do, and I'm still as bad as I am, but I keep doing, and it's honestly it's been the best years of my life. But with that, we got to move on and talk about what we just saw there so we can continue on the day. Let's talk Vitality versus Barca. What we just saw there, Vitality taking over Barca. Gibbs. Barca, we don't talk about them a lot here, but how do you feel they played?
Barca, you got to close out these games. Their offense was clicking. We see a lot of 4-goal games from them, but 1 second left in game 1, they let Vitality tie it. And then another late result where Vitality wins in overtime. And these are the games when you're playing the very best teams, you got to close it out. But Vitality, again, they prove that they are one of the best, if not the best in Europe, with another 3-0.
Grelly, I'm going to let you follow it up there. He was thinking about those old days when he was watching montages of Kronovi and stuff.
I was mesmerized by the replay there. And I think I agree with Gibbs. And one of the things that I talked about, even in the early regionals, Regional 1, I like to pick up with Itachi. I wanted to see how this Barcelona team was going to do. They fall short here against Vitality. I think that's as a cheese would say, a quality loss against arguably the best team in the world here. So for Barcelona, there was a lot of good things to take away from that series. I don't think they should be too ashamed of that result. A couple mistakes here and there, but at the end of the day, this Barcelona team is living up to, I think, the expectation that I wanted to. And I think they have a much higher potential as well.
Wait, Gibbs, are you gonna let Achieves just steal one of your catchphrases right now?
It's fine. I get credit for a lot of things that I shouldn't, so Achieves can have that one.
I'll give it to Achieves.
Okay, that's fair. But to talk about that victor and their qualification into stage number 2, we actually have Fairy Peak. He's been waiting us on the line there for a bit here to talk. Congratulations, Fairy Peak. We have you on here a lot, but I never get tired of having you here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm the speaker of the team because I feel like Alpha and K-Dop can't speak English. I don't know. They never want to go, so I don't know. But yeah, I'm here, don't worry.
That's fair. You always do a good job too, to be honest. I want to ask you about Barca since you just played them there. You know, we don't talk about Barca a lot here. It feels like we kind of feel like they're one of those middle of the roads. They have a lot of potential, but we never really see much out of them. How do you feel they've been playing lately? Do you think they're a big threat, to the top of, like BDS and Renault Vitality?
I think they're really good. I mean, I think this series they most likely gave it to us because first games they should have won, and like the other game were pretty tight, but like they missed a lot of occasion. Well, like we didn't, and I think if they played the best they could, they would have won. But I feel like we played still pretty good, and I think they can be up there. They just need to like fix some things because it's not clicking every time. Like there are some days where they play really good, and some like they just miss everything. Like today, it was a mix of both. So, I mean, I'm really happy about our one because I think like I said, we played good, but yeah, they can be up there, but they just need to fix like their consistency.
So I'm going to go back 5 years, Fairy Peak. When did you begin playing Rocket League? Why did you play Rocket League? And how long did it take you to get really good where you thought this could be your next career with this esport?
I mean, I started to play like in August 2015. It was the first time I played because I didn't play the previous game. And I started to like to start a career in like mid 2016 where I bought a PC because like on PS4 it's not like it's good, but it's not as good as on PC because like on computer you have more FPS, more everything. And when I got my PC, I just like started to play better. I was really high in the leaderboard, and I got picked up by some team like Pharaoh and Breaker was my first real team, and then I got picked up by Kickoff and Mystic, where we formed the market team in season 3. And from them, like I just been in RLCS every time with most likely Kickoff, except 3 seasons where I was with Pashi and Freaky and Pashi and Scrub. But yeah, started a long time ago. I have like 10,000 hours now.
That's absolutely impressive. And because of all of those hours, you and your team, who also probably have tens of thousands of hours, have a level of consistency that is so great here in Europe. When you guys enter in, even from stage to stage or from regional to regional, is there any anxiety from your end, or is there any kind of expectation going in every single time? Is there anything said that is different from each regional, or is it just another day at work? Is it another day walking into the office and coming in and putting in the work to get another 3-0?
Nah, like every day before tournament, I'm really excited about it. Like I just want to win, so I'm gonna give the best I have, and yeah, I'm just excited about playing every time I play. So it's not a routine or anything. I'm just happy to be there. I'm happy to play and like being top team in Europe with Kickoff and Alpha. So now it's like always fun. Always fun.
I got two quick questions. Two quick questions before you go here. One is, when you guys are probably inevitably going to meet up against BDS, do you think you guys are ready to take them down?
We changed a bit our play style. Like we play more fast. So I think we can take it. We just need to be consistent and good on the day, because both day 3 we were playing not really good. So hopefully this time we'll play good and we'll take the crown back, because like Kickoff is really mad about it.
Fair enough. And the final thing here, I'm going to give you a leg up on all the other players right now. You want to shout out your creator code for EGS?
Yeah, don't worry. Go on my Twitter and you will see why you need this code. Very important.
All right. Head it over to his Twitter. But thank you guys so much, or thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations to you guys for making it to the next stage. You're doing what we expect, but of course we know you're putting in the work to get there. Fairy Peak, thank you so much for joining us again.
No problem. Thank you, man.
And there's Fairy Peak from Renault Vitality. Again, they very realistic approach. They know they're good, but they also know that there's work that needs to be done, Corelli, to be able to take down, again, that kind of new final boss of BDS.
Yeah, I mean, I asked my question because, it's very hard to be consistent for so long. And I think, especially for people who are new to the game or people who want the insight to the pros, I think it's interesting to know how they approach every single one of these games. When a team that is so good, people go sometimes just write them off and say, you know what, they're gonna do it. They're gonna qualify. We don't have to worry about it. But it's interesting to sometimes get that pro's perspective of, his isn't even anxiety. He's just excited to play, and I think that's really the true essence and spirit of a competitor.
Well, let's move on because we do have more action to get through. Of course, we're moving on to the next round. Let's take a look at the matchups that we have here. Actually, let's take a look at the standings first. That's a good idea. Good idea, production. And see what we got so far. We have 2 teams that are qualified through, Oxygen and Renault Vitality. Of course, Numb Thumb Dumb, kind of sad about this, is out as well as Ekip at the bottom there.
I'm still salty at Johnny Boy because he took my Vitality pick and I had to go Giants. And then, of course, randomness happens. Tox, actually, he's been banned from Rocket League for the next 3 days, which means no matter what the Giants do at this point, they cannot play with him. So Wolf will be playing, which is crucial for the Giants, who are competing for one of the very best teams in Europe. So they're going to try and do it with a sub throughout the rest of today, but throughout the whole entire weekend.
Well, speaking of the Giants, they are playing soon. So now let's take a look forward at the rounds that we have coming up here. Again, more teams qualifying, but a lot of those spots are starting to reduce down here as we head into round number 4. We do have twitch.tv/eLeagueTV still going on. Hit that squad button underneath the broadcast here to be able to watch both at the same time or open them in separate browsers. They have Giants versus Dignitas over there and Fadeaway versus GameFist. On this broadcast here on twitch.tv/Rocket League, we have Barca versus S2V. And then up first is TL versus Libertas. Liquid now trying to take down Libertas. Let's just jump into talking about that one because that kickoff is coming soon. So Team Liquid, I feel like they could have gone a little bit stronger on their start. We talked at the very beginning, Corelli, about just how this is a team that kind of plays to the skill level of the teams that they're against here. And we expected at the beginning in their first round that, or at least even going up against Renault Vitality, that they would probably bring it to a game 5, but it wasn't quite there. They did obviously come just off a win now, but how close do you think this one's going to be?
I think that Team Liquid are going to come out on top. I think game 1 is super important. I've always said this about Team Liquid. They feel like a team that if they can really get into the series, it's going to be off of their performance in game 1. Otherwise, they're going to be scrambling to make some changes. And sometimes the changes that they make don't really work out. Sometimes they play a little bit more conservatively. Other games, they play a little bit more aggressively. So for me, Team Liquid, it's all about starting strong in that game 1 and finding a play style that really does beat the opposition.
Well, we're going to get Twitch's input on this one. Get your fan vote in chat with the hashtag LBS or the hashtag TL to give your favorite team the edge in this vote. But while you guys do that, we're going to talk just about our predictions. We already sort of got Corelli's there. He's thinking TL is going to go forward on this one. But Gibbs, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I think Team Liquid will go forward as well. They just finished Game 5 overtime just a few minutes ago, and that's why we were waiting on this round. So I think they'll ride that momentum. We know they are a team that loves momentum. I think Team Liquid, they make it to the top 16 and will still be fighting for one of those major spots.
Okay.
My gut is saying Team Liquid. I know I had my little spiel earlier. My gut is saying Team Liquid. I think Libertas have a very solid chance, and I think the people who have been paying attention to how Libertas have been playing lately, I think will know that this is going to be a much closer series than maybe some people look. They see Team Liquid, they see the players on the team, they go Team Liquid. But I think it's going to be a very close series. And again, I think game 1 is very important for Team Liquid if they're going to win this series.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with my pick. I picked them against Renault Vitality. I led chat in direction of that as well. I can't abandon Team Liquid now at this point. I think this is going to be their qualification. They're not going to have to go to the end of the day. I think they're going to pull through. So Team Liquid across the board here. And chat, kind of curious what you guys thought. Did you go with it? Oh my God. Oh my.
I was going to guess 99% just because they were trolling earlier. But hey, that's pretty close.
And apparently, okay, wow. We peaked at 95 even for a second there. That is impressive. I guess you guys are still standing behind us on this one. I'm sorry, Libertas, but if we go by numbers, you're not making it out of this one alive. But join us on Twitter as well at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X, and give your energy to, well, Team Liquid or Libertas, whichever you're cheering for. But it's now time to head over to the Skybox for some action.
Thank you, Leaf. And, Turtle, this one looks to be heavily favored towards Team Liquid if you go by what Twitch chat says.
Yeah, I think that's like the highest percentage we've seen for a certain,
it might be
roster. That's insane. So Liquid, I think they're the favorites. I don't know, something about it just makes me feel like they're the favorites, and it's obvious. They've got Cooks here, one of the longest standing pros.
next to Kronovi, but you're going against Libertas, who not a lot of people know these players individually. I'm a big fan of RLCS. I think he's a guy you got to pay attention to, but overall, I just want to see a good series.
And Rix Ronde has been around for quite some time. And a long shot. Oh, Fruity. This was from one side of the field to the other.
This is what happens when you have 95% of Twitch chat. You just get confidence to shoot from anywhere on the field. Doesn't matter if you're close to the net, if you're on your own defensive end, just shoot the ball, get it clear. You catch everybody off guard. Libertas, that is not the way you want to start.
And it's so far seemed to be a day of redemption for teams like Oxygen. Maybe Liquid can be a part of that storyline as well. Mike Boy taking his time. Speed. Challenge will kick it straight up. Fruity now to the sideline. Mike Boy to the corner. Cookser drops it down to Speed. Speed tries to hit Cookser rather midair. Almost did it.
Hey man, I like the creativity. We've been seeing a lot of this even yesterday in the series that we cast. There was a lot of crazy plays that was happening on the field, and it seems like as we progress in this new format, these teams just getting more and more crazy. We got demos, flip reset off the ceiling. I love what I'm seeing. And like you said, I mean, this is a redemption story for Team Liquid. There's a lot of questions surrounding them all the time with this roster, how they're going to perform. They're so hot and cold. And this is a time where they can prove their consistency and really show up when it matters.
Cooks going right for net, forcing Mike Boy to clear that to the corner. And it's getting to the critical time, Turtle. No more mistakes can be accepted, especially if you're hunting for that major spot. Speed off the backboard. Does he have enough boost for the double? Yes, he does. Speed with a huge double tap.
He had 100 boost in the tank. He used all of it to get the first tap on the aerial and then follow it up. So efficient with his boost. He had 0 left after he hit that shot. It was so pretty. You could see him soaring across the entire map. Nobody even challenged him with how fast he hit that first ball. And that is how you get it done and get your security in the first game.
He had to orient his car so quickly and use the boost right away. That window was so short, the margin of error non-existent. Now quickly a counterattack, another goal for Team Liquid. Less than 2 minutes in, already 3 goals.
Oh, this is the Liquid we know and love. The passing plays in the midfield. So many times we'll complain about how Team Liquid are just booming this ball. They're just focusing on hitting one big clear. Nobody's following it up. And that is the result of passing in the midfield, finding somebody on the offensive side and making sure you're using them instead of just booming it all the way to the other side.
Mike gets demoed by Cook. Speed will air dribble it. Looked like he wanted to go for the little flip reset near the end. RLCS off the ceiling, has Rix Ronde in the middle. The shot bounces. Cookser will get the save. And now Fruity over to Speed. The shot from Speed. He had the give and go option.
Look at the passing, though, out of Team Liquid. I mean, there's another taps, even after the saves, and they're still keeping pressure. This is a completely different Team Liquid. I'm sorry I had to cut you off. I'm so excited when I'm seeing those passes from Team Liquid because that's all I've been asking for, James.
The power of Twitch chat.
That's right, the 95%.
Ball kicks out to the corner. Fruity will chase it down. Pinches it past. Speed will take over. Rix Ronde up. Fruity gets bumped back. The Cookser was ready. Catches it. Now the flick. Mike Boy last back. Will take it to the corner. Speed with the challenge. RLCS came from somewhere to get that hit. Flying around. Cookser back pass to Speed. RLCS gets the ball popped over him. Speed. Another tap. Boost for another. Flip reset from Speed. And Cookser steals the thunder. But what a play from Speed.
It's the way he's using his boost. So efficient. Again, he gets down to 0 boost and hits the final shot. Speed is a monster in game 1, resulting in 0 boost The dude had to use every ounce of it. Cooks here, unfortunately, he stole everything at the last moment, but just, you want to secure it because of how nice that looked from Speed.
And there was a defender right there, so I don't blame Cooks whatsoever.
Oh my goodness. Speed
They're
is
not
popping
playing
off.
for highlights, they're playing for wins.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if we ask Speed, he might say he's playing for highlights. I'm not going to lie.
You might be right. Speed. Going for it again. Speed has been deadly for Team Liquid. So much offensive pressure. Great mechanical ability. Rizex blocked by Cooks. Cooks up quickly. Another quality 50. Rizex looking for Rick's Ronde, but Cookser will break up that play. Send it all the way to the corner. Now up early for a pinch pass. Mike Boy shut it down in the corner. Fruity also blocked by Rizex. But Team Liquid continue to keep that ball locked down in the corner until they can get a chance. Now the shot going to be knocked aside. Rebound out to Cookster. Cookster back to the same corner.
Well, nice little passing to across from Cooks here. The aggression from Team Liquid. Again, this is so different. We've got Speed leading the way with his mechanics, always taking boosts, and this is something that Speed will fall into, is that aggressive play style. We've got the final seconds, and we saw the mechanics, everything, every single goal really was quality from Team Liquid. Nothing just given up to them, and it was all thanks to Speed with those crazy mechanics.
Game 1 to Team Liquid in a really dominating fashion, Turtle. This one did not seem close whatsoever. A shutout. Team Liquid passing circles around the defense. Speed, that huge double tap, the flip reset play.
Yeah.
This was really a highlight reel game for Speed and a very stern win here for Team Liquid.
Yeah. Well, there's one goal that I really want to highlight that I think expresses the issues I've always had with Team Liquid, and it's whenever Cooks here had gotten a save. I think as we're going to reel through a lot of these goals, you'll see Cooks here actually get a save on his goal line. That's just a tiny little tap to one of his teammates who can continue forward. Even there, we see the back passes. It's the possession game. They're keeping control of the ball, and it's unreal. There was also a goal where Cooks here had just, like I said, on the goal line, little touch out. He's keeping possession. They're not panicking. In Team Liquid, we see all the time double commits, even triple commits sometimes. None of that in game 1. They've got to keep the momentum. And if they keep playing like this, I mean, you've got to be scared if you're on Libertas.
Libertas was playing on the back foot the whole game. Team Liquid seemed to be in comfortable control. Game 2, we'll see if it's more of the same or if Libertas just needed a moment to get started. Rick's Ronde looking for Rizex. Rizex, control on the corner. Speed. 50s that, it goes out. And now a challenge by Cooks. Mikey Boy. And hit that off the corner. Cookser going for the backboard. Rick's Ronde. 50. And now Fruity off the ceiling. Almost got to that ball. Mike Boy getting faked out by Speed. Speed will be dribbling now. 11 boost. Threatening the bump on the defender. Cooks the flick over the defense. Cooks saw his opening and he hit it.
It's so calculated from everybody on Team Liquid. Look at the slow approach to the ball. Cooks here, he just stops right behind that challenge, jumps a little bit early, and that is all you need to win a 50, is basically baiting the other challenge to go early, and you just stuff them out. You get the dunk and you continue forward, and you think back even. Speed got that mind game to move out of the defensive end, so it's the slow approach for Team Liquid that's working. Libertas trying to play a little bit too fast, and Liquid are fine with them just flopping at the ball.
Even Speed there, he was able to get the ball or the boost at midfield, get the ball by 2 defenders, put a quality shot in. Now he's pre-jumping the Cookser pass. Cooks off the post, Speed getting a bump. Fruity now off the ceiling and down. Cookser, the bounce shot saved, rebound up to Speed. It's too far away. Almost another goal for Team Liquid.
You've got to start a counterattack, though. Libertas, there's so many close moments. Liquid, they're not playing perfectly. I mean, there's a few instances where they're all pushed up. You can get a solid clear, but at the end of the day, it's like whenever you do get a booming clear, your teammates are just starved. You have no boost to push out.
Rudy Challenging Rix Ronde. Rix Ronde beat to the ball there. Rizx in his own corner, trying to slow it down. Speed beaten by Mike Boy, but Fruity with a quality challenge will have that bouncing off the ceiling. Rix Ronde does very well to get it past 2 defenders. Clear coming out, but it's right to Mike Boy. Up to Rix Ronde, ceiling pass down, and Speed will be there first, clearing it out for Liquid.
Nice little touch here from Speed, and he can follow it up to get the 50s, and that's the thing that has been working as well for Team Liquid. There's multiple aspects here that I'm impressed with Team Liquid. First of all, it's the patience, and it's also the challenge game. And then when Speed is at the top of the box, leading the way, the mechanics are coming out. As long as he's got boost, they're going to keep with this offensive pressure.
Still just a 1-goal game. Libertas can get back into it. Maybe this is their chance. Mike Boy going for backboard. Cleared out by Speed. Double tap from Speed. He's going to go with it. Gets a quality 50, and Rizx clear into the corners. Cookser. And now quick counterattack. Speed. This one hits off the crossbar. Speed let that bounce. He was confident. Now ground pinch. No, Cookser!
Oh my goodness.
Will come in and blast that one right from under Speed.
I love the awareness again from Speed. You see it bouncing off the backboard. He wasn't even phased. I thought that ball could have bounced in. You saw Speed. He realized he had all that space, took it in a very calm approach, and then got it out to Cookser for the little doink, and it's a beautiful play.
It looked like they might have even gotten that to pinch. It was so well timed from Cooks.
Just the awareness from Team Liquid right now on another level, and Libertas are failing to match him on the defensive end.
Speed. Hard hit to the backboard. Maybe looking for a demo on his way out. No, he'll just retreat. Ball kicks across the midfield. Fruity will leave it for Speed. Speed, first tap, then challenge. Now this one going off to the sideline. Fruity will be first there. Going for a second effort.
Oh.
Rebound out to Cooks. Cooks is shot. Oh my goodness, Cooks is not missing. That's a hat trick.
Oh, this is the best part about the Batmobile too, is using that corner. You've got a tough angle. Cooks here turns his car slightly, uses the corner of the car a bit, finds the angle, and that is difficult. You're not even going for the pass, just to go for the shot there. The confidence right now is basically all throughout Team Liquid. Every single player feeling good. See Fruity going for some mechanical plays as well, some air dribbles from him. Earlier on in game 1, it was Speed. Now Cooks here stepping up to the plate with some angle shots. This is nuts.
This is the Team Liquid that I'm sure all the Liquid fans were hoping to see.
They're all like, see, I told you Team Liquid could pop off, and this is that we're all basically wrong in this instance because none of us had a lot of hope for these guys, but now they're starting to pop off, and we see why.
Cookser getting bumped by Speed. Speed says, no, I got it. Mike Boy, backward pass, Fruity, awkward ball. Speed does well to get this one blocked into the corner. Cooks over to Speed. Speed taps it, doesn't jump, so he can stay on that ball. Infield pass. Fruity has his shot deflected wide. Another pass over to Speed. Speed double tap opportunity, but he didn't hit it. Cooks couldn't clean up the rebound, but it doesn't matter. Another shutout for Team Liquid as they move ahead in the series 2-0.
And we've got a chance now at a sweep for these boys because if they can just keep this style up, Libertas, and I don't even want to say that they're playing poorly, Libertas, they're just not ready for it. Even on the instance and that shot with Cooks here in the corner, they didn't think he was going to take that angle. They didn't think he was going to go for it. They thought maybe this is going to go off the backboard. He's obviously going to go for a pass, but no, it's Team Liquid step up to the plate. They've got confidence with their shooting. They're going for solo plays. They've got good passing from the defensive end to transition out. Everything connecting for Liquid. And then it started out actually with some slower paced plays. You know, Speed with the mind games. Cooks are even there with the slower 50 to open up the opportunity for his teammates. I am loving this roster right now.
And it was just killer instinct from Cooks as well. You know, Cooks hitting every small angle that was presented to him. And that is a promising sign for Team Liquid fans as they move one game away from not only sweeping, but completing that perfect sweep. 2 shutouts in a row against Libertas. Libertas going to have to find something on the offensive side. They have been quiet.
And this is one of those games where if you're on Libertas, it's very difficult to analyze what you're doing wrong. I'm still trying to figure it out. I can't, pinpoint where Libertas are going wrong. Yes, there's a lot of issues on the defense, but at the end of the day, I still feel like Team Liquid are just outplaying them in these situations. It's not just free goals that are given to Team Liquid. Team Liquid have to find those crazy mechanics, whether it's speed in game one, going for the double taps, the flip resets, all of that. Now Cooks through the angles. You have to try and match that if you're Libertas. And now Cooks here again at the beginning. The air dribbles, they've already started with pressure.
You wanted to go for that bump play. Almost worked out. But you're right, Turtle. A lot of it has just been how well Team Liquid has played.
Yeah.
Speed. Believe that for Cooks. Rizek stretches to make that save. Fruity off the corner. Rizek's not going to let that bounce to the middle. Rix Ronde looking for Mike Boy in the middle, but it's blocked by Speed. Rizek's light touch. Cookser plays it. Still in the corner. Backward bounce, up for Speed. Speed goes right for net. Not the greatest shot from Speed.
You can see even Fruity inching up too towards the goal line. He knew Speed's shot wasn't going to be the best, so he tried to get a touch. And that's something we normally don't see with that final rotation. Team Liquid always so eager to get back on defense, but I like seeing Fruity be aggressive there. I want to see that continue throughout the series, if you're a fan of Team Liquid, that is. Meanwhile, Libertas now, they're getting some pressure, a couple of passes here and there, moving down the field. They just need to build something. I don't even know if we've seen any good looks on net, barely any opportunities. It's just been rough for them.
Backboard bounce, Cooks doing work. Mike Boy with space, high flick, low boost for Fruity. Misses his read, and Rix Ronde will get the goal for Libertas.
Yeah, this is where you start things now for Libertas. You find a mistake, and that's Fruity on the backboard. He didn't have a lot of boost in the tank. That was all of it. You saw that little burst. That was the only...
He had to go around. He had to go up the wall and around. He was slow because he didn't have the boost. Needed the boost for the aerial.
Well, even in that instance, I'm wondering, if he had that little amount of boost, even 10 or 15, would it have been enough to get the save had he not gone on the backboard? I'm not sure. I think that might have been the better call, but either way, it was difficult for Fruity.
Yeah, tough call, whether he stayed on the ground or drove on the backboard. Libertas, the drought is over. Now, can they keep this Team Liquid team at bay?
Yeah.
Rix Ronde up the side. Cooks to the side wall. Ball cleared back down to the corner. Speed controlling it. Round one. Ball pinches back. Cooks will have full boost to deal with this. Booms it hard. Dropped back down to the corner. Cooks with the demo on Mike Boy. Backboard bounce. A miss. Wide open net for Speed and an easy goal. Team Liquid tie it up.
Oh, this is revenge, and I'm looking at this demo as well. I think Cookser had taken out a defender who could have turned in midfield. That was Mike Boy. If Cookser didn't get that demo, Mike Boy could have infiltrated that little space where Speed had a shot on net and could have saved Rizex possibly, but you still need to get a touch if you're on the backboard. Rizex, that's painful. And it's the same thing that happened earlier with Fruity. So 1-1, all tied up here. Similar mistakes on defenses. And Team Liquid, I'm glad to not see them, back down or be scared to push up just because of that one mistake.
They stabilize. Libertas gonna have to score again. Mike Boy passing into the middle. No one within a country mile of that pass. Rizex off the ceiling. Rix Ronde. Stopped by Speed in the corner, but Mike Boy will send it back in. Off the ceiling from Cooks, bouncing down. Rizex. And now Cooks are going for the back pass, but Rix Ronde was there to challenge. Starting to see Libertas get more comfortable. Yeah. Looking for teammates going for the passing plays.
Well, I think it was that one goal. They just needed some confidence to know they could break down this defense, and then you can start looking for passes. Like you said, James, they're using each other in the midfield a little bit more, and the vision has increased tenfold from the first two games.
Speed can hit this hard off the backboard. Rizex jumped over, got the hit. Now Rix Ronde is going to skip it past Fruity. Speed will turn. Hard hit downfield. Rizex to Rix Ronde. Rix Ronde.
Oh, nice pass.
Was a little too far out ahead of him. Cookser was able to get that booming clear. We've seen Cooks go for a few booming clears. Team Liquid Not passing as much on the defensive end as we saw him in the earlier games, but that demo leaves the net open.
Oh, it's
Shot
open.
towards net. It's off the post and in. Cookser, he's been surgical all series.
Oh my goodness.
And he operates this one into the net.
That's where Speed thrives the best. Whenever he's all the way on offense, even there, he pre-jumped the shot a little bit to make sure in case it bounced off the crossbar. I would be scared too. With how close that was, you get the demo and then Cookser just bangs it off the crossbar. That's a scary moment. But it's thanks to that demo earlier from Speed, and that is where he thrives again on offense, being annoying, taking boosts, and disrupting the Libertas defense.
Cooks has been striking the ball with authority all series.
Yeah.
And that
It's
window,
not Batmobile, man. The Batmobile, it's power.
it is a unique car, that's for sure. Undoubtedly, Cookser's car. And a bounce shot from Fruity that has to secure it now. A 2-goal lead, 17 seconds left.
Everybody getting involved here. This is Fruity just doing what he does best as well. The striking, looking solid, cleanup. We haven't seen too many good looks from him, but he's been doing a good job of just fitting in where he needs to. He's not trying to, be the next Speed as well on his roster and step on his toes. He's giving everybody space. We're not seeing double commits from Team Liquid. This is a roster that has fixed a lot of their issues, and I am impressed. They need to keep this up, and if they can manage to, I have full confidence in almost any matchup.
Team Liquid, as soon as that ball touches, it's over. Team Liquid moving on to stage 2. And that was a one-sided series. Twitch chat predicted it well.
Yeah, 95%. 95%. I'm curious. Maybe Team Liquid had seen the results, and that was just all the confidence they needed. Because even whenever Libertas had found that one goal in this game, I got concerned because Team Liquid, sometimes they'll be aggressive and they'll be really offensive, and sometimes they'll get caught off guard for it. And after that one goal that gets scored against them, they'll say, okay, let's back it up a little bit. I'm scared right now. I don't want to be aggressive anymore. But that was not the case in this series at all. Every time they got scored on or a mistake came out, they didn't care about pushing their defense back. They just kept up with the aggression, made sure Speed was super forward, getting demos, taking boosts, and going for crazy plays, and they didn't let up, James.
And they, like you said, they did not let up. And the Team Liquid that we've seen in the recent past was a team that did falter in those final moments in that home stretch. They faltered, but not today. They finished strong. And that, as a team, we rejoicing about the fact that they came in here, not only started strong,
inception. My mind wants to go. Overthinking when I'm all alone. Out of focus from all the unknown. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading. My heart keeps breaking. Underwater, swinging my fist. Tension rising, but no part of it. Nice to meet ya, been called a misfit. No need to fake it, we all got some shit. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RLCS. It is now time for our next match. But before that, Turtle, catch me up to speed on what just happened with Liquid versus Libertas.
I know all the fans of Team Liquid right now are rejoicing all across the world because this is what we've been waiting for, this series. The pop-off from Speed in game one was just the start of it. There were some crazy plays. I love the patience out of defense. I feel like I'm really just saying the same stuff over and over again because every single game, it was a repeat. We had patience at the beginning. Speed would pop off. He'd get a demo. He'd be aggressive. Fruity would fill in the gaps. And, of course, Cooks here was as strong as ever. Look at this angle, too, even from the corner. It was a nutty play from every single individual member. Fruity a little bit more quiet, but that is really where he's needed. He's not supposed to be a pop-off player, and he let Cooks here and Speed basically do the rest.
It was a really nice game from Liquid. They continue on their march towards stage 2, but now it's time for our next matchup. FC Barcelona versus S2V Esports. And Turtle, I got to cast Barca earlier. I think they actually played a pretty decent series versus Renault Vitality. Just unfortunately, a few things not quite going their way, some awkward happenstances here and there, the shooting not quite on point. But overall, I thought it was a good series, and now they find themselves against S2V.
Yeah, it was. I was watching that as well. It was definitely rough for Barca. There were so many good looks, and that's frustrating from players too, because you have such a great series where I think the mechanics are on in most aspects, and then it comes down to one or two plays that could have changed the entire result of a game or two that could have gotten you the series, and you end up falling just short, barely. So Barca, they're going to get a little bit more leg room here against S2V because they are not Vitality by any means.
Well, we'll see how the series plays out. FC Barcelona versus S2V Esports. Let's go ahead and get this one underway. S2V, team that's played in a couple of regionals, but has obviously had a pretty tough go of it, considering the fact that they would be on the bubble team.
Yeah.
And they go against another top team in Europe here to try and qualify for stage 2, so their work cut out for them.
And I mean, it'll be difficult. I don't know how Barca tend to play against a lot of these bubble teams, so I'm excited to watch this match because I feel like this could be a learning experience to just know how Barca handle the nerves, the pressure, and you don't start off the best way, so maybe...
On one, nice job on Boom to not rush the dribble.
Yeah.
And VK as well, making sure not to jump too early. You don't have to get aggressive. Just make sure that you continuously push that defender back off the goal line or force him to jump. He did just that. So great timing on that 2-on-1 approach.
Oh, yeah. So right away, we know the upset could happen. That's not the best touch from Vic Stalin as Devo comes in here and crashes the net. He just kind of popped it out, and I think he was looking for a teammate to come and follow it up, but ASN just stayed in net and wanted to play for the save instead.
Didn't help that Rubik's as well behind him got bumped out. Didn't even have a chance to go for it, and that shot going over his head. Tough play to make. And now Ronicky also taken harshly out of the play from Kickoff. Boom sets one up for Rubik's. Ball down in front. As the Kickoff actually gonna come and go pretty quick. One shot on target, but well wide, and Ronicky out into the middle.
I think the main thing
Itachi, go for it.
Ooh, double tap. I was just going to say, the main thing we can focus on is the speed. That's what I'm impressed of S2V is that, you know, they're keeping up the pace. While sometimes a couple of touches can be back and forth. We're only a minute in here, but I think that's the one thing we can decide out of here is that the speed is that to match Barca.
And definitely will be much needed, considering, like we said earlier, Barca did play a pretty decent series versus Vitality. Just a few things not going their way, and Ronicky trying to get things back in order here. Itachi played very well defensively, made some big blocks on offense as well. Let's see if that has continued here into this match versus S2V. Boom, trying to take his time in the corner. Kind of doesn't catch that dribble as clean as he would like. Killed a lot of the ball's momentum and just had to be forced into a challenge in front of the net. Ronicky from his own corner, a big clear. Bit of an awkward ball for Rubik, still able to get there, no problem. Devo looking for Itachi. He's really got to stretch for it, and nice job. Xalien coming across, making a nice save. And S2V spending the last, I don't know, minute or so having to play defense here, but like you said, matching the speed well, really not letting too much get away from him.
It's just the touches. This is what you need to focus on. If you have the speed, that's the first part. Whenever you're trying to make an upset, especially against a team that's more well-established like Barca, you need to match the speed. And S2V, they're doing that pretty easily. You know, they're having some pressure. Even touches here to get past Itachi. Good looks from them. The thing they need to focus on now is making sure they're just not giving away the ball every single tap. And that was what got them scored on initially, which is that first touch. Popped out of the open, gave away a free shot to Barca. And you need to make sure every single touch is calculated, not to somebody else, and you're keeping it controlled. That's something that, especially if we watched the last series, Team Liquid were wonderful at.
Absolutely. And always good if you're able to develop that level of chemistry. Oh, and they almost did. Air to air, but off the bar.
Dude, if you said chemistry, and as soon as that happened, we almost got the pre-jump pass. It would have been beautiful. That was almost like a poetic Rocket League shot.
So close to goal of the day material, no doubt. And slowly but surely starting to push Barca back onto the defensive here. Devo looking for a nice, strong clear off his backboard. Boom, caught that ball a little heavy and really having to chase it down here. Xalien into the middle, Itachi. Nice read. Boom, just cutting it down, trying to slow the rotation, or the transition, I should say, from Barca. And S2V out of their own half. Ronicky with a nice block. This is going to be a tough ball for Rubik's, and Ronicky actually up a little bit later than I thought. Could have been low on boost, and that's why he wasn't able to get up there and go for the dunk.
It's always scary, too, for Ronicky. Whenever you're fighting that challenge, he's got to be one of the fastest strikers in the game, always getting up so early to put a shot on net. And so far, it has been a slower game. You know, not too much control out of either team's. Barca, I feel like, should be the most confident here in this matchup. But like I said, S2V, they can keep up the pace, and they're getting in front of the shots. And I think that's basically what happened with that shot earlier from Ronicky. But now it doesn't even matter if you have the pace, because you got to get in the passing lanes whenever Barca are seeing each other on the pitch.
Barca shows you the other way to execute a 2-on-1, win the challenge, pass into the middle, dish it back out to the wing, and how about instead of just powering that ball, just that little chip, and just escort that ball gently into the goal.
Yeah, and that's the extra layer for Barca. If you want to beat S2V comfortably, is the passing. You can't rely on solo plays, which we see so often. A team that comes in going up against an underdog where you have the advantage, a lot of times they'll just throw one player up forward and hope that they have the skill to take down all 3 players. But, you know, especially with this format, everybody's getting practice. S2V aren't going to go out that easily.
And Ronicky and Itachi both up early. Ronicky really trying to force the issue here in the middle of that offensive area of S2V. And Barca kind of stalling out a little bit here with 10 seconds left, but that's fine. They're the ones with the lead. And boom, got bumped on the backboard by Ronicky. And that will just take away a great opportunity. Last chance here for S2V. And again, Ronicky will deny that. Can they keep it up? Boom. Nice catch. And slapped down. And game 1 to Barca.
Was that Ronicky? Was that Ronicky again? So. Oh my goodness. That's 2 plays back-to-back on defense. Ronicky, if he didn't get that bump on the backboard in the final moments, that could have been a buzzer beater potential opportunity for S2V, because he had faked out, I think it was Boom on the backboard, faked out somebody to go in with some space now on the backboard to keep moving forward. But Ronicky rotating in just smacked him out and then getting the dunk in the final moments. That was huge for him and for Barca, but not, you know, a huge comfortable lead for Barca. But at the end of the day, I don't think they were sweating too much.
Yeah, I think this is what, like you said, was a fairly comfortable win. And to be fair, Barca might have controlled the game. Obviously, you can see that in the shot differential. It's 10-3. But at the other side of the coin, it's not like S2V is just out here getting hammered, right? I mean, it's a 2-1 game, and the shots that Barca had to score were pretty good shots. They had to take a 2-on-1 and execute it properly. And then they also had to fire that banger into the top of the goal to come out on top. So S2V, I think the only thing you're really looking for in game 2 here is you just look for smoother transitions, have a bit more control as you're coming out of defense, and really take care of that ball on the way out.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's series like this, too, that I think have potential to be the most exciting ones on the day, because, you know, especially after the first game, maybe we'll start to see some pop-offs. We just need somebody to step up for S2V. You know, like you said, you want to see more passing out of the midfield, and that could be the whole team, or one individual player just starts looking for each other, and it's not going to work out if you're not even winning midfield challenges. You're too slow, and it's a wide-open net for Ronicky.
Oh, I think that's Boom just trying to do too much there. He rotated out. He picked up the mid boost just fine. Both of his teammates got beat in the corner, and he tried to stick the challenge there in the midfield and win that ball right back. I think that's the perfect example of there is a real game of give and take in Rocket League. And when you try and take a little too much, well, you end up giving a lot.
Oh, almost a good play there for Boom. If he just got the ball, any contact on his car. He tried to time the bounce and get over it, but he just flew past it, didn't get a single hit. And that was the opportunity they needed, especially after they just conceded a goal, to bounce back that fast. Boom is going to want another chance.
Well, he has a chance to do that right here in the corner. Has to back up a little bit, reset the positioning, see if he can get the ball more favorable. Ronicky just bumps Itachi off the ball, and that means it's your chance here for S2V. Rubik's actually comes off the backboard. I thought he was going to try and pass that down to Boom. I think that's what Boom thought as well, is he was a little bit slow to pick that play up.
Yeah, and I don't know why Rubik's didn't even go for a touch, because it was an easier read for the defender of Barcelona had he not even touched the ball. And he could have gotten it out to his third teammate who was trying to rotate in as that striker. And yet again, it seems like they're just failing on getting contact at the final moment when they need to create an opportunity. And this one, I thought it was going to sneak in. I didn't see Rubik's at first. I got scared.
It's that chemistry that's still being developed, but Boom sets one up for Rubik's. Needs to double tap this. He doesn't have boost, leaves it for Boom, left side. They'll get one into the back of the net. A little bit sloppy on transition, but who cares? It gets the job done.
It doesn't even matter that he doesn't get the double tap, because it worked out anyway. Ronicky, I don't know how he missed that. I think it was just a backboard read where it's an overhead hit, and you got to predict it a bit earlier. Ronicky just flew past it. Maybe he thought there was going to be a double tap. Maybe he thought there was going to be more power. Either way, you got to get a touch, and it's all tied up here, which I'm surprised at.
A real excellent play on transition. This time they catch Barca pushing too far forward. They tie the game up, and it for now, seems as if S2V is indeed spending a bit more time on offense, which was all we were really looking for after game one, try and close that shot differential up. And no, this time they can't make the read coming off that hard backboard bounce. Itachi's going to score.
Oh, and we've got mistakes flying left and right for both defenses. Rubik's there now can't read it off the backboard himself, and that's what happened to Ronicky earlier on for Barca. So they're each just taking, exchanging blows with huge hits. That Ronicky hit was massive, and that's what's so difficult is if you just hit it with power, sometimes the defense won't even expect it, and you open up a free shot. So now 2-1 for Barca. This is back and forth, Achieves, and I still think S2V, they're definitely in this matchup still, no matter how fast Barca are going to play.
I definitely agree. Plenty of time here for S2V. It's just a matter of, do they get their house back in order? Big bounce, double commit. Rubik's first to it, really trying to stretch the push there as Itachi just lifts one towards the orange back wall.
There we go, boom, good patience. This is what I'm talking about right here. This play from the defense, and then now you open an opportunity. Rubik's, you just have to tap it in. He can't get the touch. It was a hard read. But if you can rinse and repeat that play, I guarantee you, you will bring it to Barca. That's what I'm talking about. Finding each other on the defensive end to transition out. You even mentioned it yourself, Achieves. Such a good look for S2V.
Take better care, and this time they can't rally back on defense. They kind of get tied up a little bit here. Not the strongest clear out of the box. Devo puts the pressure on, and to make matters worse, it just takes a nasty hop off the post. I mean, the guy in the net is just hoping that no one's there.
What is that bounce off the post, too? You can see it. There's no way you could have asked the player to try to get that bounce to work out the way it did. And that's what happens sometimes when you just throw the ball constantly at the net. You'll get a little bit lucky with a bounce like that, and you can react first because you're approaching it. The defense, they didn't have an answer for it.
Advantage of position leads to a 2-goal lead for Barca. Boom, trying to put the pressure on Itachi here, but the play developing in front of him means the shot easily defended. Pressure being applied in the blue corner, actually giving up pretty quick. Itachi's able to get this one out to Devo, but a hard challenge out of the midfield. Boom! Actually got that one all the way in. Ronicky realized his teammates lost the ball back here at the wrong time, and boy, was he scrambling.
That
just
dunk,
enough.
You see that dunk from Rubik's in the midfield, too. And I think Ronicky actually, I don't want to say he could have gotten the save because it was definitely difficult, but there was a chance if he forced that ball. Yeah, off the pinch of the post, maybe. But either way, you got to thank Rubik's for getting that dunk in the midfield, and that's what gave Boom the opportunity.
And Ronicky with a lot of faith in his teammates to come down with the ball there, too. A little extra time earned as he turned up the pitch and had to turn right back around. Means S2V right back in the game with a minute left. Kind of handing Devo the ball, though, and he's nice enough to give it right back.
Maybe.
Rubik sizing up the big dunk, and this one tipped away by Ronicky. Second save off the crossbar. Itachi actually slows down and lets Devo come over his shoulders. And Boom with a nice bit of pressure there, timing that challenge wonderfully to stick this ball in the blue corner here as it pops out into the middle, but unfortunately playing a little too tight. Can't adjust, and it's going to roll all the way to the other side of the field. And I think the drive's going to stall out here for S2V. Itachi does indeed break out. Rubix picks the ball back up, top of his box. Devo pushed out into the corner, into the middle by Vixalia, and Ronicky cannot get there, and Boom puts the shot wide. 10 seconds left. Last couple of chances here for S2V. The pre-jump, and that's outside. Ronicky is able to tip that ball over the heads of the defenders, and Barca's up 2-0.
Oh, there were so many opportunities for S2V. That was a close game, and I got to give respect to Ronicky in the final moment. While there were more chances towards the final 15 seconds, I think when there was about 25 or 30 left, you saw Ronicky get the double save off two of the best shots we saw that whole game from S2V. And Ronicky, he couldn't get the pinch earlier that went in from Boom, and then he comes back to get two back-to-back saves in the goal. That was huge from Ronicky, and it kept the pressure at least stalled out for a little bit from S2V, and that's what got Barca the win.
But this time you got everything you wanted out of S2V. They held the shot differential. They went 11 shots to 7 from Barca. So everything you wanted, it was now just a matter of, do they go into the back of the net? And like you said, Ronicky, big defensive performance there, pulls out the win for Barca in game 2, despite being under a decent amount of pressure. A couple of good chances as well to score more goals for S2V there, catching Barca in some forward positions, but ultimately not able to find the equalizer, and now find themselves in the realm of, well, we got to win 3 straight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there's one thing we learned, especially from watching the first 2 games, is you can't count S2V out. While it's looking like it might be a potential sweep for Barca, S2V, the shots are there. You mentioned it yourself, Chief. Now it's just a matter of connecting them, which is the easiest puzzle piece to find whenever you have everything else, every other aspect. You just need the shooting to be better.
Yeah, I think I actually agree. I don't really want S2V to change anything. Go with the same game plan. I think they had it mostly correct. It was just, are the puzzle pieces laid down in the right order? And on a huge block from Rubik's, and we were mentioning his name a couple of times towards the end of that game too. Some big blocks in the midfield to get the ball in favorable spots for S2V. Boom, into neutral space and racing to it. Excelent. Ronicky pushed back into the orange side. Rubik's tries to play the slow challenge and punched up the pitch by S2V. Deep boom to himself. Again, able to stay outside that ball and keep it trapped along this sidewall. Not sure if this is really going to be a goal-scoring opportunity, but it will slow down Barca's transition. Also considering Ronicky didn't pick up that midfield boost, he's going to be out of the play for a little bit. Down into the middle, and Itachi with a good cover-up. Boom, he's got the right read. Can he double tap it? Really trying to lever that one in from above the goal. Just too difficult.
God, I don't know if that was the best approach, too, for Boom. He tried to get a touch on the ball where he could follow it up right after and didn't want to go for the backboard bounce whenever nobody from Barca was even on the backboard. So if you just bang that towards the upper half of the net, get the follow-up on the bounce. Exactly. That's all you need. And instead, he tried to keep it close and wasted more time. Let Barca get in position to get the save.
Tough break, and Itachi just lets one go by, throws it out to Devo. They went for the bump play. Aggressive push from Barca. Hard shove. And Devo actually pokes an S2V player into the ball and kicks it all the way back to their own half.
Look at the pressure. Look at the pressure from S2V pushing up from the midfield. They are keeping it in the Barca half, which is what we needed to see. We didn't have any of this out of game 1. It just seemed like it was all Barca. But now, even in the midfield, Vixalen, he's winning this challenge, pushes forward, and we've got the third rotating in to keep the pressure and try and force a 50.
Ronicky, air dribble, keeping that ball as close as possible. Rubik's gets muscled through by Itachi. Boom, now out of the zone corner. Uncontested here, trying to let the ball come down, and not a bad idea to try and pop that off the side to beat the man approaching him. But now it's Barca's turn. It feels like they're finally getting their grips onto this ball. Long clear from Boom will actually force all of Barca back and perhaps allow S2V to keep this pressure up in the midfield. It's been so good, but they finally sneak through the third line. Devo gets it into the middle. Itachi is there.
Wow.
Boom, right on his tail. Couldn't get in front.
Oh, this is huge from Devo, the speed. And this is what I love about that play from Devo, is that he didn't just try to get a shot on net early on. He just was focusing on outpacing the midfield challenge and getting it around that defender so he could set up his teammate more efficiently. And that was massive from Devo, a huge play, and now they go up 1-0. That's the type of clutch play we needed from Barca. It doesn't really matter if you have the speed, the shots, so long as you can make the right decision when it matters.
Yep. It's that game of give and take. If Devo tries to take a little bit too much there and score it himself, he probably takes the shot attempt away from his teammate. So just don't try and do too much with it. Just get that ball off the wall, make sure you beat the defense, and let your teammates do the work. And Barca, again, find themselves with a lead despite spending a significant portion of the game on defense.
Oh, that was scary, too. Itachi actually bumped Devo in their own half, rotating back to net. Thankfully, if you're a fan of Barca, it didn't result in a goal, and they can continue on with the pressure.
Oh, here's a chance for Itachi. Can't get all the way around it. Boom, gets bumped and still not on target. Vixalen with a huge demo. Rubik's on the transition. Devo actually got in his way. Forced Rubik's to jump a little early. He missed the ball. Ronicky comes up empty too. Pass to Boom. Itachi sniffs it out. And Rubik's is probably going to give this one up because he thinks Devo's going to get the clear. And yes, he does.
Oh, there's chances for S2V. The mechanics from Barca very off right now in the final moments. You saw, what was it, 3 or 4 shots went a little bit wide of the net. There's one for Rubik's as he puts it on target, but we have the save, the pressure. This is what happened last game. We were so close to getting a buzzer beater from S2V. Maybe this time they've got it.
Wow.
No, they don't again. The saves from Devo.
they got the bump in the goal line and everything. Both Itachi and Devo able to make it up to that when that looked like a surefire goal for S2V.
Yeah.
Rubik's now trying to get an air dribble going. I just don't even think he has the boost to make it happen. And now does Barca find it in him to waste 10 seconds? And yes, they do.
What is this dunk? He didn't even use his boost. He didn't use any of his boost to get the dunk. He was just falling. We don't even know 100% now if that was planned or not. It was just hit into his car. I'm guessing he didn't want to boost away because he thought he could get the hit, but that was an insane play, and it was much needed for Barca to secure this win.
S2V probably thinking Itachi's just trying to dribble that ball all the way to the opposite corner, and boom, goes for a crazy flick to try and end the series. But overall, Barca just a bit too hot to handle for S2V. Yeah. But to be honest, this is a 3-0 sweep that you don't feel too bad about, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Just like Barca's loss to Vitality earlier, I think S2V feels pretty good about this game. They go, all right, we lost all of them, but you know, we played pretty well. It was just a couple things didn't go our way. So tough break for S2V. Thought they played well, but Barca, the experience coming through and some big conversions and huge saves.
Yeah.
Keep them to a 3-0 win.
I think that's the best way to define it, is just experience versus inexperience right now, because S2V, there were a couple of close chances, even in the final moments, that should have gone in. I like to think if the accuracy was just a little bit better from S2V, or maybe the shots had a little bit more power, you know, we could have totally seen this going to game 5 or at least a game 4. And yet we're lucky here to get 2 solid sweeps where, you know, in the last series, it was Team Liquid who were confirming that they were still a top team and deserved to be respected. And now it's Barca saying, hey, you know, even when we go up against opposition that's a little, yeah, exactly. When we're going up against people who are a little bit lower, we're going to smack them right down. And that's what happened.
Real nice game from both teams. Unfortunately for S2V, they have to go into that bloody round 5, but Barca finds themselves cleanly into stage 2 off the win of S2V. And when we come back, we will continue with more RLCS X. Stick around, you're not going to want to miss it.
Could be trouble now for Game Fist as they try to get downfield. Keep in mind, Game Fist have been in this position before. This was game 1 where they had to end up coming back pretty much in the final minute and showing how fragile that 1-goal lead is that Fadeaway have. Fadeaway also need to find an insurance goal quickly here because, again, there's still potential. There's still a chance. Game Fist can come back here. Good save from Compact. Ocelot will get a demo. Is that enough? Oh, the shot from Tigray just off target.
And Peaky shuts down Freaky there as well. Watch the counterattack. Only one to beat. Compact at the flip reset. And we're tied.
Compact coming up clutch again for Game Fist. Takes his time. Stacks, he only had 20 boosts when he went into the air. Woo. He used all of it. Had 0 by the time he got the flip reset. And it was all he needed. Now Game Fist tying this up with 57 seconds left.
The best teams in the world. BDS, Space Station Gaming, Game Fist in the last minute of a game. Compact trying to get downfield. He got by, but it rolls just wide. Now Bram looking to set it for Peaky. The shot is wide yet again. Boy, Fadeaway looked just stunned right now. Here's Bram again. That's going to be high, and he cannot follow it up. Had to negotiate through traffic. Now Compact. Oh, Tigray just got there ahead of Peaky, and Fadeaway stays alive for now.
Fadeaway trying to prevent disaster here in their run. Ocelot looks for a shot. It's blocked out. They have to fight fire with fire. They got to find a way to shut down Compact as well. If he gets another one of those chances, that might be all she wrote for Fadeaway's Group B run. But that being said, it looks like we could be heading into overtime unless a play happens here. Ball on the Game Fist end, pitches, bounces in midfield. Who's gonna pick it up? It's Bram, the pop-up. Compact has space, gets it through, but it'll go high off the back wall of Fadeaway, and we have an overtime.
When that ball took a huge hop at 0.1, I was worried. Ocelon didn't get any power behind this. Bram over on the left side waiting for Compact's pass. Here Peaky thought about it, but realized Tigray had him beat and Ocelon's got a big clear. Here comes Fadeaway looking to stay alive. Force game 5 in this series, and he does! It's Ocelon!
Ocelon, top right, bang! Off the touch from Bram in the perfect position to make the shot at a perfect placement. Fadeaway are gonna send us to a game 5.
Why wouldn't they, right? Why wouldn't? This final match in round 4 with so much on the line for both Fadeaway and Game Fist go the distance. We have had heavy drama all throughout, and it will all come down to Champions Field.
It's impressive for Game Fist as for one to see how they can still fight on as a squad and make this series as close as it has been. But Fadeaway, the life and the veteranship of this team, you really see it on the field. Even in these clutch, high-pressure situations, they've all been here time and time again, Stacks. And this time, we'll see if that'll pay off, if they can take this Game 5 and keep themselves in this Group B.
First 2 games go to Game Fist. They hold Fadeaway scoreless for about 9 minutes. Fadeaway has come back to outscore Game Fist 6-3 and force Game 5. It is either heartbreak for Fadeaway or a reverse sweep in the cards. 5 minutes on Champions Field to decide it all is Freaky. Gonna have to wait for Ocelon to respawn. Tigray will come in and take over. Just a 2-man attack as now Ocelon's back in the fray. And he will go for this. He's got a full tank of boost. Got the flip reset. Trying to go around. Peaky went right through him. Freaky shot. Bouncer goes in. What a play.
What a touch from Freaky! Ocelon sets this up, but watch what Freaky does off the bounce. Hits it so he can follow it up off the ground touch. Amazing goal from Freaky. That's exactly what Fadeaway needs to open up this Game 5.
You're going up against a guy who has played on the World Championship stage. It was not ever going to be easy, and that's what you have to match if you're Game Fist. Good luck. Peak Freaky is incredibly dangerous. Here's Ocelon right at Peaky. This is coming right back though. Fadeaway. They smell blood. Compact. Well, again, going for a flip reset, but again, if you don't change things up, you become very predictable. Compact did pop this up. Bram's gonna have a look at this. They got the demo, and Bram's shot goes right by the defense.
What a goal here. First off, you have to pay attention to Compact. He stops Freaky going for the challenge, and Bram, that shot's picture perfect. Just under the bar, just over the defense. Game Fists aren't done just yet. They equalize.
Yeah, I got an easy clear. Oh, wait, I don't. And Fadeaway were just left baffled on the goal line. Tigray looking for Ocelon. Not going to find him. Instead, it's Peaky to Bram. That's been a heck of a connection all throughout this series. They've combined for 5 of the 8 goals. Here's Tigray. Launching one towards the backboard, easily set away by Compact. They'll be without Peaky, but Bram is right there. Peaky respawns, full tank of boost. Compact for Bram. Slow play, waiting for Peaky to come up. Instead, it's Compact, and Peaky's got to rush back. He got caught kind of spectating there in front of the net, but he does get back to at least intercept and disrupt Ocelon's attempt.
Yeah, Ocelon, that one was almost close to being on target. Bounce doesn't work out in their favor. But Game Fist, need to talk about them for a moment here as the game's still tied up. You talk about teams being nervous and having pressure in this situation, especially going up against this squad well-renowned as Fadeaway. I don't think they care. You can tell from how well they've been aggressive on the field and how comfortable they have been pushing downfield that they're ready to match this pace. Speed from Compact almost to the top corner. This could be a breakaway though for Fadeaway. Freaky the roller, and it'll go in off the touch from Tigray. Fadeaway take the lead.
That's got to be devastating for Game Fist as they committed everybody there. A great win by Tigray in midfield. Sets up Freaky to give it right back to him just to make sure that gets in there. 2-1. A little over half of a game to go. Can Game Fist bring it back again? Ocelon beaten out by Peaky, but there is Tigray in support. Ocelon thought about it. He fell off the wall, so now Compact. Oh, he didn't get the pass to Peaky, and Peaky got taken out of the play as well. Bram now. Can he get a little help from Compact? He certainly can, but Peaky's way back and can't come up to help out. It was a great play in theory, not necessarily in practice as we get down to 2 minutes, and yet again, Game Fist has to go back to the drawing board.
They're a little nervous to send everyone forward here from Game Fist. You could tell from how late Peaky was on the challenge. Even this one just now, not trying to commit after getting scored on open net. It makes sense, but they are at some point going to have to set the house if they want to have any chance. You need that offensive pressure. Look at Fadeaway. Back and forth. They aren't done. Another goal, this one from Ocelon.
With experience comes just that lack of fear and hesitation. And right now, Fadeaway, they understand they are going up against players that aren't used to this situation. And some of them have been around for a while, especially a player like Bram. But not in this spot. How about Peaky? That is a veteran-level goal.
Look at this, off the kickoff, straight bounce, 79 boost in the air, uses it all. And what a touch from Peaky. That's going to be huge, bringing Game Fist back into this one. It's a one-goal game with 1:39 left on the clock.
I don't think anybody on Fadeaway expected that Peaky had that. I think they all just said, all right, well, you know what? We see guys go for this double a million times. Nobody ever lands it. All right, now you got to kind of sit up here and like, okay, you got to respect this Game Fist squad. You got to hold on for 1:20. Boy, what a show we've been treated to here in round 4. Bram needs to get around 1, but Tigray right there, good challenge. That'll slow them down significantly as they try to get an equalizer. Compact got off the wall in time, but here comes Tigray again. Ocelon, quick turn. Got this on target. Easy stop by Peaky.
Good touch.
Things are brewing here.
You can see it, Game Fist starting to fight back here, but here's a touch like that one, gives the ball straight up to Ocelon. Game Fist have to start over. At this point, you have to pay attention to these drives and the time on the clock. There's 45 seconds left. Game Fist have been in this position, but do they have the clutch for the third time? It's dangerous. Ocelon, oh, is that gonna fall? No, Bram able to stop that before it goes in.
Oh, he had to burn a lot of boost to get there, but still had enough to go after that ball and get there in time. Compact has that kick out, but Ocelon's got the stop. Compact did get the boost out of the fadeaway zone. There's a chance here. Oh, Peaky could not get that centered for Compact. Down to 15 seconds. Need a goal. Drop down Compact, denied by Ocelon. Down to 10 seconds now. Peaky with a big clear. Freaky just waiting to pick it off. They'll be without Compact for a moment, and there's no boost in that corner. Bram can't get the ball in the air, and Fadeaway survives to play one more round as they knock out Game Fist. A reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep from Fadeaway here. They still got it when they need it, Stacks. And even with their backs against the wall, they're able to stay alive. It was honestly, though, a valiant effort from Game Fist, as there were multiple times it looked as if Game Fist were going to take that series. But at the end of the day, Fadeaway still proved that, you know, the old dogs still got it. And yes. They make their way into round 5.
There's no changing of the guard just yet as Fadeaway knocks the Belgians out of the tournament. But what a performance from Game Fist there. I mean, they came out, they brought the fight right to Fadeaway. In the end, it just wasn't enough. As mentioned, that third win, always the toughest to get as a very tough veteran squad clutches up. And boy, they need to, because they got to get into stage 2 just to make sure they have enough points to qualify for the major.
Yeah, and at this point, things are heating up, and the conversation, the drama is coming out here in Group B, but it's not done yet. There's still some more Rocket League left, at least here on the E-League stream. We'll have another match ready for you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
just to let you in. Yeah. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series European Regional number 3. We are on Group B and we are almost done. I'm Leafx alongside me, Gibbs and Turtle, to talk about that last round before we move on for our final round, Barca versus S2V. Turtle, Barca getting the result that we expected.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, we got the result we expected, but S2V, I thought they put up a good fight. It was super fun to watch. There were some crazy moments where S2V could have come back. There were 2 games in a row, the last 2 ones. in the final seconds, if you rewatch the series, you will be on the edge of your seat because there were so many close moments where S2V bounced it off the backboard and somebody from Barca barely got the last touch. And if they didn't find that save, it could have gone the completely different direction. Maybe we saw a reverse sweep or an upset. But either way, man, this series was great.
Yeah, Barca, they get the sweep. It was definitely closer than we expected. But at the end of the day, we know Barca, they outclassed this team. And they showed that throughout today. And this is good to see for Barca because, again, their offense popping off earlier versus Vitality. And they will be a threat tomorrow for any of these top 16 teams.
The question, Turtles, do you think, you said STV was looking, they put up a good fight, but do you think it's a good enough fight to make it in?
I don't know, man. It's tough. I think that they are a team that we should start paying attention to more. They are definitely on my radar now because, they took a game off Team Liquid. Things are looking good. And that series against Barca, there were really good moments for this roster. I think if they can find some better synergy and some passes out of the defensive area, then they're a team that could make it into the next round. And I have high hopes for them.
Well, let's take a look at the standings right now because it is getting smaller and smaller of an opportunity to get in. This is what the field looks like right now in terms of everything. We got round 5 coming up and only a few teams left. 6 teams, Gibbs, are remaining with only 3 spots there. You see the green ones. Those are good. Those red ones are bad. You don't want to be in those ones, which means we have 3 matches left.
And the big story today, Vodafone Giants, for the first 2 rounds, they have Tox playing with them. Then he got banned in between rounds 2 and 3 for 3 days. So he will not play for the rest of the weekend. And because of that, the Giants have lost 2 series in a row. So they're sitting at 2-2. And this is a big deal for them because they were top 4 in points, or top 3 in points, actually. So we'll see if they can bounce back here. But then all the other 2-2 teams, pretty much across the board, they're still in the running for that major spot. So these games are going to be crucial.
Is the thing, Turtle. You're looking at this leaderboard right now in the standings so far today. I'd say the teams that we thought would make it through have made it through, obviously, despite Giants, but kind of looks like what we'd expect out of this group.
Right. I'm really happy to see Barca Oxygen and Liquid. Those two rosters. I'm always confused. How are they going to play? What are we going to see from them? And they answered all our questions. We always are concerned with how they're playing. And today it was just outstanding, I think, from both rosters. And I'm looking also at Fadeaway sitting at 2-2. They've had, a couple of close games. They lost to Libertas and then they went to game 5 against Game Fist and also Keep Calm and Improve. So I think they're having a little bit of a sluggish day. And, I could see them getting knocked out.
Well, let's talk about these next matchups. Of course, we only have 3, as I mentioned before. Gibbs, we talked about, this is, Wolf is in instead right now for the rest of the week. This is his home. He's got to make it count for this team right now. But Fadeaway is a team also that has that drive to make it through. This is a matchup that I think neither one of these teams would have been looking forward to.
Absolutely. But the one bonus for Wolf is now, they've had a couple of hours to play together. They're probably scrimming like crazy, hopefully, between their matchups to get ready for this match. So there'll be a little bit more of gameplay under their belts, maybe a little bit less of not knowing where Wolf will be. But we'll see. Like, obviously, that this is all within 2 to 3 hours, so it's going to be very difficult for Wolf here. Fadeaway, they haven't looked good today, but they've scraped by. They're 2-2 at this point. They know they're into the major, but they want as many points as possible.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's, just because you're like, okay, we think we're good doesn't mean you should just sit back and wait. You still want to make that drive. Obviously, prize pool on the line too, right? But looking at Fadeaway, just before we jump on talking about our first matchup here, Turtle, who do you think's good? Like Wolf, obviously, super subs is always a big storyline here to carry a team through. But that drive behind Freaky is always there. How do you early prediction on that one? Since we won't get to talk about it.
I think Fadeaway are going to take it because they had a rough start. I know I was saying I'm confused. I can see them going out, but they went to game 5 2 times. They had a really tough loss against Game Up. They got swept, which is surprising. And I think they're just frustrated. And at the end of the day, they've had a lot of time to recoup. They've already taken huge losses today. So I feel like the emotions aren't as high right now if you get, go down a couple of games against the Giants. So I can actually see Fadeaway taking this matchup.
Okay, well, let's talk about the matchup that is coming up, and that's Libertas versus Triple Trouble. Both these teams, no team wants to be in this position in all reality. It's a do or die at this point. You're either in or you're out. You don't make it to the second stage if you lose here. So talking about this match, Gibbs, Triple Trouble, I feel like it is one of those teams we talk about for a while that's always, are they good? Are they not good? They kind of float up and down, and I wonder how we feel they're feeling today.
We'll see, because we haven't seen them a whole lot on stream, and that's always the problem with this team, where they have their highs and lows. Like, obviously, Grid 1 week, they won the entire thing, and after that, they've kind of fallen back down to where we expected them to be. The other side, with Lib, we haven't really seen them do anything all that special either. So both these teams on the bubble, and the difference between these two teams is 10 points right now. And that's 10 points. Whoever wins this will get at least 20 more points and obviously be playing for more for tomorrow. So this is absolutely huge, because this is right on that bubble, around 15th, 16th place for that major. So not only that, you get double the points at the major. You're guaranteed top 16. So that means 100 extra points for one team going to the major, and that's if they go 0-3 compared to a team not there. So sure, they're playing for 20 points right now, but that could add up to 100 to 150 points down the line, which is huge.
Well, let's boot up that fan vote right now before we get into our final round and hear what you guys think about this series. Hashtag TT or hashtag LBS if you think Libertas is going to make it through. While they do that, we're throwing our predictions out as per usual here. All of these, I was looking at all these matchups we have left, and I'm like, which one would I rather try to make predictions on? And none of them, in all honesty, are ones I want to, because they're all so close. Any 6 of these teams really have that opportunity to make it through. So I'm going to make Gibbs and you, Turtle, go first, so that I have something to base this off of. Gibbs, go start us off.
Bluey, 0.48 goals so far through all the regionals for his team. That is last on his team. I expect him to pick it up at some point. I want to see it now. I'm going to go triple trouble.
Triple trouble, cool.
I'm a little bit concerned. Libertas in that series against Team Liquid, they were kind of like a flat soda that just got left out for hours. They had like decent defense, but there was nothing else. I was waiting for something to happen for them, and I love these guys. I love RizX especially, and yet I got nothing from this series. And triple trouble, they brought to Game 5 against Team Liquid. That just makes me sold on triple trouble because of how flat Libertas were looking. So I'm going triple trouble.
I mean, as much as I don't mind if it's flat or not, I just like sugar, I like soda. I'm still going to go with triple trouble on this one. Across the board, I think the desk, we have to do with it. This is a team that's continued to prove resilience over multiple seasons in multiple different rosters. I think this is a name we're going to continue to see for quite some time. So yeah, triple trouble is the team that I have on the pick here. And if it comes up soon, we'll be able to see what you guys picked if you believe in triple trouble. And you do. 82% on 82% on triple trouble, 18 on Libertas. I'm sorry, Libertas are not behind you, but maybe you can prove them wrong in this next match. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X if you want to let us know your thoughts, and we can see them there. But it's time for our final round, so let's just get right into it.
Well, perhaps Libertas are now recarbonated, Corelli, and hopefully not feeling as flat. But both teams lost to Team Liquid, so maybe they both needed to recover. Triple Trouble, they did recover in their last match. They did win, but this is going to be interesting. I mean, we've seen Libertas rise to the challenge on occasion, Corelli, but Triple Trouble also have kind of been on this long-winded redemption arc, trying to, you know, basically live up to the name of Triple Trouble in Europe.
Yeah.
And it's been difficult so far. Libertas the next to stand in the way.
Yeah, trying to get back to the former glory many seasons ago. But even today, Triple Trouble have been one win away over Dignitas and Team Liquid. And I think Libertas are a little disappointed with the way that they performed against Liquid. I definitely agree with Turtle saying that, you know, the defense was there for the most part, but not the scoring. And Rix has got to make a big save here early, as Libertas find themselves in a similar situation right off the bat.
You can't be, you know, can't get too lax in your awareness and allow the types of passing plays that Team Liquid were able to perform. You know, Libertas have been on defense for a little stint here. A couple of air dribble attempts into passes or challenges, but nothing has really just broken through. Bluey's finally forced up against the backboard. But this isn't a terrible start for Libertas. It was a good challenge by Mike Boy to get set in the blue half. RizX actually leaving that down for Rix, who can't find the target. That was it worked out pretty well for Rix on that play, but just could not find the net.
Oh, that's so
find
close.
It here. Oh,
for Rix there, and again, to your point, Jorbius, Rix has another chance. Mike Boy might have an open net, and he will put it away. A 1-0 lead for Libertas.
Libertas, they do finally break through. Bluey next up just could not get back to it. Wanted to hopefully just play that out to the next corner as soon as RizX takes that initial shot. He's thinking go for the save as soon as he turns around, but couldn't make contact, which just led to Mike Boy putting it in. So pretty much better start than how things went against Team Liquid.
This is a great start. This is tying the number of goals they scored against Liquid in the last series through 3 games. They only put up 1 goal, while Liquid put up 10 against them through 3 games. So this is a fantastic start for Libertas and a great series of attacks on the opposite side, but right back the other way. It's Bluey to tie things up.
And Libertas should be expecting this for the duration of the match. Triple Trouble are going to be a tough out. Nice little dump in front of Bluey from Tadpole. But, I think that kind of game that they had against Team Liquid, Corelli, you get scored on 10 times, you can't get anything done. That speaks to why resiliency is such a huge factor in this type of format, because you got to go and play another match right after that. And, depending on what your record was, you could get smacked 10-1 and then 10-1 again, and then have to play another match. Like, it definitely puts a stretch and really tests the conditioning of your mentality. But Libertas, they've just looked much better. Triple Trouble haven't been able to really pass the ball too much yet. They got that 1 pass in traffic to Bluey, but overall, Libertas have done a good job controlling the pitch.
They have, and this format really speaks to players who will be resilient, especially after tough losses. You get multiple chances here through these stages, and you get 3 games at the very least, and Calix, he's gonna get 1 shot and 1 goal, and the go-ahead goal for Triple Trouble.
Mike Boy, he had to pick up that boost to maybe get a read on it, and then just not quite the touch he probably wanted there. Probably wanted something a little more powerful, or didn't expect to have to play that as quickly as he did. That little bit of time he spent getting the boost really cost him and forced that misplay. Now, Tadpole will start for Triple Trouble, and Tadpole will actually get that rebound down over to Calix. Couple of issues now pop up for Libertas along the back wall and backboard. Triple Trouble and Bluey tried to shovel it back, but now it put Calix in a position across the back wall, made the challenge happen against Mike Boy. Another huge whiff opens up the back of the defense, but Calix can't get a solid opportunity on it, and no goal for Triple Trouble.
I think he had a low boost situation there, but couldn't make contact. That one probably should have had a better effort there, even with it being a tough one for him to deal with. And unfortunately, Triple Trouble had the opportunity to open up that lead a little bit, and Libertas now trying to force something on the blue side. Have to be careful here of the space in the backfield if you're Triple Trouble. Libertas definitely eyeing it right now.
Libertas set up. Rizex has a clean pass to Mike Boy. The shot low and saved, but Libertas can continue. Rizex gave Rix a chance for the challenge. And Triple Trouble forced into this reactionary defensive situation. Tadpole has the catch next. He's able to get out past midfield, but the demo on the backside will slow the rotation forward for Triple Trouble. Bluey doing a lot of work on defense right now. Tadpole was downfield, bumped out of the way by Rizex. Libertas avoiding a couple of demos to try to stay on offense, and Calix finds the next clear. Triple Trouble get out, but Libertas steal the ball away again.
A lot of bumping and demos from Libertas right now is really throwing off that rotation, and Bluey almost was getting dunked there, but you're seeing Triple Trouble spend a lot of time on defense. They're able to break out here. What can Calix set up? Bluey went for the bump on the goal line and couldn't get contact, and Libertas are able to break out again. You can see everyone from Triple Trouble retreating back to their line, and Libertas had a lot of space to work with.
Tadpole the next to jump up, and they have been very passive, like nobody following up, knowing Tadpole's going for the next challenge, but they were still playing the loss on that last challenge, trying not to stretch it. They do retain the lead at the end of regulation, and they almost get a 3rd goal. If Tadpole kills it, he can't. So it will give Libertas one more try with Mike Boy. He's got the catch around the corner, flips it up. Already up is Rix Rade, tries to squash it against the backboard, but it's defended by Tadpole. Calix follows it up, and Triple Trouble take the first game.
It was a close one there at the end. It did feel like Libertas were getting the better of Triple Trouble, but you could see it was a very conservative approach at the end of that game. Triple Trouble wanted to get back to their lines and play defense and kind of just prevent Libertas from having any more opportunities. But I don't think this was a horrible game from Libertas. That's 12 shots for them here in this game. They're able to put up 1 goal. There's a lot of opportunity left on the table, I think, and Triple Trouble have to be careful of giving up those chances.
I think Rix is looking at his chances, especially. Those were the 2 most glaring ones from Libertas near the beginning of the game, where he had an open net initially. He had to stretch for it, hit the crossbar. And the next one he had to really stretch for in traffic, and he hit the crossbar again. That alone could have given Libertas the win that they needed. But, Rix, hopefully his accuracy can improve in the next game for Libertas if his number is called. But Triple Trouble took advantage of those missed opportunities for sure, Corelli.
I think at the end of the day, too, look, this wasn't a bad game for either team. Libertas did get the better of Triple Trouble at the end. It is about conversion at that point, putting away your shots. But I think the biggest thing for Triple Trouble, even though walking away with the win here, is you've got to make sure that you watch out for Libertas. They like to send a lot of players for those guys on the back line. They have pushed out that last defender multiple times. That's left a lot of space for Libertas to work with.
Well, they're already back on the blue half to start off the kickoff, but this time, Bluey takes a leading role for a bump. Couldn't get it, and Tadpole's follow-up was denied anyway. So Libertas throw a quick one downfield. Now only 1 man back, but he won't face too much pressure. It's Rizex. Now against Tadpole, he's over 2 defenders now. Tried to go for the low challenge against Bluey. Mike Boy now following close. Can Libertas find this? Well, Mike Boy will take the boost as a consolation prize, and Rix will buy him plenty of time, but the pass is to no one but Triple Trouble.
Yeah, I think Mike wanted someone there on the left side, and Bluey couldn't follow up for a second touch. It is a big clear from Rizex, and Rix Rondays downfield. Great redirect into the net, and a 1-0 lead for Libertas.
Rix flying downfield after his challenge, and then, well, fortune favors those who are downfield, and Rix was the benefactor this time, and he didn't miss. So Libertas,
very though-like goal that we saw yesterday from Guild, though a couple times was just kind of on the other side as that ball would pop out, and he was right in front of the net to tap it in. That was a great shot, though, by Rix Ronday. And Libertas are better for it. And I like to see the passing from them as well. They've been very eager to find each other and cross the field using those lateral passes that have really spread out the defense. This is a smart challenge from Rizex. Look at the space he's bought himself. He got everyone to go. And Triple Trouble send the house, and they do get the clear.
This is where you might start getting concerned for Triple Trouble a minute and a half in, is they haven't really had a lot of space. That was true for the most part in game 1, but you're really seeing it in their rotations now and how they approach the game. Just trying for those solo play challenges or just booming the ball down the field. But you see Calix playing the third man, but one will stay downfield hoping for either a favorable bounce or a booming launch where they can receive the pass.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking of lasers, this one was particularly powerful by Mike Boy.
And this one came off of Bluey as well. That had a blue line behind the ball. And it's hard to tell because it's instantly into a demolition there, but it came off of Bluey. And unfortunately, Triple Trouble give up another one. I can't really blame the man on the goal line there. That's tough to read.
You call that the phantom pinch, if you will? I'm not even sure. I saw it barely chipped off of Bluey's car. Oh, nice touch by Calix. And Bluey going straight for the demo, but Tadpole was so far back that following that up required him to win 2 successive challenges, and that's already difficult coming from that corner. Now they're all forced back, and Libertas are happy to play it right back to the blue half.
Great first touch by Rizex. Look at what he's done for his team here. Rix Ronday had an opportunity. Mike Boy may be able to finish it. Great setup by Rizex.
And a nice job by Calix on the defensive end as well. Able to get those 2 big defensive stops. The first one was a little tougher than the second, but still excellent job on the net minding. Now Triple Trouble, they still need a goal despite the good defensive effort by Calix. And the offense has been a struggle. Only 2 shots, both by Tadpole.
It does feel like Libertas are getting the better of Triple Trouble in the attacking department, but Tadpole has opportunities. Great touchdown to Calix. Rich Ronday cuts it out. I think Triple Trouble need to have another dimension to their offense, and they got Rizex in the back. Blue goes for the bump. Calix goes back post, and Triple Trouble get one back.
This is a nice approach on the team play. It's Rizek's back, trying to figure out where exactly this is going to go. He's thinking maybe a pass, but he's at least going to defend where Calix can shoot it. Instead, Bluey just blinds him for a half second. That's enough to delay any reaction he can have to Bluey putting it in the net. Excellent job, or to Calix putting it in the net, excuse me. So nice job by Bluey, who's been trying to play that bully role more and more as the match has gone on. He's known for that, but he doesn't do that all the time. But it seems to be something he's starting to rely on in this match against Libertas. Oh no, that's past the entire Triple Trouble defense, and that's going to be a freebie for Rizex, and not what Triple Trouble want when trying to come back.
I think Bluey thought that first man, I think it was Mike Boy, was going to make contact. He semi-pre-jumped it there as he was up early before contact was made. And unfortunately, both his teammates were the left and to the right of him, and so nobody was back. So an interesting goal to give up if you're Triple Trouble, and unfortunately now only have a minute to work with here to get 2 back.
And Calix has looked fairly solid. He only had one moment where I thought he truly gaffed it when he had a shot opportunity on net in game 1. But other than that, you need him to make solid contact. He's doing it. You need him to put it into the right spot. He's done it. Now they need it one more time. Tadpole with the air dribble initially. Bluey making Mike Boy wait, so it forces Rizex up. Libertas haven't really sweat a whole lot on defense. In fact, their counterattacks have been pretty clean, and Rick's just getting wide of that ball. Couldn't put it on target.
And there's been 4 or 5 times now that Libertas have just caught out the defense of Triple Trouble. Many clears just going over that last man, and everyone from Libertas just racing behind it as Triple Trouble have to play with their backs turned to their own net.
The rotations definitely have not felt they've not felt consistent, and they've definitely felt haphazard from Triple Trouble. Sometimes you either have both second and third man playing a loss on the challenge, and no one is nearby to at least take advantage of, any kind of follow-up, or they send all 3 players up they're not in the right spot, or they're playing too closely, or Libertas have just done a good job defending it. A little bit of columns A, B, and C are all what add up to a sum of a Triple Trouble loss.
And again, Libertas, a lot of shots coming out here from them and a lot of dangerous chances as well. Triple Trouble really had to stretch out that defense to stay in this one and didn't generate a lot of offense because of it. It was a great goal from Calix and, of course, Bluey going for that bump on Rizex. But I got to say, Rizex has been a standout player through these 2 games. He's at the top of the leaderboard here, but really just using his brain a lot of times on these touches, sending in some fakes, getting players to go, opening up space behind the defense to dish off to his teammate. That's the type of guy I want on my team, and right now he is just dishing it out for Libertas.
Yeah, and there's just no consistent pressure either. It's been like Libertas have had the easiest counterattacks that I think I've seen in the last 2 or 3 days. Like, why do they get these free passes, these free long passes from their own back wall and towards midfield? Triple Trouble just aren't ready for those counter advances, and it's really killed them. Like, we've seen it, and Corelli, you were saying it, like the whole defense is always scrambling to get back and recover. And Triple Trouble are in a lot of trouble if they can't figure that out. With Rizex and company, they're feeling much better after game 2, and in Aquadome, maybe stack some wins.
Boy, are they going to need it. And I think the first step is generating some consistent offense. It seems like one player really has an opportunity for Triple Trouble at any one time. There's not multiple chances at the net. And Libertas really haven't been tested much here on the defensive side of things. I'd like to see that defense be tested a bit more.
Oh, here's a good pass from Calix to Tadpole. And that's really where the key component on offense for Triple Trouble has been lacking. The few times they have scored, it's come off of a team play of some sort, whether it be an infield pass or, Bluey playing lead blocker. Either way, it's taken multiple players involved to get through the Libertas defense. Bluey will hop it over. Calix, another block from Mike Boy, who's also had a solid match so far, but this is a good look from Triple Trouble. Good rotations, they're getting a lot of the boost steals and having some space. Look, a pretty much clean look to Calix from Tadpole, and they get more boost out of it.
Oh,
having to rely on the pads, but Rix Ronde had enough of it to clear some space with a nicely timed demo.
That was a fantastic demo because it was a perfect pass over to Tadpole, and Triple Trouble really got in a groove there. Once they figured that defense was low on boost, initially Tadpole had gone for a bump, and I think that last man for Libertas had to get out of the way, but that was the best offense that we've seen from Triple Trouble. Consistent offense from Triple Trouble, multiple shots. They've already put up 3 here in this game.
This time, Rix Ronde is getting bumped out of the way, and Tadpole does a quick flip over to try to give any kind of chance for a shot, but Libertas proved to still be really difficult on defense. And on the counter, still so threatening. It takes a 3-pronged attack. Mike Boy with the cleanup.
Great follow-up from Mike Boy, like you said, cleaning up this play. Look at the pass to Rix Ronde. Bluey, he had 0 boost going for that. He got his mid stolen away, and just at the last moment was able to make the save off the crossbar. That's about as much as you can ask for a man with no boost. And Mike Boy there at the end of clearing things up. Libertas back on top.
Now Triple Trouble put in a deficit again. Calix wants to take point. Tadpole's next up. Maybe this is a good look for Triple Trouble. Oh, Bluey had the read placement perfect, and Triple Trouble tied up.
And Calix stole away that left boost, went for the bump on Rix Ronde, which forced him back into the net, so nobody was up for this. Rizex was still rotating around, and that's what opened up that space in the airspace above the box, and Triple Trouble get one back.
So now we've reset. Don't have to think about how you're behind for too long. You know, Tadpole forced to stay back as the ball gets boomed right back into their half. Triple Trouble handling Libertas counterattacks a little better. Their clears are also much more solid. They aren't getting beat to a lot of these balls on defense as often as they were in game 2. But even right here, it could be scary for Triple Trouble with the midfield belonging to Libertas. Cutting right back in, Rizex off the ceiling, drops under. He tried to scoop it over Tadpole, but lost any power that he would have had.
See what Triple Trouble can set up here. It's taking just one man to slow them down, and Rix Ronde, he chased Bluey into his own net. Now the shot far post. Bluey got a dance inside of his own goal line. And he might just get a goal here if he could put it. He puts it wide. Nobody was back for Libertas. That was a huge opportunity for Bluey.
It really was. He still had to, he felt like he had to be quick with it, and he definitely had to be quick. Now Tadpole, nice cut, but nobody from Triple Trouble can follow that up quickly enough. Not that you would expect it. There's a nice cut from Tadpole. But this is where the tough part comes in for Triple Trouble. Can they break through the Libertas defense again? They were only able to do it once in the last game. Trying to force the ball on the rebound, keep testing the Libertas backboard. That time, Calix just straight up tested Rix in net. Tadpole finding Bluey, but the rest of Triple Trouble had to retreat. Libertas stop him again.
Trouble have shown multiple attacks that have been able to break down that Libertas defense. See if they can do it here. Final minute. Triple Trouble trying to hang in here. Libertas trying to just sweep them out of the tournament. As they meet up in midfield, Blue's going to have to clear this one away to his own corner.
Oh, nice from Mike Boy here to get that pass out to Rix. The coverage in midfield has definitely been Libertas's. Like Triple Trouble, they've had some good sequences, but you still feel like Libertas have really controlled the pace of the game just off of how quick they are in midfield and how many times they get by the Triple Trouble defense like this. Calix didn't expect Rizex to be right on top of him, so the ball jets over him, but Triple Trouble, they get out of that for now. Rix beat to the ball by Calix. That's a good start. Can they get something going at the end of regulation? Or will they take that risk over overtime? Mike Boy getting bumped out of the way. Now Tadpole and Bluey just gonna let it drop. Overtime.
That last clear from Libertas was a bit scary for my liking if I'm on Triple Trouble. Everyone committed at generally the same time. Now here's Rix Ronde. Couldn't get over it. And if I'm Triple Trouble, you want to march down the field as fast as you can. Do not let Libertas into a groove here.
Libertas from midfield. Mike Boy, he's gonna look for Rizex. Well, Rizex just couldn't find the angle he needed. But that's still gonna be a threat. Mike Boy keeps it close for Rizex. No roll just yet on the Triple Trouble defense. They couldn't defend the carry from Bluey, so Rick's back on his own wall. Will force Libertas to have to take a new look at midfield. Rizex getting the bump and the pass and the shot from Mike Boy, giving Libertas the win on Aquadome, all thanks to Rizex.
I've been calling this man's name all series long. And look at that pass to Mike Boy, right on the nose, right on the money. A 3-0 series win for Libertas and a strong showing for them.
Quite a recovery from what we saw with them against Team Liquid, and really impressed with how they've recovered in that respect. So very good performance overall from Libertas for Triple Trouble. I mean, there's just no, I think I get so used to saying there's no philosophy on offense, but just that they could never really establish any sort of rhythm. There was no consistent idea of how to maintain pressure. It just felt like, well, I'll just, drive forward with the ball around the corner. I'll make a 50 happen. If it pops out to the second man, great. If it doesn't, well, now everybody retreats. Like they're just, Triple Trouble are so retreat happy. And like they're never really positioned for success beyond the first man. Sometimes they put together the good passing play, but that's after they're already in a favorable position where they were positioned for a challenge, and one was rotating back, and it's like, oh, the ball just plops right in front of me. Let me turn around. All of a sudden, I have a second man to pass to. It just felt like it was fortunate for Triple Trouble on the goals that they have scored. But Corelli, I will say that Triple Trouble did win the first game, so it's not quite a Libertas sweep.
I am big wrong, Jorby. But huge wrong here.
The best part is, Corelli, I'll just say that over on the E-League stream, we have what's called the Spaceman sweep, where Spaceman, lovely commentator over on the E-League stream, was like, if one team wins, but then the other team wins 3 in a row, that's still a sweep, right? And like, only to you, Spaceman. So that's the Spaceman sweep if Libertas win this game.
There you go. I'll take it. But no, yes, we play one more game here if Libertas wins. We keep going. Of course, if Triple Trouble can stay in it, I completely spaced that they had won, so that's my bad. But here we go, off into game 4, and Libertas still looking very good here, in my opinion. And for Triple Trouble, they kept it close. I thought for Jorby, they did spend a lot more time on the offensive part of the field. They did a lot better putting together more dangerous chances, but I still feel like this Libertas team are able to just find the ball over the heads of Triple Trouble time and time again. It feels like Libertas have had a lot of space to work with, and Rick's Rondé's shot turned away by Bluey at the last second. And here comes Libertas once more.
It was as close to a sacrifice as you could get. Bluey just, laying it all on the line for one save. That was, I wish more saves looked like that, where you jump into a demo right as you touch the ball. It looked cool. Tadpole winning what would have been a big 50, but Bluey didn't have enough to go and chase it. So Triple Trouble are forced to reassess back on the blue half. Tadpole trying to dump it to Bluey, but pass just off the mark. This pass was on the mark, but Rizex couldn't find contact. Nice pass back over to Mike Boy. Libertas starting to take control of midfield again. They've been hard to push off that midfield line, especially when Mike Boy's making touches like that. And Rix gives a chance to Rizex. But Calix is there on the defense, so despite the nice passing, it's still really good from Libertas. They've maintained consistent pressure, but haven't found the back of the net yet.
They're keeping possession as well, and they're going from left to right, hitting both sidelines right now. You can see what's happening to Triple Trouble. They're very spread out, and the boost game is very low for them at the same time. Haven't been able to keep too much possession. Bluey wanted to give that one back, and Calix now in pursuit. Libertas still on this possession game, and they might catch out Triple Trouble once more. Good touch by Tadpole to slow things down.
Bluey punts one away. Alex, another touch out. He actually wins the next touch. Just lets it drop in front for Tadpole, and Calix lets it all hang for Triple Trouble.
And it's a huge goal for Triple Trouble here. Calix was going across to get a piece of Rizex, but he goes in and out of the goal. And a great follow-up by Tadpole all the way through, and 1-0 for Triple Trouble getting on the board here early. It's exactly what they needed. They spent a lot of time on defense early. Now they go up 1-0, put the pressure on Libertas to break their defense.
Bluey in game one was probably the biggest difference maker just from his demos. Calyx, since then, has kind of been keeping Triple Trouble within distance of Libertas the whole way through. And there just hasn't been a real, there hasn't been that consistent threat that you're really scared of for Triple Trouble, but Calyx has made a couple of big individual efforts in getting the ball into space, giving his teammates a chance on net. And we'll see if they can retain this lead. Libertas had a couple of scary chances, but another counterattack. Rix Rondé have to let it drop down.
Calyx has definitely been the initiator on a lot of these plays where he's the one to carry the ball down the field or to receive the pass. Bluey and Tadpole have done a good job. Bluey's been very physical throughout this game. We talked about it earlier, Jorbri, saying that that's what he does in these games. But Tadpole has been an all-around type of guy, getting the job done on both sides of the field and setting up players like Calyx. Definitely bodes well for a team like Triple Trouble. Here's Calyx again, looking for that back wall. Tadpole's there, shot goes in, and a 2-goal lead for Triple Trouble.
This comes off the backboard. Rix, he had no boost and got a really poor touch on net. Mike Boy tried to get the quick read, and it wasn't actually bad. He actually got to the ball, but the shot was hard enough. You saw 101 kilometers per hour, that even though he got the touch, the ball was already the entire way in the net. But it looked like he got a little contact on the ball. I actually thought Mike Boy, that was probably the best approach he could have taken to quickly get to the save from a shot that hard. Overall,
finding themselves in a position that they haven't really been in before now. 2 goals down against Triple Trouble, not finding as much success as they move down the field. There's been a couple of dangerous chances, but Triple Trouble have played some very solid defense, even though it feels like Libertas might be controlling the possession for most of this game. Triple Trouble have done well to stick in it, stay with the ball, and play good defense, and now find themselves up 2-0.
So besides this little progression downfield, Mike Boy actually punches the ball in. Libertas, they cut the lead in half off of this great initial carry from Rix Rondé.
2 players on the back wall missed that touch from Rix Rondé, and that's just spells disaster for the Triple Trouble defense. Mike Boy had a free shot on target. That last man in net really had no chance at it. And so Libertas get one back with some time left on the clock.
Now Triple Trouble just have to manage for 20 seconds for game 5. That might feel like a short amount of time, but it's an eternity in Rocket League. RLCS X trying to keep the play alive. Mike Boy had time to get to the challenge, but Bluey wins on the low angle. RLCS X tried to hop the route. He actually bumped Bluey off the ball. Now Rix has a shot. Rix can't get the goal. Mike Boy keeps it alive off the ramp. RLCS X dumps it down to Rix Rondé, but Triple Trouble hold the line. They survive for game number 5.
Wow, what a defensive play from Triple Trouble here in this game. Even though it's the game where they were able to take a 2-goal lead, it did feel like Libertas were putting on a lot of pressure that Triple Trouble had to deal with. And for a while, things got a little dicey for Triple Trouble on the defensive side of things. But I have to say, this, if anything, proves Triple Trouble certainly can contend with this Libertas team when they're under pressure. And that's really important because Libertas have been able to set up a lot of plays with the space given that have been very tough for Triple Trouble to deal with.
And you know, I don't know from your eyes, Corelli, but to me, this game has felt, or this match has felt very grounded. Like, it doesn't feel like there are some matches where it feels like the entire game is played in the air, but it's felt like the majority of this match has been on the ground or on the walls, or a lot of dribbling, a lot of chances with like ground hop air dribbles, but like that's the most action we see in the air. It's been a very defensive minded game overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And on both sides, really, if you're playing defense, there's been a lot more clears that have just been either passes or cleared to the walls. But if you're Libertas in particular, a lot of great grounded passing plays that have opened up space for them. And those are really fun to watch because a lot of times now it's in the air. You know, to your point, there's a lot of air dribbles and crossing across the box that just feels so common and so easy for these guys to pull off. You don't see a lot of that grounding passing as much.
Now Triple Trouble gonna hop in front of a challenge. And trying to receive a lot of these touches from Libertas to try to steal that ball away. See more teams trying to opt for that more often than just, slapping your car forward for a challenge. But, both have their uses in particular given situations. For this matchup in particular, both just trying to outmaneuver the other. Mike Boy will have the catch on the dribble. Tried to throw it under, and he did! Mike Boy carries it himself for the first goal.
Great poise from Mike Boy here. Knew he had Blue in a tough position because it's such a late challenge, and he just squeaks it by to the left side. Great choice by Mike Boy. A tough challenge for Bluey to catch up to that play. And unfortunately just turned around on the goal line. All of a sudden, he's got Mike Boy coming right at him.
Now, Triple Trouble, as much as they love to try to receive that ball and carry it out themselves, Libertas might up the pace a little bit. But here's a quick transition from Triple Trouble that almost dies after a Mike Boy carry. Calix can't win that 50. Bluey follows up quickly, though, and now Triple Trouble back on the attack. It's a 2-on-1 if Bluey can get this out quickly. He does, but Calix misses the rebound, and Rizex was cutting off the option, but there was still an angle for Calix to find.
Oh, absolutely. He could have hit that shot if he had made contact. Now Mike Boy quickly downfield. Calix there to clean it up and see if he can get one back here for Triple Trouble.
Oh, that could have been dangerous, but Mike Boy flies back for the calculated back pass. And Tadpole winning this 50. Bluey trying to play enforcer again, but a quick follow-up from Mike Boy, and then Rix Ronde putting pressure on Calix will put Libertas in a prime position to put another shot on net, but Bluey's quick up to that. Calix makes another 50 happen. Triple Trouble had a little bit of time, but the entire Libertas team is downfield. Rizex angle denied. He puts another one on. Denied off the crossbar. Triple Trouble retained their 1-goal deficit, and they'd love to turn it around quickly, but good enough defense for Triple Trouble for now.
Good enough, but the shooting wasn't there. Rizek's gonna have another try, and Calix to turn it away. And Libertas definitely heating up in the shooting department as Rix Ronde still trying to force the issue here, but unfortunately not enough power on that one, and a big clear back to Rizex, who, going back to just the previous play, had a couple of opportunities, but just couldn't get over the ball, and that's the most frustrating type. As he locks someone up here in the back wall, it was Bluey. Triple Trouble good out here. They're able to pick up possession in the final third.
Bluey might have an angle to Calix, but he gets bumped anyway. Well, would have been a dead play for Triple Trouble. Excellent defense. Every man on Triple Trouble's covered by a Libertas car. And they retain their 1-goal lead. Not a ton of offense. Corelli, they've been limited again, Triple Trouble, to 2 shots. Just, I mean, right there, Mike Boy just cuts off everything. And then a quick passing play in midfield will give Libertas some much-needed insurance late in Game 5.
And this one, not the best touch from Calix, goes straight to Mike Boy, dishes it off to Rizex. Well done to turn that one around on Triple Trouble so quickly. That ball given up and instantly punished by Libertas, and now they're up 2-0.
Now, Triple Trouble, with the amount of offense that they've had, they start creeping towards, we haven't seen this everyday territory. But it is only a 2-goal lead.
Oh, man.
Now everyone goes forward.
He's going to make the save.
They set the house, but it's a house full of cards, and it all fell apart. Now Triple Trouble are back on defense. I've never seen 2 enforcers sent at the net, Corelli. That was certainly different.
I was on his camera, and I see the entirety of Triple Trouble running at him with the man with the ball in the back, and he still somehow makes the save with that in-and-out play, and that was probably his best choice. So well done from him, but Triple Trouble still knocking on the door. Second touch from Calix, and he gets one back for Triple Trouble.
He's kept his team in this series, and he does it again with a beautiful double tap, while the rest of Libertas were still scrambling to get back into position. They caught them through the gap, and Calix hit a nice one. Now, what does that mean for Triple Trouble in this last minute? Can they capitalize on that? Can they swing that momentum further in their direction? Or will Libertas stop the bleeding real fast off this kickoff? Mike Boy, another short touch. Calix, excellent patience, waiting for Mike Boy. Right moment where he would lose that ball. Tadpole up quickly for this. Bluey doesn't need to make the 50 happen. if the other player was going for his read. Now Rizex avoided the potential bump and got the save. Mike Boy again, always in the right spot to get Libertas some space, but Calix wants to close the gap a little bit more. Bluey past a tadpole and denied by Mike Boy, who's been so quick off the line on defense. It's not over though. The Devil to give Calix more space. Bluey has to wait a little bit. He lines it up for tadpole. The shot is blocked by Mike Boy, but Calix! It's off the post! Libertas survived the assault from Triple Trouble, and they end up the victors today.
Wow. That was so close for Calix. There are multiple chances really for Triple Trouble right at the end. It felt like that defense was just holding on, flicking through the Libertas players. Not a lot of them had boost. Rix Ronde had 100, but the other two players had about 15 or 20. So it was a very low boost situation for most of Libertas in that situation. And unfortunately, Triple Trouble just couldn't find the mark here. Game 5 is what it went to in Libertas. Now I can finally call it Jorby. Now they take down Triple Trouble. I got it right this time.
It's over, and that's not a spaceman sweep. But I'm glad I could continue to get the word out. But I just, for Triple Trouble, and there was times in the match, not necessarily just in Game 5, but again, it just felt like they were trying to throw the ball down the field and see what happens. It didn't, well, they saw what happened. They ended up losing. Libertas, especially Mike Boy, I thought did an excellent job reading the play at the end, preventing Triple Trouble from getting that tying goal. That's it for that game. We got one more on this stream for the day. Fadeaway versus the Vodafone Giants. And I'm sure a lot of you are going to want to tune into that. We'll have that after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X. We are in the midst of our third European regional of the season, and that last game we saw was Triple Trouble versus Libertas. Libertas taking the 3-2 victory to qualify for the next stage, Corelli.
Yeah, it was at the end of the day, it was a very close series here, and I feel like for for Triple Trouble, they had plenty of chances to stay into this one. Even at the last game there, those multiple shots that they have, and I don't know if it'll come up on the replay or not, but Calyx had one just wide of the mark, and so for Triple Trouble, they stayed into this one. It was a very close series. I thought Libertas looked a bit cleaner in this matchup. We talked about a little bit, Jorby, how Libertas were just able to take advantage of a lot more space. They were able to take advantage of Triple Trouble facing their own net a lot of times, that one clear over everyone's head. Just felt like Libertas had a better game plan coming into it, and they executed a lot better. And I think ultimately is what led them to the win here.
And moving on to our final match of the day, it's Fadeaway versus the Vodafone Giants. Both of these teams 2-2 now. Fadeaway, a lot of names that we're familiar with. The Vodafone Giants with some up-and-coming names, but having their sub come in, Wolf, to help fill in the spot of Tox. And certainly the Giants haven't had the best, results as they've had since that decision. They're still trying to find their flow with Wolf, but it might be a chance for Fadeaway to really sneak in to stage 2 with this going on the Giants side.
Yeah, it could be a chance for Fadeaway to sneak in. It's also the Giants. I mean, it's the last chance, but also their best bet. I mean, they had to play Oxygen, they had to play Dignitas, and they only beat Oxygen in one game. They were swept out from Dignitas. And Fadeaway, while they're certainly a good team, I feel like this is probably the best team that the Giants can play at this point. When it comes down to it, they're not Oxygen or Dignitas. So for Fadeaway, look, this is a team that's gone to the next stage before, and I think that for Fadeaway, you have to come into this series with confidence. You know that this is a hurting Giants team with the sub. It's certainly not the same, not to take away anything from what Wolf has done, but obviously losing a player like Tox definitely hurts the flow and what you come into a game with. So very interested to see how this game 1 goes, because I feel like if it's just Fadeaway right off the bat, it could get a little bit scary here for Giants.
It definitely changes how you approach the game. Like, we pretty consistently talk about how the Giants are one of the fastest teams in Europe, and Tox is a big part of that speed. So, it's hard to, if Wolf can't play at the same speed, then it's going to be an adjustment for everybody, not just Wolf, because you have to at least be able to include your third man in whatever situation. I don't know how often Stake and Zamway play with Wolf. I don't know how much scrimmage experience that he has, or with this team. So it's really hard to say until we see them play a lot more. Fadeaway, though, they have a lot more team synergy, and most times when I watch Fadeaway play, they wherever Freaky goes, his play style seems to follow for their team, for whatever team he's on. But it's worked out more times than it hasn't, I'd say, for whatever team Freaky has been on this latest iteration Fadeaway.
It's true. Freaky and his team have always been able to hang in there when it came to things like Veloce, or teams like Veloce, rather. They were kind of beat up by us on the desk, but this is a team, or he was part of a team that went to a LAN who had taken down some big teams leading up to that point. And this Fadeaway team kind of has that same energy a little bit, and in a good way. That's a team that they can take down big teams, and this isn't a team where you feel like, oh, you know what, they can't beat someone like Dignitas, they can't beat someone like Oxygen or something like that. It's more about what kind of Fadeaway are we going to get today? Is everyone on point? And if they are, they have a real chance of going deep in any of these tournaments.
And we are on a small delay just to keep everybody updated. We're working on getting all the players in the lobby so we can get the match started for all of you. We want to get to the gameplay as fast as everyone at home. So we appreciate your guys' patience as we get everything set and ready to go. But it looks like the players are trickling in. And so as soon as we get the green light, we'll switch right over to gameplay. If you are just tuning in, Fadeaway versus the Vodafone Giants for our last match of the day. Both teams have gone through the gauntlet and have to play the maximum 5 matches in this Swiss tournament to qualify for stage 2. All 3 regionals so far on the European side have been they've been fun. Like, it has been really hard to try to really think about who the top who's really going to start playing consistently. And beyond like Team BDS, Corelli, even Renault Vitality haven't been as consistent as you would have liked. But the Giants were kind of making that push for one of those new, the new guard, if you will, of Europe. So there's a lot of hype around this Vodafone Giants team, and for good reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, Vodafone Giants, they're sitting third in Europe with points from regionals. They're sitting at 400. Team BDS sitting at 702. So that's the gap between first and third at the moment. You talked about Vitality a little bit. They're also at 400, tied here with Giants. So the implications of Giants not making this are huge. They're not really completely devastated if they don't qualify here, but you definitely want to make stage 2, and Giants are certainly a good enough team to do so. Obviously, with the sub and everything like that, it does change things. And it's also kind of funny too, Joe, because I was kind of thinking about it before we hopped into this match. The value of a sub does kind of go up with a format like this because of how many games you play, for whatever reasons. I know the reason for this, maybe not the best, but for this substitution. But later on, when players can't get 2 games, if they're sick or whatever it may be, with the amount of games we have, that substitute player definitely rises in value. You want to have a substitute player that can perform at least at some level close to what your team really is.
Yeah, and I think that it can happen we've seen subs. We saw the first, I think, real major substitution besides Turbo Pulsar in season 3 was Arju in Spring Series, coming in and playing a big game for then Mouse Sports, and basically pretty much performing way above anyone's expectations. So I think subs might surprise people. They certainly have the potential to, and maybe some teams start looking to a sub as someone they regularly include. We talk about how Rocket League is so matchup dependent in the pro scene. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in the future, even the near future, if a team is like, well, we know if we play with this specific lineup, we play like Vitality or Dignitas better. And we were talking about the points in Europe, trying to figure out, where the standings are and who will be in what seed for the major in the top 16. And we have the overall standings. It's been overall at the top, like the teams you expect to be there are there for the most part. Missing mostly Dignitas is really the most glaring one.
I think for when I look at the top, I mean, you kind of expect a lot of these teams, right? Vitality 3-0, Oxygen 3-0. I still think Oxygen have just struggled in regionals, so seeing them come out 3-0 is fantastic for them. Barca is another team I expected 3-0, 3-1, Liquid, Dignitas, and then Giants is that last team where I would put and say, yeah, these guys are definitely going to finish top 8. They're sitting at 2-2 at the moment. Libertas at 3-2 as well, so they just qualified. Fadeaway, Triple Trouble, and Singularity, they were all on my list as top 8 contenders as well. Obviously, 2 of those 3 are already out, so it's just up to Fadeaway. But as far as standings go for stage 1, I don't think we've got any super surprising results here, outside of the top 8 at least.
Yeah, my brain got mixed up. I was thinking of the overall point standings and how Dignitas hadn't looked in the first 2 regionals how we expected them to. But I got great news for everyone at home, and that's all the players are in the lobby. They have taken their sides of the pitch, and I believe we're good to go. So Fadeaway versus the Vodafone Giants. It's been a long, long day for both of these teams. But this is the last match they get. Last chance for stage 2. Here we go.
Very interesting to see how this first game unfolds, mostly because I want to see how the Giants start off. That is not how you want to start if you're Stake pinching it off the net. That was an open net for him to put away, and he just squanders it.
And it didn't look good on the follow-up either. You saw both Zamway and Wolf double commit on offense when they had a chance to at least recover what they had going on offense. So, little squirrely start for the Vodafone Giants. The Wolf diving forward for the next challenge, and he's obviously most people's biggest question mark, but I'm really curious how he fits in to this rotation. Like, is he just going to manage in the rotation, or is he going to be a key driver in their pushes downfield? Or is he just going to try to, you know, not make too many mistakes, maybe throw out a pass if he can, if he's first man like that, but maybe not trying to force the issue or trying to do anything too out of the ordinary in a rotation when you're coming in as a substitute?
I think it's important for him to, you know, get involved early, find your footing, especially against a team like Fadeaway. They're a team that will capitalize on your mistakes. They thrive off of it. This is not the time for it. Backs against the wall for both these teams, and it's just that much more pressure for a player like Wolf. He's been thrown into a tough situation here for Giants.
Well, not much has really developed just yet off after that initial chance from Stake. But that is an interesting pinch to Ocelot, and what? Well, not exactly what you would call a conventional passing play.
And well, they'll take it, and Ocelot was ready for it. The defense was not. Stake couldn't get up fast enough, but Ocelot saw it all the way through. So great pass. Freaky, I suppose, as it drops right on top of Ocelot's head.
And you practice those. It's like pinch pass, call it. I fully believe it. Freaky getting in front of the challenge. Tigray catches it midair and makes it really difficult for Zamway. Everybody in front for the Giants, but they were able to get out. Wolf killing the ball for the Giants, but this has been really a struggle overall to get some consistent opportunities. Well, Freaky, does he just fall on that? Almost did fall on it and get the goal. Fadeaway, the owners of many interesting goals. We've experienced a lot of those, and Freaky hopping on top of the next challenge. But so far, very, I'm not going to say slow, I'll just say patient, I guess, so far for Fadeaway in particular.
And multiple times now, Zamway is trying to take this ball up into an air dribble, just hasn't been able to keep a hold of it, but I think he wants to go for a lot more of these solo plays, and he certainly can hit him if he's given the chance.
It's a nice little roll from Ocelot. Well, Fadeaway, they can't win the 150 that actually gives them a chance at possession, or any possession for that matter. Freaky cutting off this next pass. Ocelot now has one on the wing. He's going to take the shot himself. Zamway had to stay, but Freaky's quickly there and puts it in. Freaky speedily on the rebound.
Yeah, and these are the types of plays that I'm talking about. They'll come out from Fadeaway just a bit too slow to get back to this ball. It was a fine save, I suppose, by Zamway, but unfortunately, no one was able to get back to it quick enough before Freaky collapses, and Fadeaway now opening up the lead and pulling away.
The Giants, just a complete lack of anything on offense. You know, they got a good kickoff at the opening, but since then, Freaky has picked off every single passing play that they've attempted, and he's got his second goal and an assist to boot.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Stake was fighting on the other side of the field in the net of Fadeaway, and so Wolf hadn't rotated all the way back, and now they sit 3-0 down, and Giants haven't shown any semblance of an attack at all in this game one.
Just the lack of cohesion is palpable, but it still might take them a little bit maybe to get going in this set. We do give the benefit of the doubt in game ones most of the time for any team. So maybe they just need this 5 minutes to really get set. Fadeaway can be a difficult team to get by. And Freaky making another stop. The Giants are kind of doing the same thing. Everyone just sitting back along the back wall. Again, not trying to force too much, but they're not playing that speedy style we know them to. And I mean, you can't really do it when we talked about it enough already with the substitute, but it's definitely affected the Giants significantly in how they approach the game. You don't see those quick passing plays. Really, it's just, okay, let's boom this. Let's hope for a long pass. And if we get that challenge like Zamway does here, then maybe we can get something going. Wolf on the attempt, that was probably the most drawn up we've seen Giants get anything. Ocelot lets it fly and zips right back in for the fourth Fadeaway goal.
And another tough position for this last defender here for Giants at Stake this time. Ocelot just pops it up and over, and I think Stake had already committed on the challenge. 4-0 now for Fadeaway. 11 shots have come through for them, 4 put away. And a very commanding lead here over Vodafone Giants.
Well, Zamway gets in front of this. I still think there are some ideas for the Giants, especially in that last minute. Wolf is looking like he's feeling a little more comfortable. You know, he's really got to get a feel for how Fadeaway play before he can really get a sense in how he should be making decisions on the pitch. It's like, you can make the standard rotational decisions, but I don't think that's going to win you the game against Fadeaway. I think he's starting to figure it out a little bit more. There's a flow different in every single match. At the very end, he seemed to start to find his way a little bit, but most of the time, definitely lost in that first half.
Fadeaway just looked quicker across the board. Forget about the substitute. Fadeaway were just faster, I think, here. And the Giants have to find some sort of play style and adapt to what Fadeaway are doing. Because right now, it didn't feel like Fadeaway broke a sweat here in this game. They didn't have a lot of pressure. And Fadeaway were just able to take advantage of a lot of these opportunistic balls coming in front of the net. You know, you think back to the Frinky pitch over to Aslan and a couple of solo plays as well that ended up in Fadeaway's favor. But the real issue is Giants really not generating any offense. It's not getting downfield. It's not maintaining any possession. And that's really where I think step one is for the Giants if they're going to have any chance in this series.
So Fadeaway haven't sweat too much, but things can swing. Well, for the Giants, we'll have to see something a little more than we have been shown so far. And Wolf will just let that drop down. Didn't get the angle he wanted. This challenge goes straight to stake. And this might be a good set for the Giants now. We'll see. How does Zamway's carry end up? Well, he's looking for a pass, and Wolf waiting for that ball to drop down. He actually got the grab, got the recovery, and the pass out to Stake, but he'll have to continue for the Giants. That's a great return from Stake to Zamway, and the Giants finally crack through Fadeaway.
I really like the setup here from Vodafone Giants as they have Zamway and Stake all over the ball. Wolf was in a great third man position to keep that attack on when his name was called. And then Stake came through, or Zamway, excuse me, came through and finished off the job. That's a great start here to game 2 for Giants.
And that's what you want. That's what you want from Wolf. Just to be able to get that solid touch out and get it into space. You can't expect too much out of that game day sub. But it was enough to get the job done for now. Now Fadeaway down. And Stake just missing the challenge above it. Forces Zamway back again. Aslan wasn't able to find the next one either, but Fadeaway winning these challenges more times than not. Just a lot of dead clears coming out. Again, Fadeaway, it's no surprise with how they play. They love to receive the ball, try to trap it, and then force that first man into an awkward spot for a 50. And that's typically where most of their chances are generated. Ricky and Tigre move downfield here. Fadeaway still hunting for the first.
This is better for the Giants now on defense as well. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to relieve some pressure and you want to throw it downfield, throw it high into space. And that's what they've done here in Fadeaway. It's been forced them to retreat back to their own side. A couple of misses come through and a back post shot from Zamway. And the Giants looking a lot better in this game. You got to give them credit. After that last game, you thought maybe they'd be a little deflated, but they've changed something here in this game that's certainly working.
Nice solid touch from Stake, which Freaky returns with a solid of his own. And now Boomer ball ensues, but this turns into a quick pass to Aslan. Slows it down, has 2 to beat. Dumps it for Tigre, and Stake is there as the last man who could have made that save. Zamway, that's a good win on the challenge. It's all about that follow-up, and Aslan rolling past Wolf on the play. Will take the boost as his prize, and the ball rolling away from Stake now. The Giants, despite getting that first goal, unable to hang on to this ball for too long, but credit where credit is due, still Fadeaway are scoreless.
And the defense is holding strong for the Giants at the moment. Fadeaway do feel like they are getting more and more opportunities here. Be good for the Giants to regain some of this possession, show what you showed in the first minute or so where they were able to hold on to it. And you can see Fadeaway, they're throwing the ball down the field as well. unfortunately, the Giants didn't deal with it perfectly here, and see what Fadeaway can do with it.
Asalan sets it up for Freaky. Freaky collects, and Fadeaway tie it up. Just under 2 remaining.
And this is a tough position. Wolf, a little bit slow on that challenge. Asalan able to get back to it quick enough to put it to the side and around, and Freaky is there. The defense wasn't set yet for the Giants. That challenge was crucial there from Wolf, and we're all tied up.
Well, nice win from Tigre. He had to get up to that quickly. Otherwise, the Giants were going to have a nice spot on a 2v1. But now Tigre, the last man back. The Giants, too, head to the corner. Snake's going to pick it up. Has the read off the ceiling, but following him the whole way was Tigre. Now out of boots, having to make another challenge. Everyone. Sans Asalan was sitting low on boots for Fadeaway, but there was no press from the Giants, despite Snake maybe having a chance after Zamway had rotated back. The Giants really, again, not trying to force too many risks. You'll definitely see them taking way less risks than you're ever used to, just to try to keep things close. And they have. Fadeaway have had trouble finding the back of the net, but Fadeaway also don't take every chance. So they're still hunting.
And they definitely still very conservative here. They're not really forcing the issue too much. That's a great shot, though, from Freaky, and a tough save from Zamway. As quickly down the field, here comes Wolf on the challenge. That's a great challenge for him to keep this ball alive. For the orange side of things, Giants still threatening. Comes out to Snake, shot on target, wide open. And with 38 seconds left, the 1-0 lead for Giants.
You said it, Corelli. It started off with a great challenge from Wolf. He stretched the rest of his boost to get to it, and then the follow-up from Zamway, and then Steak was perfect. Steak especially, or excuse me, Zamway on the assist. Well done on the follow-up, and they got it on the kickoff. They almost snuck in off the post. No dice for the Giants. Much cleaner overall in game 2. Yes, it's been probably a little slower than you might expect, but mistake-free Rocket League is the name of the game for the Giants in the first 2 games, and Zamway grabs that read on his rotation.
That was a great shot, and it's up to Tigre here. Coming up on 10 seconds left, but it's going to be cut out, and it could be wide open if Zamway can get around to it. Asalan's got to clear it away. And Fadeaway, march downfield here, 4 seconds left. And I don't think it's going to happen. It's going to drop down. It's one more bounce there with 1 second. Here comes Freaky. He can't catch back up to it. And Giants respond back here in game 2.
Again, textbook Rocket League. Nothing that wowed you on the stat line. Well, Zamway did get 600 points and 3 saves. That's about as wow as it got. But, like, you know, that dirty, defensive, mistake-free Rocket League, sometimes the gritty ones are the toughest, Corelli. And I have a feeling the rest of this match is going to be just as gritty. But credit to the Giants. They absolutely adjusted. And Wolf, he is feeling a little more comfortable, and he's making key challenges in places where he couldn't in game 1. So maybe starting to feel himself a little better. But there were a couple of key touches to help push the Giants forward. And that's what anything that Wolf can do on a positive for the Giants will potentially just keep Fadeaway on their toes, because they're probably not expecting that much from Wolf, but they also don't want to completely ignore his presence on the pitch.
Oh, absolutely. And that last goal from the Giants was, I think, perfect. It kind of exemplifies exactly what the Giants want. Wolf had a crucial challenge there to keep that ball from being instantly sent back to the orange side. And it's not going to show up on a stat line, but you want to get the ball in the hands of Steak and Zamway. And that challenge from Wolf is what kept that play alive for the Giants, to let Steak and Zamway move up and have some sort of offense, some sort of structure into that goal. So those are the crucial plays that maybe don't show up on a stat line, but are definitely what leads to a victory in game 2 for Giants.
And grab the opening kickoff again. Zamway sends it across. Steak stole the right side boost, and the shot denied by Freaky. Wolf buying just a little bit of time, and a quick pass to Asalan will be defended. The Giants don't stay in the orange half long. Wolf quickly up to this. Zamway will follow him. Giants moving down the field pretty fluidly on these first few chances. It's all about that threatening shot, if they can find one. Instead, Freaky on his flip the ball right back into Tigre.
Like a big question for me, especially for Fadeaway. You know, we've talked a lot about Giants and what they need to do, but Fadeaway, didn't really feel a lot of urgency from them in that game. It really wasn't until that last minute or ago where they're like, oh, well, we're about to lose. We need to make something happen. Of course, there was a late go-ahead goal, but for Fadeaway, there's just not that urgency right now, and they are keeping the possession in the final third, which is important. But you got to beat the defense.
The Giants, with Zamway next up, trying to get by Ocelon, though the task proves too difficult. Ocelon by 2 defenders now. Freaky wanted to play the rebound. Tigray had to dive pretty early for that, but the ball comes loose for Ocelon. Wolf got the catch, said, here you go, Zamway, get that downfield. Freaky, back, can Ocelon get there? No. Speed from Wolf in midfield, looks for the read against Freaky. It still might give the Giants a chance here. Close on the rotation, they gotta beat Ocelon again, who has done his best to try to keep the Giants out of the box. But towards the box, the Giants progress. Zamway gets a clean win on the touch. Wolf gets the next one. And Steak gets another. And there's another from Zamway, finally blocked out to the side. At some point, that shot has to be on target, or it has to be a shot. Steak gets around, but can't connect. Wolf came up for a pass, and now the whole play's dead for the Giants.
It was a pump fake left and right there, just off the same back wall every single time, and it was good pressure. But like you said, Jorby, one of those shots has got to be on target eventually.
Well, Fadeaway all pull back and just trying to receive it. They probably take the least amount of offensive challenges out of any European team that I think I watch. Like they pull off of everything, and they're like, okay, you think I'm going? I'm not going. We're just going to trap the ball. They do it successfully enough of the time. And I feel like, Corelli, when you were saying about them speeding things up in not until the last minute, I feel like that's the truth with Fadeaway most of the time. Like, I don't know if they have that urgent play style, if you want to call it that, but it works out for them, so I'm not going to hate on it.
No, absolutely, but it just feels like, especially in that last game, we're not really seeing it here in this game. They're doing a much better job of having some possession in the final third. There wasn't a lot of dangerous chances that they were able to generate, and it was because it didn't feel like that they were on offense a lot of the game. It felt like Giants did a much better job in that game of controlling the pace of play and controlling how the game went. And I feel like Fadeaway should be in control. They're the team at 100% right now. And Giants have responded back in game 2, and they're looking quite well here in game 3.
They do continue from midfield. Zamway, he's going to have a look to Wolf. Wolf's up for the shot, and he misses just wide of the post. Now a loose ball for Ocelon. Freaky on the wing. Ocelon takes it himself. He tried to catch Steak out, but Steak not beaten so easily. He grabs another rebound. Now Freaky hopping in front of the challenge, but Tigray, who would have been the follower. Wait a minute. Ocelon gets to this? He came from his own third and still beat everyone to this ball. Deeper than his third.
Oh, and Wolf just spawned back. Steak was a bit slow as well. Great placement from Ocelon back behind those 2 defenders, and Ocelon just knew he could get there, and at least at worst, he was going to get a 50 on it, and instead earns himself a goal.
Wolf having to quickly hustle to the opposite side of Giants territory. Now, despite how cautious things have looked for the Giants, there might be a little more urgency. The alarm may be going off at this point as the second goal for Fadeaway collected by Freaky, which who else? Freaky, typically the guy to put to close things up, the cleanup guy for Fadeaway.
Well, and it's something that we talked about with Fadeaway is that they're a team who like to take advantage of mistakes. And the difference between this game and the last is that Giants are making mistakes, defensive mistakes. And Fadeaway is a team that's going to jump all over that and instantly punish you. In game 2, you didn't see that as much, and that's why I think Giants are able to come out on top. And there's not a lot of time here for the Giants to work with.
Nice catch from Zamway. Back over to Steak. Steak hunting for that. He saw the read, but he couldn't get the goal. Wolf scores off the crossbar. Life for the Giants in this game.
Great follow-up from Wolf here, and I think it was Steak who actually gets a piece of this one to just kill it right in front of Wolf, and Ocelon's in a tough position there to make the save, and 30 seconds left. Giants, they have a chance.
But that's the urgency I'm talking about. Wolf is your third man on that play. He's got to go for that with this amount of time left. And he nailed it right where he needed to. Zamway slips it under, but it's blocked by Freaky while the Giants aren't going quietly. Wolf, with 2 touches in the corner, he's just going to punt it to the opposite side. That may have given Ocelon his out, and he got a hard clear. This is going to be difficult for the Giants. Ocelon trying to stop the counter from Stake. Now the task made even more difficult after Tigre's block. Even another one. And the Giants grab this. Not over if they can't get it. But Ocelon stopping it again, who has been a nuisance. Fadeaway just had the catch.
Oh.
Can't flip it over, Freaky. And does it kill? It does kill to the ground. And so Fadeaway now on match point, trying to get into stage 2.
And that was a game, again, where it felt like Fadeaway was the team to capitalize on some defensive mistakes from the Giants. And let's not take away, though, what the Giants were able to do on offense, just not enough at the end of the day. You think back to a lot of the plays that were going off the back wall over and over and over again, that final shot never coming. And I think that, at least for the offense for the Giants, has been the difference maker here in game 3.
Yeah, and like I thought the Giants they had way more shots on net. They had some good offensive opportunities, but I think the main thing that's hampered them is Zamway in particular on his carries. When Zamway is playing normally, he's usually always looking for the optimal option. He's usually not trying to force a specific player, just shoot the ball on net or just try to hammer it as hard as possible. But you're seeing him go for more solo plays, even though other options are available to him. And I think, the Giants, when they feel that stretch, you end up going for the options that you normally wouldn't. So maybe they can sneak another one in. It's been difficult, but they've played them close and absolutely could go the Giants' way if Fadeaway aren't careful.
Our score resets and another chance here for the Giants. They've been able to contend with Fadeaway, I think, a lot better than maybe people were expecting, at least after their last performances with their sub, and see if they can stay alive here as this one goes off the back wall. Wolf's going to keep it alive once more, and Zamway just can't get over it. He went too high, and Fadeaway get out.
Now Tigre, long ball. And while it looked pretty, nobody was able to follow it up. And Wolf is able to pop it out to the side. Now he's got to contend with Ocelon, who has rarely lost a 50 in this match. He did lose it to Wolf there, but then thrown back to the Giants' wall. Midfield belonging to Ocelon. Back over to Freaky, but Stake gets a good kill onto the ball. Now Wolf speeding up with the double touch here, making it awkward for Tigre. But again, they're finding a better flow. I think the rhythm is really starting to form. Wolf pulling off for Zamway. Shot is going to be just high, and Ocelon will carry it away anyway. Like I said, philosophy looking like it's forming up.
Yeah, and it's working out. Wolf has been able to set up his teammates multiple times. That's a long clear, and it goes off the back wall. Follow-up is wide from Tigre. Scary situation here for the Giants on defense as Zamway does get the clear out for now.
Well, for a team that relies a lot on punishes, with how the games have gone, goals have not been a easy thing to collect on. Fadeaway, that could come back later. Tigre had to make a quick cut on it. But we'll see. Wolf, he's got Stake downfield, but pops it way high over him. Stake can't really get anything done with the ball, but, Ocelon again, man. Like, that dude is just, I don't know how he just Houdini's his way out of every 50 situation and comes away with the ball. Stake blocked by Freaky.
Yeah, he's able to do that, and that's a big fake there, as I think that was actually rather a miss. And Ocelon gets the goal gifted to him right in front.
Ocelon just sits right down, and it might as well be a fake. I don't know if he expected the challenge or not. Ocelon just kind of sat and watched the ball the whole time, didn't flick his camera around, didn't turn ball cam off, so maybe it doesn't matter what he expected, Corelli. Calculated. That's my thought there. That's what he's doing. He's just spamming calculated.
Yeah, got to make contact there, and unfortunately, Ocelon had an open net to shoot at afterwards, so the Giants, though, haven't been without opportunity. They've been able to set up some good chances. Again, that final shot really not coming too often. Here's Zamway. He's got a bit of space to work with and wants to take it himself. Still with the ball. And he might stick with it as he drops it down to Stake. He's there. Shot off the crossbar and in. And it felt like Fadeaway was just watching the Giants stay with this.
And Zamway held on to this ball for so long. And Wolf was following him close, like really close, as second man. And so I think that might have been part of the freeze. Like you don't want to, shift the ball out. You don't want to force the ball to Zamway's left because it'll just bounce right into Wolf. And then Steak might have a perfect chance at the net. So they had to be careful with how they approached the challenge. Zamway took advantage of it and then made a great passing play. So that was a great individual effort. And then the follow-up from Steak. Giants, that's got to feel great, especially where you really haven't had the best chances on offense. But look at this passing play back to Steak, all on defense. Tigray straight up misses the ball. Steak couldn't recover for a touch in net.
That was great setup again by Wolf. His first touch always seems to find a teammate, and that's what allows the Giants to break out from their half so fast. So he's doing a great job of finding his teammates downfield.
Zamway wanted that midfield boost. Now he's got to find the read against Freaky. This isn't going to be the easiest, but they get it out to the corner. Again, they've been relatively mistake-free, but one mistake did go unpunished earlier. Since then, Giants have been mostly clean. Ocelon couldn't find anything for his team back beyond midfield. The demo gives him the space, though, to grab it again. He got the air dribble. Now Tigray against Wolf. Wolf can't find the read, and Tigray double tap into the net.
Tough situation on the commit from Steak. It's just Wolf back, and that's hard to get up to when Tigray puts it back behind you. Great double tap from Tigray. Don't want to take that away from him, but Fadeaway able to capitalize on that last man back.
Now, all bets are off for the Giants. Less than a minute left. They can't afford to give insurance to Fadeaway, but insurance comes anyway. Tigray gets 2 quick goals for Fadeaway.
And unfortunately, I think Steak and Zamway both missed this ball. Wolf didn't get up fast enough either, so it was just disaster for everyone on the Giants side. And Fadeaway pulling away late here.
We'll see if the Giants can pull a trick out of their toppers. Actually, is anyone wearing toppers? No, no one wears toppers. Shot. Denied on the box. Wolf actually gets the win there on the 50. Steak just trying to keep the ball locked in the blue half. But nothing really developing here for the Giants yet. Maybe something comes here. Steak, pressure off the back wall. Zamway, very speedy on the return, but no goal for the Giants. If they had hope, they had to maybe be that one. Who knows? Tigray. Well, back over to Ocelon. Time will expire, and that will be it. Fadeaway. Move to stage 2. Ocelon picks up 1 for the road, and I think he had quite a he had a consistent, stellar match, Ocelon.
Yeah. Ocelon, I think Fadeaway as a whole played extremely well here. They didn't get too excited coming into this, knowing that maybe this isn't the full Giants roster. It was a conservative approach in the beginning. They definitely picked it up here at the end. Fadeaway looking strong as they move into the next stage.
So now for the Vodafone Giants, that's the only regional that they weren't able to make stage 2. They're still in a pretty decent spot overall. I don't think there's much to worry about just yet, and they will have talks back for the next tournament, but they won't be continuing in this one. Instead, Fadeaway completing out the A-Stream round of top 8 qualifications. I gotta say, Corelli, this was, I didn't expect the Giants after that first game to Wolf to start to find a little more comfort. But by the end, I mean, he really stepped up, I thought. I thought he made some good touches. He didn't, he did what he was reasonably asked to do. I don't think you could have expected much more out of him.
He was put in some tough situations as well. Last man back multiple times. Steak and Zamway were already committed. So I think he played as well as he possibly could there, and he was setting up his team left and right. So I think that was a proud performance, at least for Wolf.
Well, to round out the day and summarize everything, Leaf, Gibbs, and somebody else are going to close it out, guys.
Thank you, Jorby. That somebody else is James Bot. How do you? James is shaking his head here.
Yeah. James.
I don't hear Leaf. I don't hear
Leaf. Leaf is muted. He's not muted for the crowd, but
I guess I'm somebody else.
All right, I'm muted for you guys.
I'm just gonna take over hosting roles. James.
No.
How'd you feel about that match?
You know, I felt like this was what I expected. Fadeaway, I watched them complete a thrilling reverse sweep. And you know me, every time I get a chance to talk about Freaky, I just praise him. I think that he continues to perform well. Tigray looking really good. Ocelon as well. That double tap from Tigray was stunning. And you knew it was going to be a rough day for the Giants ever since Tox was not able to play. They had to play with the sub. You knew it was going to be challenging, and it proved to be too much.
And that's the hard part here. They're just throwing points away, basically, with that Tox ban. It's like you would expect Vodafone Giants to very likely make the bracket at the very least, which would have been 150 points. Now they walk away with 30, don't even make top 16. And sure, that won't matter to make the major, but what if down the line they lose out on maybe a world championship spot by those 100 points? So that really does hurt this team going into the major as well. But at the very least, that's double points for a major, and Tox will be back. So if they can win that, they can right all these wrongs.
Well, as Jarby said, that is all we have for Group B. So let's just take a look back at the day and how everything panned out here. Group B was relatively what we expected. Obviously, that Giants gaming, James, was a bit of a throw out the window here. But how does the rest of the group look compared to what you would have had written down before the day started?
Well, a few teams that had underperformed traditionally came out and looked really strong. Dignitas finishing 3-1. And I loved what I saw from Team Liquid. Team Liquid, when they needed to perform to close out the series, and I believe it was against Libertas, they looked so good. They looked very good, and Speed especially. So that was it was a fun day. And the Barca versus Vitality series, so action-packed. I really enjoyed watching today's games.
I think they had a typo here. 9th place does not read Oxygen. It's kind of weird to not see them and not qualify, but they go 3-0. So hats off to Oxygen. They got an easy Giants, obviously, you know, that helped them out a little bit. But at the end of the day, now Oxygen is here. Plus they're a top seed. And everyone knows that they can beat literally everyone in this region. So I'm really excited to see what they do tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that's important. We talked about TL and Oxygen and the fact that they crushed through this. We'll see if they can keep it up. And speaking of tomorrow, let's take a look at the group tomorrow. We head back into the same situation. Gibbs, it is a Swiss style tournament here where we have these 16 teams fighting down for that top 8 spot, which means 30 down or 32 down to 8. So it's getting tougher and tougher as we go.
Yes, a lot of points on the line, a lot of money on the line, and obviously those major spots. But when you look at it across all 3 regionals, we have 12 of the teams that are right now in the top 16. They're still alive. So it's those teams that are consistent and doing well throughout these 3 regionals. It's going to be really exciting to watch. We already know who's normally at the top of Europe, but we want to see who surprises tomorrow.
Yeah, this is I'm looking at all these teams right now. That's a wild bracket. I mean, like you expect it to be at this point, James, but at the same time, are there any teams in there you're thinking are probably looking up like, how did we end up here? Oh, there's a lot of Giants around us.
I think Liquid's probably thinking like, I'm glad we're here, but that's really the team that I am a big Team Liquid fan, and to see them perform well, I want to see them perform well tomorrow, because I want to see them make it to the major, but it's a long road for them.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of the major, 16 teams will make it for Europe, obviously due to no lands and stuff. It's a little bit different this time, but we almost have some things locked in here. But, you know, points will shift and vary as we move forward here. James, this is not everything locked in here.
Certainly, there is wiggle room, and things are interesting. There's 4 teams that were in the top 16 that didn't even make it into this stage in the tournament. You got Triple Trouble, Magnifico, Train Hard, and Giants, all top 16 teams who aren't even here, and then teams vying to make it into that top 16. So this is going to be a race. It is going to come down to the wire, and we'll see how it plays out. This is going to make this weekend extra fun to watch, in my opinion, Leaf, when you don't know how it's going to end. Always love having room for change.
Yeah, and also it's gonna be really hard to tell you exactly what you need to qualify for that major, because so many of these teams are still here. So at the end of the day, like if any of them win, that's 351 points. So it's so difficult. So even teams down to like 9th place for Monkeys, like I think they're technically not qualified. They have very good odds, obviously, but as we look down, we have Train Hard Esport, they're out at that 16th spot, and Triple Trouble, they're out at the 15th spot. There's 4 teams alive still here in this bottom half that are trying to creep up. That is Team Liquid, Oxygen, and S2V Esports. And then look all the way down for Name Seekers at 24th. They only have 50 points so far, but again, like if they win this tournament, they get 351, so they could easily make the major as well. So those are the 4 teams that are alive from this bottom half, but at the same time, from those top 16, like all those teams can swap places because of those points. So even a team like Monkeys, sure, they're ahead of all these teams right now, but most of these teams are still here. The only teams not are those bottom 2, 15 and 16. So for the Monkeys, sure, this looks great, but if you go out 0-3 and all these teams do well, they could be out of a major spot. Who knows?
That's the thing. That just makes all these wins that much more important. I mean, you look at, you said it, Monkeys or even Train Hard there too now, that it's like, it's disheartening because you're like, we're there, we're top 16. No, you're not, because there's a lot more stage. There's stage 2 to go on and stage 3 to go on. So
there is one other thing too. It could be top 15 if Oxygen pulls off a miracle and they win the grid, which is still possible. They have to do really well in that final week of the grid. So if they don't finish top 16 and they win the grid, that's one less spot. So there's also that. So Train Hard right now, they're sitting there at 16th. They're like, we need like everyone to choke at this point. It's going to be very difficult for them to make it in.
Basically, chat, what we're trying to get at here is we don't know anything yet, and we need to get to a lot more Rocket League before we have definitive answers. And that's going to happen the rest of this weekend for Europe, as we have tomorrow and the next day for our stage 2 and stage 3. But before we get to that, just some final words here before we sign off. James.
I wish I had a creator code to tell you to use, so I don't. So I guess use Rizzo TV.
What? Use Gibbs, obviously. Use Gibbs, or maybe just plain Rizzo. Just use that. We don't know who has that tag, but just give him money. Why not? Who cares?
I'm in the same boat. I haven't been able to get one yet, James, so we're going to suffer here together while we watch Gibbs rake it all in. But I want to say thank you to every single person that's been watching this weekend, this 4-day marathon of European Rocket League. It's not over yet. Stage 2 is going to begin tomorrow. On behalf of James, Gibbs, myself, and the rest of the production crew here, and Psyonix, thank you guys for watching, but we will see you tomorrow.